CBS News coverage of Campaign 84, Election Night, continues. This portion is sponsored by Sun Company. Where there's sun, there's energy. By AT&T, we're reaching out in new directions. And by General Motors. Extra time, extra effort, and attention to every detail. GM is committed to excellence. And now from CBS News Election Headquarters in New York, here again is Dan Rather.
Good evening again. We're glad you're with us. Big night, historic night as the United States of America elects a president. Early this election 84 night, and the early, still subject to change indications of our CBS News, New York Times interviews with voters around the nation today. If present voting trends continue, there could be a substantial margin of victory for Ronald Reagan over Walter Mondale. And if true, a key question still to be answered: does Ronald Reagan have the coattails to sweep in a Congress that will give him not an absolute majority, but a working majority, an ideological majority, if you will, one that will pass his programs? So keep in mind that it's still early, long way to go. The polls remain open in many places. If you haven't voted, you still have a chance to vote. Your vote counts. Your vote matters. Helping us make the count and explain it are my veteran CBS News colleagues, Bruce Morton, Bob Schieffer, Leslie Stahl, and Bill Moyers. In the two states where the polls, most of them at least, have already closed, President Reagan, we believe, has won both. It's 7 p.m. in the East now, and the polls, most of them have just closed in 8 more states, worth a total of 76 electoral votes. The electoral vote total is growing quickly now. And of the 8 states reporting this hour, keep in mind that Ronald Reagan has already carried Indiana and Kentucky by our CBS News estimates. In the 8 states reporting this hour, Ronald Reagan has carried 7 of them. Walter Mondale has carried none. One of the states reporting this hour remains undecided. That's the state of Vermont. Let's see where President Reagan's growing electoral vote total comes from. The state of Florida, the Sunshine State, 21 electoral votes. Ronald Reagan has beaten Walter Mondale as expected there. In Georgia, the Peach State, 12 electoral votes. Ronald Reagan beats Walter Mondale there. Also in Virginia, the Old Dominion, 12 electoral votes. Walter Mondale goes down to defeat in Virginia. In Alabama, the Yellowhammer State, 9 electoral votes where Mondale thought he might have a chance. It is not to be. Ronald Reagan also carries Alabama. South Carolina, the Palmetto State, with 8 electoral votes. Ronald Reagan, as expected, sweeps to victory in South Carolina. Mississippi, along the Delta, 7 electoral votes in Mississippi. Walter Mondale opened his campaign there, thought he'd have a chance, doesn't. Ronald Reagan wins in Mississippi. And in New Hampshire, the Granite State, Ronald Reagan also has beaten Walter Mondale there. Walter Mondale has carried no state thus far. Let's take a look at how these electoral votes thus far have been translated into the popular vote, if you want to put it that way. In the popular vote, not much of it in yet, only 1% of the precincts reporting. Ronald Reagan with over 165,000 votes, Walter Mondale with 163,000 plus votes, 50% each, the totals, but that's misleading. Keep in mind there are 538 electoral votes. It takes 270 electoral votes to win, and whatever that margin says there about the popular vote, it's the electoral votes where the presidential race is decided, and Ronald Reagan is off to a sweeping start in the Electoral College. Now, Bruce, so far, no surprises, but a strong personal showing in the South of Mr. Reagan, particularly among white voters. Now, what may that tell us if that holds as the evening goes along?
Well, Dan, I think before the evening's over, I'm going to sound like a broken record saying the president is doing well in what used to be a part of the old Democratic Franklin Roosevelt coalition. But he is doing well with a number of elements of that coalition, and maybe none of those is more important than the South. You have just called a whole lot of southern states for the president, and that's not something that just happened this year. Virginia, one of them, hasn't voted for the Democrat since 1964. Florida has voted for the Democrat only once since '64. CBS News did exit polling in 2 of what used to be the most Democratic of those states, Alabama and Mississippi. 2 of the states with the heaviest percentage of black vote. Mississippi, the heaviest in the country, over 30%. Alabama in the high 20s. Those voters are still loyal Democrats. Walter Mondale got a very high percentage of the black vote today in Alabama and Mississippi, up around 90%. Nevertheless, he's just getting clobbered by Mr. Reagan, and that's because the white vote has broken so heavily for the president. he is getting over 80% of the white vote in those two states. Interestingly enough, the South seems to be the one region in the country where there's no gender gap. Women voting for the Reagan-Bush ticket as heavily as men. As for issues, arms control, Walter Mondale's strongest issue, doesn't seem to be much of a factor in those two southern states. The economy, Mr. Reagan's strongest issue, does. To end in on a little historical note, Barry Goldwater made the southern breakthrough for the Republicans back in 1964. One Republican put it this way: we lost what used to be a pretty respectable share of the black vote, but the Goldwater election of 1964 was our entry into what had been the solid Democratic South. And the trend that Barry Goldwater started, I think we see peaking today.
Bruce, are you in any way surprised that the president is off so quickly to such a strong electoral vote lead?
Well, maybe the only slight surprise is Alabama. If Walter Mondale had ever been going to win a southern state, Alabama, heavily trade union, heavily black, and the blacks united behind him was the one. But I guess the real answer is no. I thought he'd lose them all.
Well, we're going to start seeing immediately as we look over the Senate races, and there are, on the basis of our CBS News estimates, some decisions in on Senate races, including some in the South, how either the black vote did not turn out in the large numbers that people thought, or that the white vote was absolutely overwhelming proportions. Let's look them over. The Senate races, some of them now coming in. First in Mississippi, where the Republican incumbent Thad Cochran has beaten back a strong challenge from the former Democratic Governor Bill Winter. Cochran wins in Mississippi. In South Carolina, the veteran Republican Senator Strom Thurmond has beaten Melvin Purvis, the ordained minister and son of a former FBI agent who tracked down John Dillinger, but it wasn't nearly enough to beat Strom Thurmond. Thurmond is returned to the Senate from South Carolina. In Virginia, Senator John Warner, first-term incumbent, will be returned to his Republican seat, beating back Edith Harrison, former member of the Virginia House of Delegates. Harrison was never given very much of a chance in that race. In New Hampshire, a race that many thought might be very close, and indeed that the Democrats might pull an upset. No, Senator Gordon Humphrey, elected in 1978, the former Allegheny Airlines pilot, has held on to the Republican Senate seat in New Hampshire. And in Georgia, the Democratic Senator Sam Nunn, two-term incumbent on the Armed Services Committee. Some think he may be the smartest man about defense in the United States Senate, beats off what was generally regarded to be weak challenge of substitute school teacher John Michael Hicks. Sam Nunn holds on to a Senate seat for the Democrats in Georgia. And in Alabama, Senator Howland Heflin, former Alabama Chief Justice, State Chief Justice, has beaten former Birmingham Insurance executive and Congressman Albert Lee Smith. Heflin holds on to the Democratic seat in Alabama. Now, Bob Schieffer, so far, a strong personal victory for President Reagan in a number of states, especially in the South. But in the Senate races, any sign yet of coattails?
Well, I think the Alabama race that you mentioned, the Howell Heflin race, is the one that we ought to talk about. Howell Heflin, 63 years old, popular, moderate, nobody in the state mad at him. And yet, Dan, our exit poll shows that Howell Heflin did not carry the white vote in Alabama. Howell Heflin's opponent, Albert Lee Smith, got 51% of the white vote. Heflin, who has been very strong in all areas, got only 44% of the white vote. And I think that illustrates what's the problem for the Democratic Party in the South. If Howell Heflin, a conservative, very popular, is not going to carry the white vote in his state, then it's going to be awfully tough, it seems to me, for a northern liberal to do well in that state. The Democrats have got to find some way to solve this problem, Dan, and I think that this race, one of the first ones we've had decided tonight, gives a very good illustration of that.
Well, we started the night with the Republicans holding a 55-45 majority in the Senate. The Democrats have what's considered to be an excellent chance to pick up a seat in Tennessee with Albert Gore Jr. there. Where should we be looking to see? Where is the next best chance from what you can see in the East and South of President Reagan picking up a Republican Senate seat?
Where would he pick up? I don't think that we would see much of that in the South.
Maybe in the Midwest.
Maybe in the Midwest. The president may have a chance out in Nebraska to pick up a Senate seat out there. The Republicans thought he was going to run very strong in Nebraska. You had a very popular Democratic senator out there. But if it turns out to be just a monstrous landslide, who can say what could happen there?
Well, of course, we'll be looking at the returns from Nebraska as they come in. The polls are still open out there, as they are many places, and we urge you, if you haven't voted, you're registered to vote, do go out and vote and then come back and join our coverage. Here's the way the electoral vote map looks at the moment. President Ronald Reagan, on the basis of our CBS News exit polls and estimates, has 94 electoral votes. The Reagan states are in red. Walter Mondale, none. All the other states undecided. Leslie Stahl, if President Reagan's personal popularity is going to be able to pull in enough power in Congress for this next couple of years to have an ideological majority going for him, he's got to pick up some House seats. Any sign yet of a coattail effect behind this Reagan groundswell in the beginning that we can see in House races?
Well, I must tell you that that is the great drama of tonight. That is what the mystery of this election will be as the night wears on. Can Ronald Reagan pick up enough Republicans and conservative Democrats to give him a working majority in the House of Representatives? And Dan, based on our CBS exit polls, when we asked voters as they left the voting places today, there are some signs that Ronald Reagan might be heading for a significant, might be, I say, policy victory in the House of Representatives. It really is too early to tell. The magic number to look for tonight is 26. If the president's party can pick up 26 new seats tonight, he probably will have that ideological majority. We have some early results in from Kentucky and Indiana. There are no surprises there yet. We can say that in Kentucky, Democrat Chris Perkins has won a seat that his father held, Carl Perkins. Carl Perkins died last August. Chris Perkins has been elected. Dan, we will be looking particularly in the South for some more Republican pickups. The Republicans targeted that area. We'll be looking in blue-collar areas, and most particularly for the 56 new Democrats who were elected 2 years ago in the midst of the recession. We'll be watching to see if they can hold on now that there's an economic recovery. If the president does pick up anywhere close to those 26 seats, it could be historic. Presidents rarely do well in terms of coattails when they run for re-election. Eisenhower lost 2 seats when he ran for re-election in '56. Nixon got only 12. It really could be a big night for President Reagan.
Well, to further put that in perspective, the president doesn't expect the Republicans to take over the real majority in the House of Representatives. The Democrats started with this election with a majority of 267 to 166. But the magic number of 26, the pickup of 26 you mentioned, could give him a working ideological majority.
It could give him an ideological majority, and if he gets much more than that, Dan, there's even some talk that more of the conservative Democrats could be cajoled or persuaded into switching. This could be a very significant night.
Well, I know that there are a lot of people who think that watching these election returns is about as interesting as trying to stare at a cow for, say, 45 minutes, because they say, well, it gets all over very soon. That is not the case tonight. It isn't going to be the case, and here's why. First of all, as of this hour, as of right now, President Reagan has a chance for an historic 50-state sweep. And I'm saying he's going to do that. He has a chance at doing that. On the electoral votes, with 270 needed to win, right now, President Reagan has 94 of the 270 electoral votes he needs to win. Walter Mondale has 0. Now, as far as the national vote is concerned, it being so early on ballots actually in and tabulated, 1% of the precincts reported, and this is how it looks. The far more important graphic, of course, is that one on the 270 electoral votes. Our CBS News coverage of whether President Reagan can sweep 50 states, indeed, does he go on to win this election, and what his coattail effect, if any, will be, our coverage of all that continues after these messages. Back at our CBS News election headquarters in New York, President Reagan, on the basis of our exit polls and our CBS News estimates, off to a substantial, strong early start in the Electoral College, having 90 electoral votes, carrying such states, for example, as Florida with 21 electoral votes, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, South Carolina, Indiana, Kentucky, and Virginia. President Reagan with 94 electoral votes as of now, 270 needed to win. Walter Mondale has 0. Now, earlier, Bruce Morton was talking about how well President Reagan is doing among Southern white voters. We see that in the returns in the presidential race from Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and so on. Bernard Goldberg is at our CBS News Southern election headquarters. Bernie, you've been looking into this. Why has this been happening?
Well, I think I can give you a one-word answer, Dan, and that word is alienation. We're seeing a lot of white drift, whites who grew up Democrats voting heavily today for Ronald Reagan. Let's take one example, Dan. Alabama. Our CBS News New York Times poll shows that Ronald Reagan is winning 86% of the white vote. Dan, I think what we've got is Southern whites who see the National Democratic Party as too liberal. They see it as a party that caters to homosexuals, to feminists, to union bosses, and to blacks also. Now, we've got here with us tonight Georgia State Senator Julian Bond, who's long been active in national Democratic politics. First of all, welcome.
Thank you.
Let me ask you this, Senator Bond. Don't we have two parties in the South when it comes to presidential elections? One white and Republican, the other black and Democratic.
Oh, absolutely. I think you saw that in some of the primaries earlier this year, not only in the large Democratic vote for Jesse Jackson, but also in the absence of white votes for Mondale, Glenn, Hart, the rest of the candidates running as Democrats in the early primaries. What you're also going to see, I think, as a result of this is alienation of a different sort between Southern black Democrats and Southern white Democrats on a local level. So this split isn't just going to be Reagan-Mondale today. I think it's going to be fought out again by local Democrats on the local level in the future.
And what do you think the consequences of that are going to be?
I don't know. Hopefully a new kind of relationship in which we can agree on some things and disagree on others. Blacks are a minority. We've got to have some group to join with. I don't know, but it's going to be interesting. I think we've got to reforge our relationship.
Very quick question. Do you think this means we're going to have a new realignment in the South, that all those disenchanted white voters are going to find themselves voting Republican in other races?
No, I think we're real close to that, but I think a lot of this is the president's personal popularity, which obviously is immense, more so than the policies themselves. Those are important, and those have contributed to this drift. But I think a lot of it is just him, and when he's gone from the scene, or rather no longer running for office, I think it'll be a little different picture.
Thank you, Julian Bond. Dan?
Thank you, Bernie Goldberg, and we'll be coming back to you often at our Southern election headquarters. Also covering the regions for us tonight, Bob Simon is at our CBS News election headquarters in Boston covering the East. Meredith Vieira is at our CBS News election headquarters in Chicago covering the Midwest. And Terry Drinkwater at our headquarters in Los Angeles is covering the West for us tonight. Also with us in our studio here in New York is Bill Moyers. Bill, good evening to you. Good to see you. Awfully glad you're here. We're talking about the Southern votes, and so far, Ronald Reagan has cut through the South like a jackknife through a peach. Every southern state from which we have reports has gone to Ronald Reagan. Race has often been a factor in the South. What may be new about this election?
Well, the thing that's new is that Richard Worthland, who is Ronald Reagan's chief pollster, says the white Southern is the staunchest Reaganite of any population group. And this is partly because of the price the Democratic Party has paid over the last 20 years for pitching its tent with the cause of liberating black Southerners from 150 to 200 years of the heritage of slavery. You know, the overwhelming reason, I think, is race. It's not white drift so much as it is white flight, the same thing that happened in northern cities. When the blacks move in, the whites move out. And when they say in the South that the National Democratic Party is too liberal, what they really mean is that Jesse Jackson is too powerful in the Democratic Party. And quite frankly, Ronald Reagan and his colleagues have been sending white Southerners a lot of messages. They've retreated from affirmative action. They have supported tax exemption for schools that practice racial desegregation. They're opposed to busing. The president went down to Charlotte and made a speech with a lot of folks there saying busing has failed, when in fact busing had succeeded in Charlotte. The newspaper the next day had to call his hand on that, but by then the message had gone out on local television that the president was against busing. George Bush was in Mobile, Alabama last week and made to an all-white group a speech saying the party of Mondale and Ferraro and Tip O'Neill is not the Democratic Party that the people of Alabama remember. Well, the party that the people of Alabama remember is the party of the old George Wallace and Bull Connor and those days when the white segregationists were in control of the South. There is, unfortunately, a great deal of subtle racism at work in America today. We're still a deeply racist society, and it's become politically palatable again for white Southerners to feel the way they did for a long time. Now, this dramatic racial polarization is politically advantageous to the Republicans and disadvantageous to the Democrats in national elections, but it's also deeply disturbing in the long run. It's one thing to be divided in the nation on ideology. It's another thing to be divided again on race.
That's perhaps on the negative side of what we're seeing. Perhaps on the positive side, patriotism is something that has runs strong in the South, certainly for most of this century. Mississippi had the largest number of Congressional Medal of Honor winners on a population basis in World War II. Don't you think that President Reagan's emphasis on the values, and particularly on the values of family and patriotism, have always gone down very, very well with the Southern voter?
Well, you know, Dan, nothing we say tonight will encompass the whole truth. Usually no one votes for any single reason or for any solitary passion. And no question but that white Southerners like the military increase that the president's put in. White Southerners like the flag that he's raised. White Southerners like his personality, his common sense language. They like a lot of things. But the point I think we have to keep in mind is that if these become a cover, in fact, for a segregated political system in the South, if blacks will vote for whites, but whites won't vote for blacks, then we are regressing in this country in a way that we'll pay a price for a long time to come. And Jesse Jackson quite rightly points out, we keep voting for you folks. Why don't you vote for us? Well, there's a reason for it, beyond patriotism, beyond the flag, beyond the military, which goes to always die hard.
Bill, we'll be coming back to you often tonight. Here's where it stands at this hour. This is the way the national vote, with 2% of the precincts in and reporting, looks. Reagan leads Mondale 63 to 37%. In the race for the electoral votes, 270 electoral votes needed to win. Ronald Reagan at this hour has 94. Walter Mondale has yet to carry a single state. Now, coming up on the half-hour mark, that is just at 7:30, we have reports from Ohio, big electoral vote state, North Carolina, also from West Virginia. Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters in New York. My fault. I thought that...
CBS News coverage of Campaign 84, Election Night, continues. And now from CBS News Election Headquarters in New York, here again is Dan Rather.
Good evening, everyone. Can Ronald Reagan make it a 50-state sweep? If he is reelected, does he bring in the power in the Congress, particularly get a working majority in the House that he needs and wants to get his program off to an early start in the second term? Right now, the Ronald Reagan bandwagon appears to be rolling. It's moving like a fast freight, already picking up players from the old New Deal coalition in the South. In this half hour, we should begin to get some indications of Ronald Reagan's snatching another section of the Democrats' old coalition band, blue-collar voters from the Midwest. Until now, this is the way the nation looked in terms of electoral votes. Ronald Reagan with 94, carrying all those states in red. Walter Mondale with 0. Now, it's just past 7:30 p.m. in the East, and most or all of the polls have just closed in 3 more states with a total of 42 electoral votes. And so the electoral vote total is growing. And of those 3 states that are just reported in, with 42 electoral votes, Ronald Reagan has carried all 3 of them. Walter Mondale, 0, zip, none, naren. And here's the way these electoral votes are growing. From Ohio, the Buckeye State, a Midwestern state with high unemployment, a must-do state for Walter Mondale. He and his staff acknowledge it. 23 big electoral votes, 0 for Mondale there. Ronald Reagan carries Ohio. North Carolina, the Tar Heel state, with 13 electoral votes. Ronald Reagan mows down Walter Mondale in North Carolina. And in West Virginia, the mountain state with 6 electoral votes that last election went for Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan wins in West Virginia. Every state where there's been a decision thus far, Ronald Reagan has won. Now, on the electoral vote total, Ronald Reagan is moving right along. In terms of the ballots in and counted, this is how it looks. Also moving along, 136 electoral votes for Ronald Reagan now, carrying all those states in red. Remember, it takes 270 electoral votes to win. Ronald Reagan already has nailed down 136 electoral votes. Walter Mondale, none. In terms of the national vote with ballots actually in and counted, this is the way it looks at this early hour. 2% of the vote in. Reagan leads Mondale 63 to 37%. Now, a note, if I may please. The polls remain open in wide sections of this big, great continental country of ours. If you haven't voted, your vote does count. Your vote does matter, because even if Ronald Reagan is going to be reelected, the question tonight is, does he or does he not get the kind of overwhelming sort of blank check mandate that he has been wanting for his second term, or does he not? Now, if you're in one of those areas where the polls are still open and you haven't voted, remember, that's at stake, and the presidential race itself has not yet been decided. Now, Bruce Morton. We're beginning to move in and get returns from the Midwest. Ohio, big unemployment state. West Virginia, big unemployment state. Ronald Reagan has already raided the old Democratic coalition in the South. Doesn't this indicate that he's beginning to raid it in the blue-collar, ethnic, backshop wards of Ohio and West Virginia?
Sure does, Dan. The elements of the old Franklin Roosevelt coalition are just coming apart here. This is a trend, you could argue, that started some years ago, but is cresting here tonight. We talked earlier about the South going Republican, the white voters making the difference there. What we're seeing in this half hour, I think, is the Union vote shredding away. Ohio and West Virginia are both heavily unionized states. Ronald Reagan has done very well. He got, according to our CBS News exit poll, 47% of the Union vote in Ohio. That's up from his very good showing in the low 40s 4 years ago. You might just take a look at our exit poll for West Virginia, how a number of groups voted. That's you know, a really gritty Democratic state, guys with coal dust in their hands for generations. Ronald Reagan carried men. Ronald Reagan carried women. No serious gender gap in West Virginia. He got 27% of the Democrats. Mondale, of course, got a majority of the Democrats, but still, that's an extraordinary showing. Independents by about 3 to 1. And in a state where over a third of the households are union households, Ronald Reagan is running very close. He and Walter Mondale just about even, Mr. Reagan with 46% of the union households in West Virginia. One other note about these two states, one of the questions we were asking as we came down to this is, will Jerry Ferraro make a difference? In Ohio, she made a difference. People who said the vice presidency was important were for George Bush by about 6 to 4. And in West Virginia, the same thing. It wasn't a big issue in either state, but those people who said it mattered on the Republican side.
Well, Bruce, the South win is looking big for Ronald Reagan. Too early to say that he's going to win the Midwest or win big, but certainly the indications here are that he may. We have two huge Senate races at stake in Ohio and in West Virginia. And Bob Schieffer, not in Ohio, I shouldn't have said that, in North Carolina and West Virginia. We don't have enough to report on the Helms-Hunt race, but some have called this the race of the century in North Carolina. And in West Virginia, with Ronald Reagan carrying West Virginia, this opens up the possibility, at least the possibility, that the favored Democrat in West Virginia, Jay Rockefeller, could have some trouble with Republican John Racy in that state.
Well, that race right now, Dan, is too close to call. And I think we're going to have a long night in the Senate because we also have a race too close to call down in Kentucky. That's Dee Huddleston versus Mitch McConnell. And in North Carolina, the one we all thought would be close, it is too close to call at this point.
Well, we're going to be catching up on those Senate races as we go through this hour. Right now, let's talk about the fact that throughout this long campaign, two of our most experienced and talented correspondents, Bill Plant and Susan Spencer, have been covering the two main camps, the President Reagan and former Vice President Walter Mondale camps. Bill Plant at the moment is in Los Angeles. Bill, no doubt President Reagan and his whole team are beginning to watch these returns with an eye to see whether this is a personal victory for President Reagan or whether it's a personal and policy and ideological victory for him.
Well, Dan, you know, even Ronald Reagan's oldest friends and advisors believe that he doesn't have any political coattails, that he's a political phenomenon unto himself, and that people vote for him because they like him or because they don't like his opponent. You know, that's one reason that the political pros on the Reagan campaign have been playing down for us the expectation of just how well that they'll do in the House of Representatives. They've been saying 12 to 15 seats. And it was only after Mr. Reagan recovered from that stumble in the first debate that he began actively trying to spread his coattails to campaign for other Republicans. You know, it may work, but basically they think it's a matter of personality, that Ronald Reagan isn't seen as a politician, and that they think is his magic. Dan?
Well, Bill, the president and his people talked just the last few days of possibly getting a 50-state sweep. Right now, in the electoral votes that have been decided on the basis of our CBS News estimate count, that possibility is alive and well. Do they think that there's a real, live, viable working chance that he could sweep 50 states?
They do. They hope to get 47 in a worst-case analysis as of yesterday morning. And they believe that they could get 50. And as we said earlier, Dan, they're already planning to call this a mandate based on the size of the popular vote and the number of states that they sweep. And they're already making plans about what to do with that mandate when they get it.
Bill, very quickly, what more than any other thing did the Reagan people think made him do so well among those ethnic blue-collar workers in places such as Ohio and even West Virginia?
Dan, one thing and one thing only, Walter Mondale.
Bill, we'll be coming back to you later on in the evening. Bob Schieffer, one indication of the size of this Reagan victory, if a Reagan victory indeed it is to be, may be those tight Senate races and whether the Democrats elect the people they thought they were going to elect in those Senate races.
Well, Howard Baker told me the other day that he thought the Republicans had a real chance in that race down in Kentucky, the one we were talking about. If Ronald Reagan did well in Kentucky, they thought they had a chance with Mitch McConnell, who is the county judge there in Louisville, to knock off Dee Huddleston, who's the Democratic incumbent. I would assume that Ronald Reagan is doing well there because, as we were saying just a minute ago, that race is now seen as too close to call. The race down in West Virginia, don't forget that Ronald Reagan went to West Virginia a couple of weeks ago. The Republicans have been saying all along that if you had to pick a place where you had a chance for an upset, they thought that would be it. They said, look, take odds if you want to bet on our candidate, but this might happen even though Mr. Rockefeller spent $7 million of his own money.
And Bill, I want to interrupt your flow there, but you want to stop and say $7 million at least that John D. Rockefeller IV, J. Rockefeller, the governor of West Virginia, spent trying to become the senator in West Virginia, and it looks like he's locked in a very, very tight race. How much does that work out per vote?
Oh, about, I would think around, well, it must be more than $10 a voter. But he is rich as Rockefeller, as they say.
There's certainly a race we want to watch. Right now, let's tee up a couple of these Senate races. Right now, you got two Senate races that anybody who knows very much about politics in this country really will be watching. In North Carolina, incumbent Republican Senator Jesse Helms, who stands as perhaps the brightest symbol of the new national right, trying to beat back the challenge of the Democratic Governor Jim Hunt. That's in North Carolina. And in West Virginia, for the seat of the retiring Democrat Jennings Randolph, Governor J. Rockefeller, who thought he had it wrapped up and won, is locked in a tight duel with John Racy, what's called in West Virginia an ordinary millionaire, Mr. Racy, coming from newspapers, televisions, and steel industry. That's a race we'll be watching. Those two Senate races, as much as anything else tonight, may determine whether Ronald Reagan, if he's reelected, as it appears he may be, that if Ronald Reagan's reelected, it may determine whether Ronald Reagan has the kind of ideological situation in the Senate he'd like to have, to say nothing of the House, which we'll be talking about a little bit later on. Right now, we want to go out to Minnesota and Susan Spencer, our correspondent who's been covering the Mondale campaign. Susan, it doesn't look good to say the least. Walter Mondale has fought a hard, classy campaign, but I have to believe right now he's saying some version of gather close around the fire, boys. It's getting cold out there.
And in fact, right now that he is meeting with his staff, he's having dinner with his staff. They have prepared an enormous scrapbook for him, featuring all the favorable editorials that ran in the last few weeks. It's a period of nostalgia. People are walking around here. Not all of them are very dry-eyed. This is sort of a double slap in the face in a way, because he had said in interviews done when it became obvious that he was going to have a very hard time winning, that what he hoped his candidacy was doing was warning the public against the dangers of what he saw of the influence of the right wing of the Republican Party. And if in fact things go as they appear, that warning would have appeared to be unheeded.
Susan, did Walter Mondale go into today feeling confident that he would at least carry Minnesota, his home state?
I don't think so, Dan. They haven't talked about polls with us for a good 2 weeks. It's all been an emphasis on their feelings they had about the crowds, very subjective things, his instincts as a politician. Nobody has claimed that he was going to win anything specific at all.
Thank you, Susan. Let's take a quick look at how some of the gubernatorial races are going. You will remember that in addition to the red-hot Senate races up and the whole question of what the makeup of the next House of Representatives is going to be, that a number of Senate seats, a number of gubernatorial places were up for grabs today. Let's look over some of those. But before we do that, I want to say to you that as of this moment, Walter Mondale has carried not a single state. Ronald Reagan is off to a very strong start in the race for the 270 electoral votes. As you can see with the map, it's Reagan with 136 electoral votes nailed down thus far. All the states in red have been carried by Ronald Reagan. Walter Mondale has 0. Nothing on the map colored blue for Walter Mondale as yet. Now, within the races for those governorships, let's take a look in North Carolina, a state carried by Ronald Reagan. This is a case of Reagan coattails, perhaps bringing in a Republican governor with him. Six-term incumbent former Davidson College professor Representative James Martin had been the underdog for a long time to Democratic Attorney General Rufus Edmiston, the former Watergate aide to Sam Ervin. It's Martin, the winner in North Carolina, the Republicans picking up a state house in North Carolina. This is for the seat of the retiring Governor Jim Hunt, who's making that Senate race against Jesse Helms. In New Hampshire, Governor John Sununu, the Republican first-term incumbent, has, on the basis of our CBS News exit poll, this is our interviews with voters who'd actually voted today, Sununu is reelected in New Hampshire, beating back the challenge of the House Minority Leader and delicatessen owner Chris Spiro. So the Republicans hold on to their seat in New Hampshire. In Indiana, as expected, first-term incumbent Governor Robert Orr has beaten State Senator and Blackford County farmer Wayne Townsend in Indiana. So thus far, in the races for the governorships, one pickup for the Republicans in North Carolina, where James Martin has won there. In the race for the electoral votes, in the presidential race, 270 electoral votes needed to win. As of now, CBS News believes that Ronald Reagan has nailed down at least 136 electoral votes. Walter Mondale has none, so it remains an open question as to whether this can be a 50-state sweep for Ronald Reagan. In terms of the votes actually in and counted, 3% of the precincts nationwide in. Ballots actually tabulated, Reagan leads Mondale about 63% to 37%. Our CBS News coverage of who the next president is going to be. Can Ronald Reagan sweep 50 states? And if so, what kind of Congress does he have to work with? Our coverage of that continues after these messages. Back at our CBS News election headquarters in New York, to give you some benchmarks to go with, that two presidents in this half century, Franklin Roosevelt got 523 electoral votes. Richard Nixon got 520 electoral votes. Now, those are considered way beyond any landslide proportion. Lyndon Johnson wound up getting 61% plus of the national vote. He went over 61%. Four presidents since 1920, and only four, have gone over 60% of the national vote. Now, there's a long way to go tonight. Ronald Reagan may not even win re-election. He hasn't done so yet. But to give yourself some benchmarks, you may want to keep in mind that with 270 electoral votes needed to win, the breakaway all-time champs for this half century have been FDR and Richard Nixon. Now, with us in our studio in New York tonight, our CBS News election headquarters, Diane Sawyer. Diane, good evening to you.
Good evening, Dan.
We look forward to talking to you as the evening goes along. Right now, the thought occurs that the four-year election process is one way to look at ourselves. It kind of takes a snapshot of this nation at large. And talk with us some, if you will, about what the results so far tell us about ourselves.
Well, I will, Dan, and about what we're going to be looking for throughout the evening as we examine this snapshot and give all of you who have voted at home a chance to find yourself in the picture, to see how much America has changed and to see why it changed, to see the reasons that people voted the way they did. We're going to learn which groups in America tend to stick together and which groups tend to break apart when they vote. And with apologies to Ghostbusters, we think we're going to be in the business of doing a little cliche busting as we look at some of those results tonight. The American voter is changing so quickly, there are going to be a lot of surprises. For instance, let's take a look at that question that a lot of people have already begun asking about, the question of the gender gap, the fact that women last time around were less likely than men to vote for Ronald Reagan. Well, the early signs are that the gender gap is back and that it's expanding slightly. And that beneath it lies another gap, which is even more provocative in a lot of ways, a gap between women who go to work and women who stay at home and work at home. And we're going to be examining that closely and tell you why. Now, what about the union gap? Ronald Reagan nearly closed that in 1980, but most of the labor leaders went all out to bring in the labor vote for Walter Mondale. And we're going to learn if the rank and file decided to follow suit. Hispanic Americans, well, everyone knows that they're heavily Democratic, right? Maybe not. Republicans made inroads last election. We're going to see what happens tonight and why. And the Catholic vote, it turned up on the Republican side last time. Ferraro or not, the early signs are that the Republicans may win it again, and we'll tell you why. The black vote, the youth vote, the numbers there may surprise us too.
And finally, if some of the old voting blocs seem to be disintegrating or at least shattering a little bit, is it possible that there are other interest groups that are starting to reform and some surprises there? For instance, we're going to tell you more about a new voting bloc, a bloc you may not have even thought of as a voting bloc before. Dan, one of our phrase-making colleagues, said that the 1984 election may be the revenge of the white male, and we'll tell you why later.
Well, we'll be very interested to see when you put that analysis together. The early indication that the South has gone big for Ronald Reagan, and that would indicate that the hypothesis that this may turn out to be, and I don't like the phrase, I must say, the revenge of the white male, politically and pragmatically, it may turn out to be that. Like the Ghostbuster play, the Reagan people tried to do that during the campaign, calling some of their younger campaign people the Fritz Busters.
That's right, and they even had outfits to support it.
We'll be talking to you as it goes along. The South is one key to the election returns thus far, and the very large electoral vote lead that Ronald Reagan has jumped off to. You can see from the map that many of the 136 electoral votes for Ronald Reagan come from those southern states. Florida, with 21 big electoral votes, has gone to Ronald Reagan. Not a single state has gone to Walter Mondale. And Ronald Reagan, this is the story of this half hour, has carried the states on the basis of our CBS News interviews with voters who left the polls. Ronald Reagan has carried Ohio and West Virginia, two big unemployment states, in addition to those states down in the Deep South. And so the questions, and they abound. This is going to be a very interesting election night in the sense that whether Ronald Reagan is reelected tonight is one question. The other is, can he sweep all 50 states? Does he get some historic new high in terms of the number of electoral votes? What about those hot Senate races? In West Virginia, Rockefeller and Racy locked in a very tight race. Helms and Hunt in a very tight race in North Carolina, and there are others. All of that we're going to be looking at as we go along tonight. We do, again, want to remind you that the polls are still open in wide sections of the country. If you're qualified to vote and you haven't voted, please go out and do so. You know, television is sparing no expense in its coverage of this election, and we've tried not to. And Andy Rooney has a state-of-the-art example. Andy?
Well, Dan, I think of myself as being on sort of a standby basis here in case all this electronic equipment you have breaks down. There must be several $1 million worth of wires and machineries in here. Everything lights up. All the numbers light up. I have a piece of equipment here with me that you won't find here or at any of the other networks, and it could come in very handy later. This is a slate, a little blackboard. It cost me $5.95, and I'm going to put that on my expense account. These are some of the things it does here. Numbers. These are all numbers I made myself by hand. Homemade numbers they are. This is a 1 and a 2 over here, and this is a 4. You probably all remember how to make 4 from your school days before numbers just flashed up on a screen. On the other side of the blackboard, or slate, I have a one-loss column. This is Reagan, and this is Mondale. I'll put all the votes Reagan gets under this column, and all the votes Mondale gets in this column. At the end of the evening, I'll add them all up, and the person with the biggest number will be the winner. Now, if you want to announce it, Dan, you can, or I'll do it for you, whichever way you want to work it.
I'll let you announce it, Andy. And are you over budget or under budget?
We haven't worked that out yet, but $5.95 is close for me.
Thank you, Andy. In the next half hour, poll closing time in 16 big states. This could be the hour of decision. Stay with us. Don't go away. We'll be back with another 16 states with the polls closing and reports from them. Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters in New York.
CBS News coverage of Campaign 84 election night continues. This portion is sponsored by Manufacturers Hanover, the financial source worldwide. By Sun Company, where there's sun, there's energy. And by MasterCard, MasterCard International, so worldly, so welcome. And now from CBS News Election Headquarters in New York, here again is Dan Rather.
CBS News estimates that Ronald Reagan has been re-elected president. The question remains, how big a mandate is he likely to get? Welcome back to our election coverage. The polls have just closed in 16 states, with a total of 195 electoral votes in these states alone. On the basis of the results in those states and on interviews with voters as they left the polling places, CBS News now estimates that Ronald Reagan has been re-elected president of our United States. Until this hour, it takes 270 electoral votes to win. Ronald Reagan already has, as you saw on that, we estimate about 280. Now, up until this hour, President Reagan had all the states in red that you see here, 136 electoral votes. This is before we started counting these new votes in from the Midwest and from the South. This is how it looked before the polls closed in many states at this hour. Now, after the polls closed in the states at 8 o'clock, the electoral count began to grow. And of the states reporting this hour, of the 16 more states, Ronald Reagan has won 12 of these new states, putting his electoral vote total over the top with 280. Walter Mondale at this hour won 1. The District of Columbia, Mondale has yet to win a state, but as expected, we estimate that he has carried the District of Columbia, which gives Mondale 3 electoral votes. This is the way the map looks now. Virtually all red. Ronald Reagan, 280 electoral votes, at least we estimate he has now. Walter Mondale gets 3 in the District of Columbia. It's still alive and working. The District of Columbia blinking up there in the right-hand corner of your screen. Since the district is so small, we have to put it on a little blink there so you can see it. Ronald Reagan still has a chance for an historic 50-state sweep. Let's look where his new electoral votes come from, if you will. First of all, in New Jersey, the Garden State with 16 electoral votes, where Geraldine Ferraro, it had been hoped by Walter Mondale, might make a difference. Not so. Ronald Reagan carries New Jersey. In Illinois, the Prairie State, with 24 big electoral votes, Ronald Reagan has buried Walter Mondale in Illinois. In Michigan, the Wolverine State, with 20 electoral votes. On the basis of our interviews with voters as they left the polls, our CBS News exit poll indicates Ronald Reagan has also carried Michigan. In Texas, 29 electoral votes in Texas, one of the mega electoral states of the South and Southwest. Ronald Reagan rolls on to victory in Texas as well. In Connecticut, the Nutmeg State, with 8 electoral votes, it goes to Ronald Reagan, as does the state of Maine. Maine, with 4 electoral votes, is carried by Ronald Reagan as expected. Delaware, a state that has voted with the winner in the last 8 straight presidential elections, only 3 electoral votes in the first state. Delaware also drops into the Reagan column. Tennessee, the volunteer state, 11 electoral votes. Ronald Reagan rolls over Walter Mondale in Tennessee as well. Oklahoma, the Sooner state, 8 electoral votes there. Ronald Reagan has beaten Walter Mondale in Oklahoma as well. Kansas, the Sunflower State and one of the most Republican states in the Union. Ronald Reagan wins its 7 electoral votes. Missouri, the Show Me State, a border state where Walter Mondale thought he just might have a chance. 11 electoral votes at stake. Ronald Reagan wins those 11 electoral votes. North Dakota, the Sioux State, 3 electoral votes. Ronald Reagan, as expected, wins it. And in the District of Columbia, which was widely expected to go for Walter Mondale, it has gone for Mondale, and so Mondale gets on the board with 3 electoral votes from the District of Columbia. This is the way the map looks now. Southern states, Midwestern states, and now moving on out into the Midwest, even the upper Midwest now. Every state that has reported thus far has gone to Ronald Reagan. Only the District of Columbia, with its 3 electoral votes, has gone to Mondale. Reagan, we estimate now, has at least 280 electoral votes. Remember, it takes 270 electoral votes to win. Walter Mondale has 3. In terms of the national vote, actual votes in and tabulated, 3% of the precincts reporting Reagan leads Mondale 62% to 38%. The Reagan tally is 1,730,000 votes. Mondale with just over 1 million votes. But remember, there are 538 electoral votes, and in the Electoral College is where it counts. Reagan is over the top with 280 of those electoral votes, we estimate. Now, Bruce Morton, not a surprising result, but how did the president fashion this victory?
Well, not surprising, Dan, maybe a little bigger than people thought. Of course, you could make the argument all he really needed to do was win Delaware. Delaware is never wrong. It's always with the winner. And Ed Rollins, the manager of the Reagan-Bush campaign, said at one point, listen, we just go and spread a couple of $1 million around Delaware. There's no way we can lose this thing. Seriously, it's I'd kind of like to turn that around a little and talk about what Walter Mondale tried to do. Mr. Reagan ran on peace and prosperity, and that's usually a winner. This is clearly a landslide. We don't yet quite know its geographic limits, but it'll be astonishing if the West turns around. That's been bedrock Republican territory for some elections past now. But we might take a look, based on our CBS News New York Times exit poll, at some of the groups Walter Mondale thought he might be able to get to come his way. First, young people. In fact, today, according to our poll, young people voted for the Reagan-Bush ticket. The Democrats said hope that, as youth has in the past, it would vote Democratic this time. They hope that a lot of the younger, the upwardly mobile professionals, yumpies in that word we all heard so often this year, would object to the Jerry Falwell kind of conservatism, rules about abortion and school prayer and all that. In fact, about a quarter of Gary Hart's voters in the Democratic primaries voted for Ronald Reagan today. The Democrats have historically had the older voters worried about Medicare and Social Security. Mr. Mondale tried to make those issues, but those people went today for Ronald Reagan. Farmers, another group that once upon a time in Franklin Roosevelt's day used to vote pretty solidly Democratic, they today were for the Reagan-Bush ticket. Women, sick transit Gloria gender gap, I suppose, women voted Republican today. And Italian Americans, it was thought that if Geraldine Ferraro were a help anywhere, she would be a help with Catholics and Italian Americans. That didn't work either. As far as issues are concerned, Mr. Mondale spent a lot of his time talking about the deficit and the need to raise taxes to bring it down. Voters today said they didn't want to raise taxes to bring it down. They were on Mr. Reagan's side of that argument, and they also gave him credit as a strong leader. So you could argue, Dan, that the Mondale campaign tried to do two or three particular things. They thought they'd get credit for boldness by coming out in favor of raising taxes. That backfired. They thought that picking a woman for vice president, a truly bold stroke, might help them. It apparently didn't. They pinned a lot of faith on the debates, and people in our poll today just said the debates didn't make very much difference with them one way or the other. So the Mondale campaign took some gambles and lost.
Lost all of them except in the District of Columbia from the state's reporting thus far, which reminds me, Bruce, and I know that you and I were just talking about this, that there's still a great deal at stake in those states where the polls are still open. When we encourage people to go out there and vote, it is a case that there's still a lot at stake. First of all, there is the question of how big a victory this is going to be. Ronald Reagan, his hopes for a an unprecedented 50-state sweep, those hopes still alive and working. That's one big question, how big the win. The other big question, how long, how powerful will the Reagan coattails be? He's got an avalanche going. Now, is he going to be able to pull in the wake of that avalanche some additional Republican senators in? The Republicans have control of the Senate. Is he going to be able to pull in an ideological majority in the House of Representatives? Now, that's where those states where the polls are still open in the Midwest and West can still make a tremendous difference. Bill Moyers, we've been talking about the how of this victory. And Bruce has done such a good job of explaining how this was fashioned. But what about the why that Ronald Reagan is winning? One can't escape the conclusion that it's something more than just imagery and personal popularity.
Well, with all those polls out there, one is a little reluctant to talk much about the positive qualities of a man whose fate is still up in the air, whose election is not over. But the fact of the matter is there are several key reasons why Ronald Reagan is pulling it off. First of all, of course, is prosperity. I stopped at Tony's Deli this morning across the street to get a sandwich, and Tony said in there, well, we're going 100% for Ronald Reagan in this deli. And I said, why, Tony? And he said, 3 years of prosperity. There's a young Italian fellow we ran into who put it this way. He said, you know, I play at weddings, and 5 years ago, people couldn't afford to have me, and if I went, they didn't feed us. Now we have more bookings than we can manage, and they feed us at all these weddings. You know, the economy has registered a healthy recovery. Unemployment is down appreciably, and inflation is down considerably. I think most people just don't remember how 5 years ago so many people were frightened to death of inflation. Ronald Reagan believed inflation was the worst enemy, and he waited at great risk for the recession to cure it. People have more money to spend. Prosperity is one reason. He kept his promises. You know, in 1980, he said he would cut taxes, he would cut social spending, he would increase defense spending, and he delivered. Part of his strength has come from the fact that he got through Congress the most important items in his legislative program when he said he would, very early on, soon after somebody had said of Jimmy Carter that he couldn't get the Pledge of Allegiance through Congress. And much of Ronald Reagan's strength in the public perception comes because he delivered on his promises. People were ready for this. You know, 1964, people voted for peace and got war. 1968, they voted for law and order and got a gang that tried to steal the Constitution. 1976, they voted for competence and got disarray and malaise in the White House. They wanted a president who delivered on his promises, and Jimmy Carter did.
You mean Ronald Reagan did?
I mean, Ronald Reagan did. Jimmy Carter didn't. Performance. He's given a good performance in the White House in the service of his convictions. And one thing you can't say about Reagan is you can say that he has convictions and he stays with them. You know, no one is saying today, as they did 4 years ago, that it's impossible to govern this country, or at least it's impossible to be president. There's a professor down at Penn State named Robert Murray who says that Ronald Reagan has done something democracy needs doing. He's strengthened the leadership role of the White House in a time when so many forces are working to pull us together. He has been a leader in the White House. That's been appealing. His philosophy. You know, Dan, we are in a period in which people are more concerned with private interest and the commercial interest than they have been in a long time. At the end of the New Deal era, some people are saying. And there is a mood in the country that Ronald Reagan fits. You know, in midlife, he chose a set of conservative principles, and he stuck with them. He's been one of the most consistent men in American public life, and today he's riding the tide which he may have helped to create of a conservative mood in the country. There's also his personality. I think you saw it when he got up from being shot, cracked a joke, and then speedily recovered and went back to the White House. Psychology. He keeps saying we'll lift America up. Eisenhower said morale is the single greatest factor in winning a war. That's true in politics, too. Ronald Reagan's been campaigning on an economic and spiritual revival. He projects what he considers an affirmative moral vision. That's what Democrats used to do. All of these factors add up to a man, an enormously successful politician.
And, Bill, he's understood the use of symbols. You talked about morale. You talked about making the country feel good about itself. It's much more than that. His policies have counted for plenty. He's keeping his promises. But any leader, particularly a leader in a big continental country such as this one, has to understand the use of symbols and symbolism, and Ronald Reagan has understood that very strong and powerfully.
Abraham Lincoln said, public opinion is everything. With public sentiment, nothing can fail. Without it, nothing can succeed. Consequently, he who molds public opinion goes deeper than he who enacts statutes and pronounces decisions.
Now, Bill, we're going to be talking as the evening goes along about realignment. Our CBS News estimate is that Ronald Reagan will be reelected president. Still a lot to be decided, and a lot to be decided in those Midwestern and Western states about the size of the win, and what Ronald Reagan's coattails are or not going to be. Republican Senator Charles Percy fighting for his political life out in Illinois against Paul Simon. He latched on to Ronald Reagan's coattails, for really the first time in his career latching on to Ronald Reagan's coattails. It'll be interesting to see whether that's enough to pull Percy through. All those questions yet to be decided. But when we talk about realignment, you mentioned it, one can argue that the old alignment of the New Deal coalition has been shattered, but is a new alignment going to be in place after this election, even if Ronald Reagan wins it in monumental proportions?
I really would like to beg off of that until we see more returns from tonight from Bob Schieffer and Leslie Stahl in those races. And on that point, Dan, it seems to me appropriate to say that Andy Rooney could call this election right now with his little blackboard on the basis of what we know. But it's very important for people to vote. This is not just simply a banal statement. If you believe that Ronald Reagan should have a House and a Senate that goes his way, go and vote for the person in your district or your state who's likely to do that. If you believe that Ronald Reagan should be checked and should be balanced and that the Democratic Party should be a strong opposition party, then you'll go and vote the other way. But the point I'm trying to make is, just because the electoral votes already add up to a victory for Ronald Reagan, your vote may even be more important, whether you are for Ronald Reagan or against Ronald Reagan. So go out there and cast that vote. It still matters.
Let's take a look at the national map for just a moment to review. 16 additional states reported this hour. This is the way the map looks. Ronald Reagan with 280 electoral votes by our CBS News estimate. Of the states in red, Reagan. Mondale in blue. If you can't see the blue, it's because up there in the District of Columbia is the only place that Walter Mondale has carried. He carried the District of Columbia. Ronald Reagan has carried everything else thus far. The little dot blinking up there, grandmother, if you can't see it, put your glasses on there. I can barely see it myself. It's so small. But all the other states that we have made calls in thus far have gone to Ronald Reagan, including the big ones of Texas, Florida, Illinois, have all dropped. What we're watching at this hour, in addition to how big Ronald Reagan's victory is going to be, is whether he can pull into the Senate and House with him enough new members, particularly in the House, to give him a working majority to get through the policies he wants. You can expect to see Ronald Reagan in a new second term come forward in the first 80 or 90 days with a program he wants passed in Congress. And what's still up for grabs in this election is whether he's going to have enough in the Senate and the House to get such a program through. That's among the things that we'll be watching. Among the Senate races we're keeping a very close eye on, still a close race indicated in West Virginia between Jay Rockefeller and John Racy, and the Helms-Hunt race is still up for grabs. These pictures are coming from Minnesota, Mondale headquarters in St. Paul, Minnesota. Mondale is now arriving at his hotel in St. Paul. Smiling Fritz Mondale, shaking hands with his supporters.
Mondale, can we get your reaction? The networks have all called this to the president. Did you?
Susan Spencer asking former Vice President Mondale for a reaction. He looked at her, a slight smile, and as much to say, maybe later, but not just now. Whether you like him or not like him, whether you agree with him or not, Walter Mondale ran a strong, tough, classy campaign as he saw it. Never during the campaign, I guess never, perhaps too strong a word, never whined, never complained. Just now, things do not look well for Walter Mondale, but he, like we, will now be looking to see how big is the margin by which Ronald Reagan wins. Does Ronald Reagan get that historic 50-state sweep? Our CBS News coverage of those and other questions will continue in a moment.
The Tri-State Vote, complete coverage tonight.
CBS News coverage of Campaign 84 election night continues. From CBS News election headquarters in New York, here again is Dan Rather.
Hello again, and the firestorm for Ronald Reagan continues to sweep the country. So far tonight, the polls have closed in 30 states, and so far each and every one of those states have given their electoral votes to Ronald Reagan. Reagan, we estimate, CBS News estimates, now has at least 280 electoral votes. Walter Mondale has carried only the District of Columbia with 3. The big question, the coattail question, how wide, how deep is the Reagan victory? A victory for Ronald Reagan personally, or is it a victory too for the Reagan agenda for the next 4 years that will give him a Congress that will vote for Reagan programs and policies? The magic number in the House of Representatives is if Ronald Reagan picks up 26 additional, if he gets a swing of 26 House seats, he figures he's going to have a House of Representatives that will go along with these policies. That's what's at stake from here on out, in addition to a number of red-hot Senate races yet to be decided. The Percy Simon race in Illinois is very close. The Racy-Rockefeller race in West Virginia, the Helms-Hunt race in North Carolina, close. It's 8:30 p.m. in the East right now. Poll closing time in one additional state, in the land of opportunity, in Arkansas. Arkansas, our CBS News estimate is that Ronald Reagan has carried the state of Arkansas. Here's the state that Walter Mondale thought he might carry. Not going to happen. With 6 electoral votes, Ronald Reagan gets the 6 electoral votes in Arkansas and keeps his hopes for a 50-state sweep alive. Do his coattails have any effect in Arkansas? Let's take a look, because there was a Senate race in Arkansas in which a Democratic incumbent, Senator David Pryor, a former governor, has held off a late challenge from the 3-term Republican, the only Republican to resign his place in the House of Representatives to challenge a Democratic incumbent senator, has lost in Arkansas, despite the fact that Ronald Reagan carried the state. David Pryor, the Democrat, holds on to the seat. When Bethune attacked Pryor, saying that Pryor had voted against the Reagan program, Pryor fought back and said, hey, they wanted to cut even the benefits to a widow with one arm, and I wouldn't vote for that kind of program. Apparently that sort of aggressive campaign helped Democratic Senator Pryor win in Arkansas. Also a gubernatorial race in Arkansas, another chance to see whether the Reagan coattails are taking effect in some of these southern states. In Arkansas, the Democratic incumbent governor, former Rhodes Scholar, Governor Bill Clinton, wins re-election, beating back the challenge of Jonesboro businessman Woody Freeman. So while President Reagan carries, on the basis of our CBS News exit polling, the state of Arkansas, Reagan carries Arkansas, but the Democrats hold on to their Senate seat and the State House in Arkansas. Now here's the way the map looks now at this hour. Ronald Reagan continuing to have every state where a decision has been made. Ronald Reagan, it's Ronald Reagan red in all of those states. Walter Mondale has carried thus far only the District of Columbia. Now, these returns from Arkansas, Bruce Morton, tell us that at least in that state, the Reagan coattails were not strong enough and long enough to carry in any Republicans.
Well, that's right, Dan, and I think we're going to have to wait a little while to see how the coattail effect works out, but a couple of thoughts about that. Ronald Reagan ran a very successful tactical campaign. They kept the focus where they wanted it, so maybe a little uncertainty over taxes in the beginning, a little uncertainty after the first debate, but by and large, the focus was on Mr. Reagan as a strong leader, popular personality, and one question: are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? So when you come to think about the kind of coattails with which Mr. Reagan approaches his second term, a couple of thoughts. One is kind of a good news, bad news thing. He got through this campaign without making any promises to anybody. On the other hand, he also got through this campaign without really offering the country a program for the second term. So between now and January, he's going to have to figure out how he wants to use whatever coattails he has, where he wants to take the country in 1985. One other thing about coattails, Dan, it's not just who wins and loses today, but even people who are in no trouble. House Speaker Tip O'Neill, for instance, is going to have to look a little differently at Ronald Reagan, the winner of this new landslide, than he would at a Reagan who'd squeaked by in a close election, say.
Well, Bruce, on Pennsylvania, and when you talk about the Rust Belt, Pennsylvania has to be the buckle on the Rust Belt. Our CBS News estimate is that in the state of Pennsylvania, Ronald Reagan has carried Pennsylvania. Now, here, in addition to Pennsylvania having 25 electoral votes, a pickup of 25 electoral votes for Ronald Reagan, here is a state where Walter Mondale, to the very end, thought he might have a chance to carry this state. Not to be. Walter Mondale trying one last time, Bruce, to put together the coalition, and Pennsylvania has the whole old New Deal coalition of ethnic blue-collar workers, large percentage of blacks, go right down the list. Ronald Reagan wins Pennsylvania and keeps alive his chance for a 50-state sweep. Thus far, Walter Mondale has carried only the District of Columbia by our CBS News estimate, and thus Ronald Reagan has a chance for a win of historic proportions. If you're saying to yourself, well, I don't know whether the rest of this evening matters or not, it matters plenty, particularly for those of you who have not yet voted, because Ronald Reagan, does the country give Ronald Reagan a 50-state sweep? Does Ronald Reagan give a pickup of at least 26 seats in the House of Representatives? Leslie, we want to be coming to you very shortly to see whether the Reagan coattails are taking effect in some of those important House races, and a number of them are beginning to fall into place now. But for the moment in Los Angeles right now is President Reagan's Chief of Staff, James Baker, a former attorney from Houston, Texas, a man who's run for public office himself, and as much as anybody, the principal architect of this highly successful Ronald Reagan campaign. Jim Baker, thank you for being with us. Congratulations to you on a great victory. Is this a personal victory for Ronald Reagan only, or is it a victory also for his policies, and what is he going to do with the next 4 years?
Well, thank you, Dan. I think it's clearly a personal victory for Ronald Reagan, but I think it could be a victory as you suggested, of historic proportions if what's happening, according to your projections in the East, carries over into the West. As far as what the president will do with a new mandate, should it take effect and take place, and as you know, we've agreed with the other campaign we will not claim victory nor concede defeat until the polls close in the West. But should that happen, I think what you might see the president concentrating on is preserving the peace, making sure America remains prepared for peace, seeing if he can't achieve a meaningful arms reduction agreement with the Soviet Union rather than some agreement that just continues to legitimize a continuing escalation of the arms race. And I think on the domestic front, Dan, what you'll see is is perhaps an effort at historic tax simplification. And that's not an easy task, regardless of what happens in House races tonight. Even if Republicans pick up a number of seats, it's not going to be an easy task to accomplish tax simplification. And further, additional cuts in federal spending. And of course, the president's been cutting federal spending for 4 years, and it's not going to be easy to keep that up either.
Jim Baker, you're a Texan, and you know how they talk at home. They say, let's talk turkey for a minute. If President Reagan gets the overwhelming re-election victory that seems to be building, is the Reverend Jerry Falwell and others who consider themselves architects of the national new right going to increase in influence with this administration, and is their agenda going to be reintroduced by President Reagan as the agenda for the country, or is a re-elected President Reagan going to concentrate on such things as arms control, which you mentioned?
Well, the president's already said that there's no higher priority as far as he's concerned than arms control and peace. Nor is there any higher priority than making sure that this economic recovery and expansion we've been enjoying for the last 2 years continues unabated. Nevertheless, the president ran in 1980 on restoring traditional values to this country. He ran again on that this year, and those positions were not unimportant to the final result. I think it's important to keep in mind, though, that the Reverend Falwell, who's a very good supporter of the president and whose support the president has welcomed, doesn't dictate policy or judicial choices to the President of the United States. And I think much was made of that by the opposition, and the President in the second debate, I think, put that to rest by pointing out that Reverend Falwell opposed the appointment of Sandra Day O'Connor, who's been a superb justice of the Supreme Court.
Jim Baker with the Reagan team in California. Some said this election boiled down to cash. That is to say that people like Ronald Reagan's values, but mostly they like the fact that he at least created the perception of an economy bouncing back, even more than perception. When you talk about some sort of a tax, what did you call it? Tax reform? Tax
simplification.
Tax simplification. Is that going to cost me and every other American money?
No, it's probably going to put money in your pocket, you and every other American, hopefully. What the president would like to do is reduce tax rates further. And he thinks that you can do that by simplifying the tax code, which making it more fair and more simple so that you don't need a Philadelphia lawyer to fill out your tax return, and maybe finding a way that a lot of income that escapes taxation now is ultimately taxed. So those of us who are paying our fair share don't pay any more than our fair share.
Thank you very much, Jim Baker, and please give our very best to First Lady Nancy Reagan. We hope she's feeling better after the last couple of days.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks a lot. Ronald Reagan has carried the state of Pennsylvania. Our CBS News estimate is that Ronald Reagan will be reelected. A lot of big questions still to be decided, including how big will the mandate be and does he sweep all 50 states? We'll discuss the answers to those questions, and our CBS News coverage will continue in a moment. Ronald Reagan sweeping to re-election. The question, how long are his coattails? How many Republicans is he going to pull in with him? Keep in mind that the evening started with the Republicans controlling the United States Senate 55-45. Thus far, the Democrats have picked up one Senate seat. Albert Gore, the young congressman in Tennessee, has won Howard Baker's old seat in Tennessee. So it's a net gain for the Democrats in the Senate so far of one seat. In the House of Representatives, the evening started with the Democrats controlling the House of Representatives 267 to 166. No chance, by everybody's acknowledgement, for the Republicans to take actual control in the House of Representatives, but a lot of chance, said the Republicans, that maybe they could get a working ideological control. In order to do that, they'd need to pick up about 26 Senate seats. 26 Senate seats in the way of a Republican pickup is considered to be the magic number. 26 or above, Ronald Reagan would have a working ideological majority in the House of Representatives. So where the polls are still open, and they're still open in a lot of states, particularly in the Midwest and the West, those are among the things being decided, and Ronald Reagan still has a chance for a 50-state sweep. He's carried every state where the decision is in thus far. Walter Mondale has carried only the District of Columbia. We haven't heard, however, yet in terms of a presidential vote decision from Massachusetts, Maryland, or Minnesota. All three of those are states where Walter Mondale thought he might have a chance to carry them, to say nothing of the states out west, Washington, Oregon, California, to name just three, where Walter Mondale believed that he had a pretty good chance to carry them. But let's talk about these House races. Leslie Stahl, the president's coattails thus far have not demonstrated great pulling power in terms of the Senate races. It's still a little early in terms of the House, but I gather there's some early indications that the president's coattails may be pulling in some additional Republicans in the House.
Well, it is early in terms of the specific races, but according to our CBS News exit polling, the people who are voting for Republicans for the House are about 10% more than they were 2 years ago during the recession in almost every demographic category except blacks. And we're seeing it most significantly in the blue-collar areas. In blue-collar areas 2 years ago, the voters went 61% to 35% for the Democrats for House races. This time, it switched around, 50% for the Republicans, 43% for the Democrats. Another significant group that's switching from 2 years ago, voting Democratic last time, Republican this time for House members, are senior citizens. That's a little surprising because we thought that the senior citizens were going to stay with the Democrats. In 82, 56% voted for the Democrats. Today, it's 43% for the Democrats, 53% for the Republicans. That's giving us a sense at this point, Dan, that the House changes, the gains for the Republicans may be significant, but as you said before, we don't have many specific returns. The ones we have are no surprises. The people in our poll are telling us that the main reason they're switching from Democrat to Republican is because of the economy. Not a big surprise there.
Well, this election was cast, in among other ways, as hope versus the recession. That Walter Mondale concentrated on the recession, Ronald Reagan concentrated on hope in the future. And the presidential race, hope is won. We'll see as the House races go along. Bob, we don't have time to check on all those Senate races, but we've got some, the Illinois Senate race, Percy versus Simon, still too close, no decision there. West Virginia, Rockefeller versus Racy, no decision there. Anything in North Carolina in the way of a decision yet?
Nothing yet. So far, all the incumbents have won in the races that we have decided. 16 races have been called so far. Democrats have won 9, Republicans won 7, Dan.
Well, and also
one turnover in Massachusetts. I beg your pardon, in Tennessee.
One turnover in Tennessee, and the Republicans have a chance. The Republicans have a chance for a pickup in Kentucky because the Kentucky race has not yet been decided. Now, we're going to talk more about President Reagan giving a new meaning to the phrase solid South and also picking up a lot of the blue-collar ethnic votes after we pause for these messages. Okay. Arkansas and Pennsylvania, among other states, have gone to Ronald Reagan. One of the reasons that President Reagan has done so well thus far tonight, particularly in the Midwestern states, carrying such states as Illinois and Ohio, and where you see some signs of Reagan coattails already, is the inroads he's making into the blue-collar vote. And to discuss that, let's go to our Midwest CBS News election headquarters in Meredith, Vieira. Meredith?
Region of the country. Our CBS News New York Times exit poll shows that Mondale has 60% of the blue-collar union vote, Reagan with about 38%. Now, a key Democratic strategist in Michigan said to me, now watch the union, the blue-collar union vote when it comes out of Michigan and Ohio. I guarantee to you that there won't be as strong in Michigan. Well, we did watch it tonight, Dan, and we found that he's right. In both states, Mondale appears to be doing very well with the blue-collar union vote, much better than the president, but he's doing better in Ohio than in Michigan. Now, the strategist who talked to me a few days ago, this was his theory, and it may bear some listening to. He said that the unions in Michigan especially had done too good a job in helping the workers there to make a lot of money. You have workers on assembly lines in auto plants, UAW, supported workers, who are making $30,000 and they own a second home. They no longer perceive of themselves as needing organized labor the way they might have 10, 15, 20 years ago. They now perceive of themselves as part of that elite middle class. taxpayers, not part of the party of the have-nots. And he said that's why the Labor vote in Michigan would be a little bit lower than Ohio. He may be right, we don't know. At any rate, overall, the blue-collar union vote appears to be going to Mondale in the Midwest strongly, and that's got to be good news for union leaders. Dan?
Thank you, Meredith. Well, the story at this hour thus far in the South, the Northeast, and the Midwest, Walter Mondale has seen the light at the end of the tunnel, and it's out. What once might have been considered a tailor-made for Mondale State, ethnic voters, blue-collar voters, old ailing industry, Pennsylvania tonight in the Ronald Reagan column, down in the southern part of the country, Arkansas goes for Reagan. In the hour to come, a good indication if the Reagan sweep of the United States will be stopped in two big states. In the coming hour, New York and Mondale's home state, Minnesota. In all, polls will be closing in 11 more states very shortly, so stay with us. Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters in New York.
Thursday, Magnum's career depends on a case of marital murder.
I just found out this guy killed his first wife.
And
I'll never forget the night we had together.
We never had a night together.
Simon and Simon are targets of a lovesick killer. Then, on Knots Landing, Kathy reveals deep feelings for Joshua.
I shouldn't be doing this.
All Thursday.
This is CBS.
CBS News coverage of Campaign 84 election night continues. This portion is sponsored by General Motors. Extra time, extra effort, and attention to every detail. GM is committed to excellence. By Sun Company, where there's sun, there's energy. And by IBM typewriters. No matter how you look at typing, we're your type. And now from CBS News election headquarters in New York, here again is Dan Rather.
And again, an hour of decision for the Democratic presidential and vice presidential candidates. Can they stop Ronald Reagan's so far clean sweep of the states in their home states? Minnesota, Walter Mondale's home state, New York, Geraldine Ferraro's home state, what may be the last two big lines of resistance to a 50-state Reagan sweep. Now, another 6 states with 102 electoral votes have just seen most or all of their polls close as it went past this hour mark. It's just past 9 o'clock in the East, and another batch of 6 states have had polls closing. Now, in the poll closing states of this hour, 6 of them, all 6 went to Ronald Reagan. In Nebraska, the Cornhusker state and one of the most Republican states in the Union, 5 electoral votes going to Ronald Reagan. South Dakota, the Coyote state, 3 electoral votes as expected. Ronald Reagan mowing down Walter Mondale there. In Louisiana, the Pelican state's 10 electoral votes also go Ronald Reagan red. In Colorado, the Centennial state with 8 electoral votes, Ronald Reagan sweeps to victory there. Arizona, the Grand Canyon state where it was considered hopeless for Mondale, it turns out to be hopeless for him. Arizona's 7 electoral votes go to Ronald Reagan. New Mexico, land of enchantment, enchanting for Ronald Reagan in that he sweeps away Walter Mondale in New Mexico, a state where Mondale once thought he had a chance, maybe, just maybe, to carry it. Couldn't do so. So again, Ronald Reagan has carried all 6 of the states where the polls closed on the hour mark that just passed. Now, if Mondale and Ferraro are to prevent a 50-state Reagan sweep, they've got to start showing it presumably fairly soon. New York, Ferraro's home state, Minnesota, Walter Mondale's home state, Massachusetts and Maryland haven't dropped yet. Mondale and Ferraro could hope to have some chance there, and then they have to start looking west to Washington, Oregon, and California if they're going to prevent this 50-state Reagan sweep, which the Republicans are pulling so hard for. Now let's take a look at the national vote. We've given you the electoral vote. Ronald Reagan is already well over the top on the electoral vote, with 11% of the precincts reporting nationwide votes in and tabulated. Reagan leads Mondale 61% to 39%. Reagan with just over 6.5 million votes. Mondale with just over 4 million votes. But the electoral total is where it counts, and with 270 electoral votes needed to win, our CBS News estimate is that Ronald Reagan has already passed that total, and by a considerable margin. Those of you who haven't voted, we urge you to vote, because the questions that remain open: how big a Reagan win will it be? Does he sweep all 50 states? Mondale thus far has carried only the District of Columbia. And does Ronald Reagan get keep control, actual control of the Senate for the Republicans, and get a working majority in the House of Representatives? Now, Bob Schieffer, the one ray of good news for Walter Mondale, the one place where the coattails did not extend, is in Tennessee. Albert Gore has picked up what was a Republican seat in Tennessee.
And that's right, and Ronald Reagan was running very strong in Tennessee, Dan. At one point last week, I saw a poll that showed Ronald Reagan with more than a 30-point lead over Walter Mondale in Tennessee, while at the same time, Albert Gore, who has just been elected to the Senate tonight, had a 30-point lead over his Republican opponent.
Bob, I want to get back to you. It's just that there's the Gore winning by about 60 to 37%. Ash, the Knoxville lawyer, never was given much chance against Gore. Gore certainly will be talked about as a future Democratic presidential or vice presidential possibility. But the reason I interrupted, we have some decisions now in other Senate races. Let's quickly look them over, and then you and I will discuss them. In Minnesota, Walter Mondale's home state, where a woman was considered to have a fairly good chance of unseating a Republican incumbent. No, sir, no, ma'am, isn't going to happen. Republican incumbent Senator Rudy Boschwitz, the plywood king, he operates a big plywood company, a first-term incumbent, has won re-election in the state of Minnesota. We don't know whether Walter Mondale has carried his home state in the presidential election, but Boschwitz holds on to a Republican seat in Minnesota, beating back the challenge of Joan Grove, the Secretary of State. In New Mexico, the Senate race, Republican Senator Pete Domenici, who is chairman of the Budget Committee, he'll have a lot to do with whether you have more money in your pocket or not. Mr. and Mrs. America, Domenici is re-elected, holds on to a Republican Senate seat in New Mexico, beating three-term State Representative Judy Pratt. Moving on to Colorado, Senator William Bill Armstrong, a very strong supporter of President Reagan's program, beats Lieutenant Governor Nancy Dick. Nancy Dick, another of the women running for the Senate. There were 10 women running in Senate places. Nancy Dick never, frankly, was given much of a chance in this Senate race. She loses to Bill Armstrong. The Republicans hold on to the Senate seat in Colorado. In South Dakota, Senator Larry Pressler, the Republican incumbent, has beaten back the challenge of former George McGovern aide George Cunningham. Larry Pressler, the Republican, wins in South Dakota. In Louisiana, this Senator Bennett Johnston is re-elected to a third term. He actually was re-elected back on September 29th, in that he got more than 50% of the vote in the Louisiana primary. Now, Bob, we still don't see any signs of strong Reagan coattails in these Senate races as yet, given the fact that Lieutenant Governor John Kerry won in Massachusetts, held on to the seat from the retiring Paul Tsongas. The Democrats have a net gain of 1 in the Senate thus far.
That's right. So far in the Senate, Dan, it has been a night for the incumbents. Now, we have those very close races that you've talked about in North Carolina and so on. But so far, not an incumbent has been defeated. We might talk a little bit about that race down in Tennessee. Tennessee, where Albert Gore, the son of a senator, very popular congressman down there, beat his Republican opponent, Victor Ashe. This is one of those races where the man that the Republicans really wanted to run, the very popular governor, Lamar Alexander, chose not to run. From that moment on, Gore was the favorite in Tennessee. We might also talk a little bit about Massachusetts. Massachusetts, where John Kerry, the lieutenant governor, picked up the open seat, the seat that was left open by the retiring Democrat Paul Tsongas, beating Ray Shammy. Mr. Shammy managed to get himself in trouble on a couple of different issues. One of them involved the Liberty Lobby. There was a charge that the Liberty Lobby, which some people call an anti-Semitic group, had distributed literature in his plant. We see in our exit poll that was certainly a factor for Kerry. He got 73% of the Jewish vote in Massachusetts. That was much more than Ronald Reagan got.
And Ronald Reagan campaigned for Ray Shammy, the opponent for the winner, John Kerry, but it wasn't enough. His coattails weren't enough. His campaign in Massachusetts wasn't enough. We don't know the outcome of the presidential race in Massachusetts as yet. I'm just told that in the state of Michigan, the Wolverine state, which has gone to President Reagan earlier in the presidential campaign, in a Senate race there that got a lot of attention, the Democrats have held on to their Senate seat in Michigan. Our CBS News reports that Senator Carl Levin has been reelected. He's the former Detroit City Council member who was opposed. The Republican nominee was the former Space Shuttle astronaut and Skylab astronaut, Jack Lousma. Bob, Lousma was well financed, but didn't run a strong campaign, at least not in the early going.
He also made a classic gaffe. At one point in the campaign, Levin revealed that Lousma had been in Japan addressing a Toyota convention and revealed that he was a Toyota owner. He later took that back and said that no, in fact, he wasn't a Toyota owner, that the car belonged to his son, and that his son had called from Texas to say how distraught he was and upset about hearing this come to light. Well, there'd also been a charge up there that Lousma was a carpetbagger who had really lived for the last 20 years in Texas. So it was that kind of a campaign. Levin was thought to be ahead, but the Democrats knew this was a tight one.
Well, because of the size of the Reagan win, apparently the Lousma gave a scare today into the Levin campaign, but the important thing for the moment is the Democrats hold on to their Senate seat in Michigan. Thus far, the Democrats have a net gain of 1 in the United States Senate, Gore winning that race in Tennessee. Still a lot of Senate races to be determined. And speaking of races to be determined, WCBS TV here in New York, our CBS-owned and operated station and newsroom, is reporting that polls in New York, because of long lines of waiting voters, may be kept open beyond the scheduled closing hour of 9 o'clock. Now, it's past 9 o'clock in New York, but we mention this because if you hear reports that they're still voting in New York, it's because that so many people were in line at poll closing time that there had been some discussion of keeping the polls open past that 9 p.m. deadline. As we mentioned earlier in our interview with Jim Baker, the president's aide in California, religion played a very important role in this campaign, and Diane Sawyer has been looking at how it has played out in tonight's results. Diane?
That's right, Dan. A preacher from the religious right put it this way. He said that the mission in this campaign was to get people out of the pews and into the polls. And the religious right did register and they did vote, and indeed they voted for Ronald Reagan as before, but this time in overwhelming numbers. On another religious note, Ronald Reagan is also carrying Catholics tonight by almost as big a margin as he's carrying the nation as a whole. But a footnote to that, as you know, Ronald Reagan sided with Catholic bishops on the question of abortion. But according to our poll, only 1 in 10 Catholic voters thinks that abortion is a key issue this time around in this campaign. All in all, it has been a campaign year in which religion played a very big and very vocal role, with Ronald Reagan making a direct pitch both to the religious right and to the Catholics, and Walter Mondale trying to fight back.
I have a deep religious faith. Our family does. It is fundamental. It's probably the reason that I'm in politics.
Religion and politics are necessarily related. We need religion as a guide.
The president walks around calling himself a good Christian. I don't for 1 minute believe it, because the policies are so terribly unfair.
It is a great honor to ask our Lord's blessing upon a man that many of us believe indeed to be our greatest president since Lincoln. Let us pray.
And that, of course, was the Reverend Jerry Falwell during the Republican convention this summer. And now the Reverend Jerry Falwell, founder of the Moral Majority, joins us from his headquarters in Lynchburg, Virginia. And good evening to you, sir.
Hello, Diane.
You called for a day of fasting for a spiritual awakening in this election. What do you think of the estimates so far tonight?
Well, obviously, we're very pleased. It's beyond our expectations. I have expected a 50-state win, but we were fearful of losing control of the Senate. It now seems that that's impossible to happen. With Jesse Helms some 10 points ahead in North Carolina, that was a major concern to us and other areas. Our major thing has been registering voters, and conservative religious Americans traditionally have been outside the process. Well, we've been able to register millions of them, and thank God they went to the polls.
Do you take credit for tonight?
Pardon?
Are you taking credit for tonight?
Well, oh no. I think anyone who looks at the what's happening on the boards there will tell you that this was a massive grassroots victory. What's happened is that political conservatives and religious conservatives, for the first time, we did a little of it in 1980, but for the first time have gotten massively together, formed a massive majority, and while we both give and take a little in order to work together, we've learned how to do that. And, you know, we've been able to out-register Jesse Jackson 2-1. And obviously, millions of those people voted for the first time today.
Well, let's take a look at that alliance, because one of your conservative cohorts has said that you're fooling yourselves if you think in a second time around Ronald Reagan is going to give any more emphasis to the social issues than he gave you the first time around. And we heard James Baker say here earlier tonight that Jerry Falwell is not going to dictate policy to this president. Are you going to try to influence policy, and what is at the top of your agenda the second time around?
We've never tried to dictate policy.
What about influence?
And you know, the president was elected because a lot of people believe in him. I'm one of them. The platform of the Republican Party, which says that judicial appointments will be for persons in the federal judiciary at all levels who are committed to the sanctity of human life, born and unborn. That's Ronald Reagan's platform. That's what he believes. He has a book out on the subject.
But he appointed Sandra O'Connor.
Well, Sandra O'Connor is a very strong, wonderful addition to the court. And I believe looking at her, I think you get an idea of what he'll be doing. And contrary to what Mr. Mondale said, I'll not be appointing the justices. Mr. Reagan will. And I don't plan to have any input. And Mr. Baker knows me quite well. I've never called him and asked for a favor in 4 years. And he won't be hearing from me the next 4 years. I happen to believe in Ronald Reagan, and I think a great majority of the Americans here do.
You're confident that he will push to get you an amendment to ban abortion the next time around?
Well, not to get me one. I think that's what he believes in. He is for voluntary prayer in public schools. He's for strong national defense. He's against abortion. He is as strong on the abortion issue as I am. And so Jerry Falwell is not getting his agenda, nor is Archbishop O'Connor, Archbishop Law. Ronald Reagan is Ronald Reagan, and I think the last 4 years he's performed masterfully, and that's why he found the conservative religious public massively behind him this time.
The Reverend Jerry Falwell, our thanks for your joining us tonight, and I guess it is a big night for you. Thank you very much.
We praise the Lord and thank the Lord for it.
Thank you. Back to you, Dan.
Thank you very much, Diane Sawyer. And this is the way things stand at this moment, just past 9:15 Eastern Time, with the polls open still in a lot of places in the country. And we're urging everybody who's still eligible to vote, where the polls are open, to please go out and vote. The national vote thus far, these are ballots in and counted, 15% of the precincts reporting nationwide. Ronald Reagan leads Walter Mondale 61% to 39%. Now, in the way that translates into the electoral vote, 270 electoral votes needed to win. Our CBS News estimate is that Ronald Reagan already has 349 electoral votes. Walter Mondale thus far has only 3. He's carried just the District of Columbia. And the question continues to be, can Ronald Reagan get a 50-state sweep? What will his final electoral vote total be? Richard Nixon got 520 electoral votes in winning the 1972 election. FDR got 523 electoral votes. Those are the two benchmarks for this half century. Look at this map and you can see what a chance that Ronald Reagan has for an historic victory. The Reagan states in red. Walter Mondale, with only the District of Columbia, has 3 electoral votes. Ronald Reagan has 349. All those states in gray or white are undecided. Those are places where the decision is not yet in. The western states become increasingly important. That little flash in the right-hand side of your screen is the District of Columbia. It's so small, we have to bring the map up so you can see it. Mondale with the 3 electoral votes from the flashing District of Columbia. The rest of the map, red, going red, Ronald Reagan. These states in the western portion of the country now become increasingly important in determining. If someone says to you, well, no reason to go to the polls because it doesn't matter, it matters a lot if you're out in this section of the country where the polls are still open, because it matters. Does Ronald Reagan get that 50-vote sweep? What size mandate margin does he have? Does he get a working majority in the House? For those of you where the polls are still open, that decision is yours. You can be decisive with that. Our CBS News coverage of whether Ronald Reagan gets a 50-state sweep or not continues after these messages.
CBS News coverage of Campaign 84 Election Night continues. From CBS News Election Headquarters in New York, here again is Dan Rather.
And good evening again. If today were a fish, Walter Mondale would throw it back in because the polls have closed in 41 states total. And in all 32 of them decided by this hour, all have gone to Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan, red on the map, Walter Mondale in blue. 352 electoral votes Ronald Reagan has, at least at this hour. CBS News estimates Ronald Reagan has 352. Walter Mondale has picked up only the District of Columbia. You see it blinking there at one point up in the right-hand part of your screen. Reagan 352, Mondale 3, with 270 electoral votes needed to win. Now, the questions, however, the questions that may very well be decided by the votes out here in the western portion of the country in states, the Dakotas, Idaho, Utah, California, Hawaii, Alaska, Washington, Oregon. What may be decided out there is how big a mandate Ronald Reagan gets and whether indeed he gets a 50-state sweep. 26 votes in the House of Representatives, that's the magic number. Ronald Reagan would love to change the makeup of the House by 26 more Republican members or not. If he gets that, he figures he'd have a working majority in the House. That may be decided by the votes that are still out in the western states. Very important votes. Every vote out there counts and matters a lot in the presidential race, in addition to all the others, because it may very well decide what kind of mandate and the size of the mandate that Ronald Reagan gets. Now, 3 more states have just dropped in to the Reagan column. Let's look them over. In Vermont, the Green Mountain State, which traditionally goes Republican, it has gone Republican. Ronald Reagan wins Vermont. Wisconsin, the Badger State, with 11 electoral votes and some of the best dairy cattle anywhere on the planet. Ronald Reagan wins it. None of the dairy cattle voted for him, but apparently a lot of other people did. A Reagan sweep in Wisconsin. And in New York. Read it and weep if you're a Democrat. 36 electoral votes, a state where Governor Mario Cuomo was trying to do it for Walter Mondale. Mayor Ed Koch in New York was trying to do it for him. Geraldine Ferraro, Congresswoman from New York, was put on the ticket with hopes of holding New York for the Democrats. Ronald Reagan blows it all apart and carries the state of New York. Now, this is the way the national vote looks at this hour. A number of the votes are in and tabulated. The thousands are beginning to mount up now. 19% of the precincts reporting nationwide. Ronald Reagan leads Walter Mondale in these actually counted ballots, 60% to 40%. Reagan with just over 10.5 million votes among those counted thus far. Mondale with just over 7 million votes. Now, what we may be seeing here, and let's put the context to this, is Ronald Reagan becoming a kind of Babe Ruth of politics. The old Democratic coalition is gone, out of here. Ronald Reagan carries through the solid South, through the Midwest, the old Rust Belt where the unions used to be strong. Ronald Reagan carrying state after state in there. Now, we may be seeing an avalanche of historic proportions. The question, can Ronald Reagan carry 50 states, still very much up for grabs. So far, Ronald Reagan has only carried the District of Columbia. Ronald Reagan started the night with a Republican majority of 55 to 45 in the House in the Senate. The Democrats have picked up 1 in Tennessee, Albert Gore. And now the question becomes, does the Senate stay Republican? Looks like it probably will. And does Ronald Reagan get a working majority in the House? And just in from North Carolina, in the Tar Heel State, in the most expensive, the roughest, meanest, most publicized Senate race in anybody's memory, Senator Jesse Helms, the 2-term incumbent and champion of the new national right, on the basis of our CBS News estimates, that's interviews with the voters who left the polls and returns from sample precincts, Jesse Helms has beaten Jim Hunt, the Democratic governor, served 2 terms as governor, and this was a race which everybody said pitted much more than just stakes in North Carolina, because the effort was on. This Senate race, mind you, cost in excess of $21 million. Senator Helms, with a lot of money from out of state, and Jim Hunt, the Democratic challenger, with a lot of money from out of state, both spent tremendously in North Carolina. Helms wins it in North Carolina, and the Reagan coattails unquestionably helped Senator Helms win re-election in North Carolina. Now, standing by to talk about all of this with us is Paul Laxalt, who was not up for re-election this time. Senator Laxalt, the senator from Nevada, who was President Reagan's longtime confidant, is campaign manager. Senator Laxalt, congratulations to you. A tremendous win of possibly historic proportions. But my question is, what is this going to mean to me and every other American in terms of our pocketbook?
Well, I hope that it means that your pocketbook condition, Dan, as long as with millions of other Americans, going to continue to improve. I talked to the president shortly after I left the plane on Sunday and asked him where we're going the next 4 years. I had a suspicion where we're going. He's going to continue to launch a huge assault on our economic policy and hope that the lot of all Americans will continue to approve.
Senator Laxalt, earlier Jim Baker talked about some kind of tax simplification. Now, is that a euphemism for tax increase?
No, as far as the president is concerned, he indicated no uncertain terms on the campaign trail these last several days, which is a reaffirmation of what he's been saying all along, no tax increases.
Well, does that mean then he's going to reduce the proportion of defense spending? Because surely with the national deficit being what it is, you can't have increasing defense spending and additional tax cuts.
Oh, well, you can, because the president's policy has been that we can grow out of this deficit situation and that we simply provide the people with more finances and resources that they can do the job. I think that's going to be what we're going to see here, because this president feels strongly that the policies he's pursued has worked, and I don't think anyone can seriously question that.
How about the social agenda, Senator Laxalt? The prayer in schools, a constitutional amendment for prayers in school, an amendment banning abortions. Is the president determined to push that social agenda in his second term?
I think he's going to continue to be determined to push that social agenda and attempt this time to be more successful than he was in the first 4 years to get it through the Congress.
Have you talked to him about that? Will he interpret this as a mandate to push for that agenda?
I think so. When you consider the various states that felt strongly about the social agenda, and they are principally in the South, of course, I just think it's a clear message to Ronald Reagan and the people of the country that the social agenda is important, extremely important to millions of Americans.
Senator Laxalt, we've been saying all evening that the president needs to get a net change of at least 26 additional Republican seats in the House of Representatives to get a working majority there. Would you agree with that assessment?
Well, I think 26 would certainly help, because that recaptures the loss that we had last time out. A lot will depend, Dan, on the nature of the Democrats who are elected. And we have a number of Democrats, principally in the South, with conservative leanings. And if we elect more of those in the South, it would require less. But 26 would help us greatly, no doubt.
And from what you have seen, is there any chance at all that the Democrats could seize control of the Senate? They have a net pickup of 1 thus far, Gore in Tennessee.
No, there's no likelihood that I can see at all. Apparently, the Republican incumbents are holding, with the exception of the Baker seat that you mentioned in Tennessee. As a matter of fact, there's a chance of a pickup of 1 or 2, so I think the Republican situation in the Senate seems secure.
Thank you very much, Senator Paul Laxalt of Nevada, where Senator Laxalt is talking about the possibility of a Republican Senate pickup. Nebraska would be one of the places that he would be talking about. Our CBS News coverage of the campaign 1984 election results continues after this. If you care anything at all about American politics, certainly if you love it, you had to love the Senate race in North Carolina. Republican incumbent Jesse Helms against two-term Governor Jim Hunt. Helms wins it. Bob Schieffer, Helms, who traveled around the state in a little minivan called Avocado One near the end. And I noticed that very near the end, he came up and introduced himself to someone and says, hello, I'm Jesse Helms, or at least I used to be. He apparently was very tired of the campaign, but he wins it.
Well, Dan, I have a communique from the front in this war down there in North Carolina. Some very interesting exit poll information. Jesse Helms does win over Jim Hunt, a very formidable challenger, a Democrat. Listen to this. Jesse Helms got 13% of the black vote. Now, I happen to know from a source in that campaign that they thought they were going to get so few black votes that they didn't even poll in the black community. He got only 5% of the black vote down there in 1978. This time he gets 13% of the black vote. 29% of the Democrats told us that they voted for Helms. 35% of the whites told us that they voted for Hunt. So again, in a southern state, we see a Democrat unable to carry the white vote.
I would think the Helms people and Senator Helms himself be watching the race in Illinois between Charles Chuck Percy, the Republican incumbent, and Paul Simon, the Democratic congressman, trying to unseat him, because Percy's chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee,
and they will be pulling for the Democrat up there. In fact, most of the right wing of the Republican Party will be pulling for the Democrat because they sometimes, or many of them, see Percy as too liberal.
And Helms is next in line.
Helms is next in line on Senate Foreign Relations to become chairman of the committee. He promised during the heat of this campaign that he would stay on agriculture, where he's chairman also, because the people in North Carolina consider that very important for their state, being a big tobacco state. But now he'll be faced with a choice, if Percy is defeated, and we don't know yet, that race is still too close to call, of whether he keeps that campaign promise. A lot of people in the right wing of the Republican Party will urge him to change his mind, I think.
Mixed signals in the Senate races thus far about whether President Reagan's coattails are carrying very much. The hour coming up soon, over, let's say, the next 45 minutes to an hour, the big story is going to be whether the Republicans pick up 26 or more seats in the House of Representatives. While we do some checking on that, let's note that every election writes its own scenario in a way, and this one sounds familiar, but Charles Kuralt offers a different view. Charles?
Dan, I guess we could summarize the election this way. A very popular president was running for his second term. His opponents were truly alarmed by him, but they couldn't find anything to say about him that was bad enough to stick. The people just liked him, that's all. I'm not talking about President Reagan. I'm talking about President Jefferson.
It is 1804. Thomas Jefferson is standing for re-election. Since he took office in 1800, fortune has favored the United States with practically its first peace as a nation and practically its first prosperity. Thanks to an accident of history and then to Jefferson's swift action, the stupendous Louisiana Territory is now ours to explore. Who knows what wild wonders may now belong to us. Furthermore, the opposition Federalists have fielded a weak candidate, and when they say Jefferson is a radical, a fanatic, a friend of French Revolutionary terror, the voters shrug. A Federalist minister prays for the deist president, that the Lord bestow upon him a double portion of thy grace, for thou knowest he needs it. But the nation's flock is not frightened by this president. People like him. And in the end, the vote is a wipeout for the Federalist candidate, Charles C. Pinckney, 14 electoral votes. For Thomas Jefferson, Democratic Republican, 162.
It's probably a good idea to keep things in historical perspective, Dan. Nobody in 1984 thinks the Democrats are dead, that they're just going to roll over and die and never be heard from again. But back there in 1804, it really did look as if the Federalists had it. And the idea pleased Jefferson, of course. He never liked the idea of parties in the first place, hated the squabbling and the struggle for power. So he was delighted by his landslide. He thought it was a sign of national unity.
Well, while he was fond of the First Amendment, Charles, he wasn't all that fond of reporters. You may recall that he said, and this is a direct quote, "I don't take a single newspaper, nor do I read one for a month, and I feel myself infinitely happier for it." West Virginia Senate race. Governor J. Rockefeller, John D. Rockefeller IV, second-term governor, trying to move up to the Senate, wins it over John Racy. Rockefeller beats Racy in the West Virginia Senate race. So while President Ronald Reagan carried West Virginia tonight, J. Rockefeller got a scare because President Reagan came in and campaigned for John Racy, and some thought that maybe Racy could pull it off, but Rockefeller wins, and that's a hold on for the Democrats in West Virginia. Jennings Randolph retiring in that state. J. Rockefeller, and there's a man who'd like to think that one day he could be a presidential or at least a vice presidential nominee. Rockefeller wins in West Virginia. Now, let's take a look at the tabulated votes in two big states. In Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, 25 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Ronald Reagan's carried the state with 41% of the precincts in and reported. The actual vote count shows Reagan carrying Pennsylvania about 53 to 47%. In Florida, the Sunshine State, 21 big electoral votes down there. It went early for Reagan, 35% of the precincts in and reporting now, and in actual votes tabulated, Reagan leads Mondale 65 to 35% in Florida. In Texas, the Lone Star State, Ronald Reagan gets those 29 electoral votes. In the vote actually tabulated, 22% of the precincts in. Those are the totals. Reagan running about 65% in Texas. Our CBS News coverage of Ronald Reagan's bid to become a historic president in carrying all 50 states continues after these messages. Well, from everything that one can make out from today's election, people think that it's good economic time and they don't want to raise taxes. And partly as a consequence of that, Ronald Reagan is rolling to a tremendous electoral vote victory. And there's a lot of talk about an overwhelming mandate. Now, one definition of a mandate is for the president to pick up 26 or more seats in the House of Representatives, turning that into a working majority of if he can pick up 26 seats for the Republicans. We should have an analysis of that and some returns on that's coming on fairly quickly. But Bill Moyers, what is a mandate? I don't know that I've ever met one.
A mandate is pretty much what a president says it is, Dan. It's in the eyes of the beholder, at least in the eyes of the possessor. But in fact, a mandate is what the incumbent makes it. And he has to be very careful about what, in fact, he does make it. In 1980, most analysts said that the returns were a rejection of Jimmy Carter's administration. Ronald Reagan, however, said that it was an endorsement of his conservative goals, and it became what he, in fact, said it was. Now, what he does with this one will depend upon, and how much of a mandate it is will depend on his skill, his support in Congress, his luck, his hold on the public. But sometimes a mandate, a landslide, is an invitation to disaster. It gives the White House what the Republican strategist Kevin Phillips calls policy hubris, too much pride.
Policy hubris?
Hubris, pride, too much pride. You know, 4 men have been elected in this century with the margin that Ronald Reagan seems to be winning tonight. Warren Harding in 1920, and he was soon engulfed in the Teapot Dome scandal. Lyndon Johnson in 1964, and he was soon plunging into a war in Vietnam that caused him to have to retire in 1968. Richard Nixon in 1972 won with over 60%, and 2 years later he had to resign in order to prevent being impeached. And then FDR in 1936 won a big landslide, tried to pack the Supreme Court, and in the midterm elections in 1938 lost a lot of Democratic Senate seats and congressional seats. So you have to be very careful how you interpret that mandate. It can be an invitation to a real debacle.
Thank you, Bill. Let's take a look at the national vote as it stands at this hour. The national vote, with 25% of the precincts reporting, Reagan leads Mondale 59% to 41%. Now, how that stands is translated into electoral votes. 270 electoral votes needed to win. Ronald Reagan is completely off the map. He already is assured of at least 399 electoral votes. Mondale has carried thus far only the District of Columbia and has 3 electoral votes there. Now, look at the map. We're moving now to the hour of the far west, the little blinking signal, the District of Columbia. That's the only place Mondale has carried. Everything in red belongs to Ronald Reagan. In the next hour mark, we're going to begin to get our first returns from the far west. Ronald Reagan is alive with a chance for a 50-vote sweep. This is Dan Rather, CBS News Election Headquarters, New York.
CBS News coverage of Campaign 84 election night continues. This portion is sponsored by Manufacturers Hanover, the financial source worldwide. By AT&T, we're reaching out in new directions. And by General Motors, extra time, extra effort, and attention to every detail. GM is committed to excellence. And now from CBS News Election Headquarters in New York, here again is Dan Rather.
And good evening again. A possible historic presidential election evening in the making. The story still Ronald Reagan all over the map in the states so far decided, as decision hour moves westward now into some traditional Republican territory of the Rocky Mountain West. The story told so far is of a smashed Democratic New Deal coalition in the East and in the South, for that matter, that kept the Democrats going strong for half a century. The still untold story of the night, with Walter Mondale so far carrying only the District of Columbia. The untold story of the night: do Ronald Reagan's coattails recut the cloth of Congress and give him effective majority control in the House of Representatives to get his policies and progress onto the law books? It's 10 p.m. in the East. Now, at the electoral vote at the last count was 416 for Reagan, 3 for Walter Mondale. But, however, as the polls have just closed in a majority of the places in 5 states worth 25 electoral votes, so the electoral total is growing. Of the 5 western states, 4 have gone to Ronald Reagan. Mondale has picked up none of the states decided this hour. I want to repeat to you, 5 western states are now reporting, 25 electoral vote total. Ronald Reagan has cleared 4 of them, and his electoral vote total stands at 416, counting these 4 new states. Walter Mondale has picked up nothing new, has only the District of Columbia so far. However, Iowa remains in the undecided category. There is a chance where what amounts to Walter Mondale's prevent defense to prevent Ronald Reagan from getting a 50-state sweep might come into play. Iowa, undecided. Now, let's look where the places where Ronald Reagan's electoral vote total has grown just in the last few moments. In Utah, probably the most Republican state in the Union, 5 electoral votes, Ronald Reagan wins them. This state gave Reagan his biggest majority the last time out. The Beehive state, Utah, goes for Ronald Reagan. In Idaho, the gem state with 4 electoral votes, Ronald Reagan sweeps away Walter Mondale's chances there, Mondale's chances were never considered very good in Idaho, another very Republican state. In Montana, the Treasure State, with 4 electoral votes, Ronald Reagan beats Walter Mondale in Montana. The Reagan wagon train continues to roll right on through the Silver State, Nevada. 4 electoral votes. Ronald Reagan, as was expected, wins it. Now, look, however, remember that Iowa remains undecided. Here are 2 states that Walter Mondale could still carry. Massachusetts has not yet fallen into anyone's column. With 29% of the vote actually in and tabulated in the battle for Massachusetts' 13 electoral votes, Walter Mondale is leading in Massachusetts 52 to 48%. I caution this is with only 29% of the vote actually in and tabulated. The Democrats have already held on to the Senate seat with the election of Lieutenant Governor John Kerry in Massachusetts. And in Minnesota, Walter Mondale's home state, the North Star states, 10 electoral votes still very much up for grabs. With 2% of the vote in and tabulated in Minnesota, Mondale is leading Reagan 57 to 43%. Again, a little yellow flag caution. That's with only 2% of the precincts actually in and reporting. Now, in the Iowa Senate race, one of the more watched Senate races anywhere in the country, Senator Roger Jepsen, a Republican, on the basis of our CBS News interviews with voters as they left the polls today, Jepsen has lost in Iowa. Tom Harkin, 5-term U.S. Congressman, a Democrat, has beaten Senator Roger Jepsen in Iowa. We want to be talking about this because Harkin's campaign was based on casting Jepsen, the Republican, as a big spender, called him Red Ink Roger Jepsen, and Tom Harkin picks up a Senate seat for the Democrats in Iowa. In Idaho, the Senate seat there held by Republican Jim McClure, a 2-term incumbent and a former congressman. The Republicans hold on to that one as McClure beats Bush in Idaho. In Rhode Island, Senator Claiborne Pell, 4-term incumbent and the ranking Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, has beaten back the challenge of Barbara Leonard, a businesswoman with no previous public office experience. Another of the 10 women who were trying for the Senate is beaten as Pell holds on to that seat for the Democrats in Rhode Island. Well, Bob Schieffer, in the midst of this enormous Reagan tide, this tidal wave, there is some good news for the Democrats in that they picked up a net gain thus far of 2 seats in the Senate.
Tennessee and Iowa. Roger Jepsen was thought to be the most vulnerable Republican senator running this year. You know, he had all kind of problems, Dan. He's the senator, you know, who joined the health spa out in Iowa. It later turned out that that place was closed down as a house of prostitution. It was just one thing or another. He got a lot of publicity when he tried to, or used his senatorial immunity to try to explain away a traffic ticket. He just didn't have a very good year. Harkin was thought to be a good candidate from the beginning, and as you said, this was always thought to be Walter Mondale's best chance next to Minnesota out in the Midwest. A little exit poll information here. It was the farm vote that went for Harkin, 53 to 46%. The farmers in Iowa have had a real tough time of it. They have not shared in the Reagan recovery. Women went for Harkin, college graduates for Harkin, and the main reason that voters cited was the economy. 31% of the people out there said the economy was the issue and voted for Harkin.
Well, Bob, we still continue to get mixed signals about what the public wants in terms of the Senate. The evening started with Ronald Reagan, the Republicans, having a 55-45 bulge in the Senate. The Democrats now have a net gain pickup thus far of 2, Gore in Tennessee and Harkin in Iowa. However, in terms of the mandate, you still have to believe where it's going to be decided is in those House races and whether Ronald Reagan can get 26 or more additional Republican seats in the House. Among the Senate races still outstanding, the Republicans still have a chance to pick up in Kentucky. Dee Huddleston, the Democratic incumbent in Kentucky,
is in a very close battle apparently down there. We still have not called that race. That was one that the Democrats were supposed to win. You know, I think one of the things we should talk about, Dan, is a lot of people wonder, well, why is it when you have a Reagan landslide like this one is, that it doesn't have an effect on these Senate races? One reason, I think, is that Senate races these days, because they get so much publicity, so much television, pretty much operate in their own orbit. Another reason I think we can point to tonight is that in many of these races, the Republicans' best candidates didn't run. Delaware, for example, Pete DuPont was the Republican thought to have the best chance to beat Joe Biden there. He did not run this year. Down in Tennessee, we talked a little earlier about Lamar Alexander, a very popular governor there, who chose not to run for the Senate. So in each of these cases, I think that individual things like that have had some impact, just as in Iowa tonight. I don't think you can draw any national conclusions from that race, simply because Jepsen just had such a controversial time of it when he was in the Senate.
Also, Iowa has a reputation for throwing out incumbent senators. They've done a lot of it in recent years.
They really have. They really have.
Leslie Stahl, we're seeing some Republican inroads in the House thus far, but not real deep cutting by the GOP, at least not yet.
Not yet, but we have 3 veteran Democratic incumbents who have been defeated by Republicans tonight. In at least 2 of these, Ronald Reagan went and campaigned in that district, and it's safe to say that he made a big difference. Let me tell you what they are. First, in Missouri, in the St. Louis suburbs, the Republican John Buechner has defeated Robert Young, who has been in the Congress for 4 terms. Ronald Reagan went there, as I said. Blue-collar votes apparently making the difference. Over in Connecticut, in Waterbury, Ronald Reagan had a huge rally in Waterbury, Connecticut. Bill Ratchford, the Democratic incumbent, has been defeated by 27-year-old John Rowland, who wrapped himself around Ronald Reagan in his campaign ads. In New Jersey, veteran Joseph Minish has been defeated by Dean Gallo, a state assemblyman. Here is another man who ran on Ronald Reagan's tax program, Dean Gallo, and attacked Minish for being too liberal. That district was redistricted, and it went against Minish, who has been in Congress for 11 terms. So there are 3 veteran Democratic incumbents who have been defeated. But then I have a case here in Delaware where an incumbent Democrat is held on from the class of 1982. Tom Carper has beaten Elise DuPont, the Republican, the wife of the governor there. We'll be talking about women as the night goes on. She was defeated. So we have sort of a mixed result. And it's a little too early to tell if Ronald Reagan is going to get that mandate, Dan. We don't know yet.
Well, in the House, Leslie, let's review that the Democrats came in tonight in the House of Representatives with an overwhelming majority, 267 to 166. We make that read, I think, on the graphic you've been showing us, maybe 268 to 167, because that's the way the House was before 2 members died. But nonetheless, the Democrats have an overwhelming majority in the House. What we're talking about is getting a working or ideological majority. The president, to get that, needs a pickup of 26, 27 at least Republican seats in the House. Now to the point. As of this hour, and what little we think we know right now, what are his chances of doing that?
It's hard to say. It looks as though he's heading toward a significant victory in the House. Significant would be 20 or above. It's probably not going to be 26, but it will be very close, and that will make a difference on a lot of key votes.
And maybe we just ought to say, when you say it probably won't be at this hour, we're guessing, because returns on these
guessing.
Returns on these House races sometimes come in very slowly. Right now, what doesn't come in slowly, however, is the electoral vote count. But for the moment, let's take a look at the ballots in and tabulated, which does come in rather slowly on a nationwide basis, with 30% of the precincts in and reporting. Ronald Reagan has a 59 to 41% lead over Walter Mondale. Reagan with just over 16 million votes. Mondale, among the ballots counted, just over 11 million votes. However, on the map, you can see how the electoral vote goes. Reagan has 416 electoral votes, many of them coming from the south and the northeast, but also sweeping right on through the Midwest, out on into the West. Ronald Reagan has carried every state thus far. Walter Mondale has carried only the District of Columbia with 3 electoral votes. We'll be back in a moment with more from our CBS News election headquarters. The Electoral College is where the election is decided, but of course the tabulated vote also tells us a great deal about how America thinks on Election Day. Let's take a look at some of the tabulated votes, particularly where it's close in states that Walter Mondale could carry. Part of the drama of this night is whether Ronald Reagan gets a 50-vote sweep. Let's take a look at the state of Massachusetts, for example. Most of the northeastern states have already been decided for Ronald Reagan, but in Massachusetts, this is with 31% of the precincts actually in and the votes counted. Walter Mondale leads Ronald Reagan in Massachusetts 52 to 48%. The Democrats have already won the Senate race in Massachusetts. In Maryland, a state that Jimmy Carter carried the last time, 10 electoral votes. This is a state that has a high percentage of blue-collar ethnic voters, high percentage of Catholic voters, high percentage of blacks. The Democrats believe they can do it there. 75% of the precincts reporting in Maryland. Ronald Reagan leads Walter Mondale 54 to 46%, and increasingly it looks like Reagan may just carry Maryland as well as all the other states he's carried. In Minnesota, which may be the last line of Walter Mondale's prevent defense to prevent 50 states sweeping to Ronald Reagan, with 4% of the vote in and tabulated in Minnesota, it comes in very slowly out there, Mondale leads Reagan 57 to 43%. Now let's take a look at the tabulated vote in some states with historic margins. In Alabama, the jackhammer state, with 64% of the vote in and precincts reporting. With the vote in, Ronald Reagan has won Alabama, and his margin is running on the order of 61%. If it finishes at that, that would be a record margin for a Republican in Alabama. In Georgia, the Peach State long ago was put in Ronald Reagan's column, but again, with 47% of the precincts in, Ronald Reagan's margin in Georgia is running on the order of a historic margin. If it holds at 59%, he'd make history in Georgia, getting a higher percentage than any Republican candidate ever there. In Mississippi, Magnolia State, 7 electoral votes went to Ronald Reagan a long time ago. On our count, with 66% of the precincts in Mississippi, Reagan is running at a historic percentage in Mississippi as well. Diane Sawyer has been following very closely the black voter turnout and how blacks are voting, and how black voters have not been going to Ronald Reagan. Diane?
That's right, Dan. If we were in the business of giving out awards tonight, we would almost certainly have to give an award to the nation's black voters, one for sheer unswerving loyalty to the Democratic Party. We have talked here tonight among ourselves about some of the cracks in the old Democratic coalition, but the black vote is holding fast. Take a look at our figures. Our polls show that 88% of the black vote is going to Walter Mondale, and that's even better than the vote was for Jimmy Carter. Ronald Reagan is getting only 8% of that vote. And this means that black voters are heeding the call of Jesse Jackson and Walter Mondale just a few months ago.
Our time has come. Give me your tithe, give me your poor, your huddled masses who yearn to breathe free, and come November, there will be a change because our time has come. Thank you and God bless you. B-O-T-E, vote, vote. B-O-T-E, vote, vote.
We find black Americans, thanks in part to the leadership of Reverend Jackson, more engaged, more involved, more powerful, and more able to be a part of the strength and future of our nation.
Now, just how much a part of the strength and future of the nation we'll learn more about tonight when we get the figures on the black turnout. As you know, black organizations tried to launch a major registration drive among black voters, probably topped by registration drives by organizations that tend to recruit from white voters. So we'll have those figures later on and be able to tell you more. But one thing's for sure, the Democratic Party is now a stronghold of black voters, and the black voters are going to be in a position to exert a lot of influence in the 4 years to come. Dan?
Thank you, Diane. You know, you'll be hearing from election pollsters right on through the night. We all will. But we doubt if the results will match those of our friend Andy Rooney's and his poll. Andy?
Well, Dan, I voted myself this morning in a small town in Connecticut. And while I was there, I did a little exit poll myself and an entrance poll. I noticed we aren't doing an entrance poll. I spoke to 3 people, and I have the results here. I spoke to them going in and asked them who they were going to vote for. Then I spoke to them on their way out and asked them who they actually did vote for. Of the 3 people I polled, one of them said he was going to vote for Mondale when he went in, but changed his mind when he came out. He said he voted for Reagan. One man said he couldn't figure out the voting machine and wasn't sure who he'd voted for. The third was a woman. She said it was none of my damn business who she voted for. I think she voted for Geraldine Ferrara. There's a margin of error on this poll, Dan, of 3.
Andy, I don't think I'd touch that line, except I want to know the results later of your maybe poll. We'll get to that a little later on in the evening. Let's take a look at the national vote for the moment, if you will. Nationwide, 31% of the precincts reporting Reagan leads Mondale 59% to 41% Reagan with almost 17 million votes. In terms of the electoral vote count, 270 electoral votes needed to win. Ronald Reagan knocks it right off the charts. He already is assured of at least 416 electoral votes. He's carried every state where a decision is in so far. Walter Mondale has carried only the District of Columbia. Now, if you look on our map, the states still out are western states, which figure to be friendly indeed to Ronald Reagan, according to his estimates. But the Mondale people are holding out hope that in states such as Washington, Oregon, and California may yet go for Mondale. The little blink on the right-hand side of your screen is the District of Columbia, so small, those 3 electoral votes there, have to make it blink so you can see it. The map where the red stands for Ronald Reagan, the blue stands for Walter Mondale. Mondale has carried only the District of Columbia with 3 electoral votes. Ronald Reagan is already assured by our CBS News estimates of having 416 electoral votes. Now, there's some very, very tight Senate races still hanging. There's one in Kentucky where Dee Huddleston, the Democratic incumbent, is having a very difficult time holding off the challenge of the Republican judge Mitch McConnell. Very close race in Illinois. Charles Chuck Percy is fighting for his political life there. That decision not yet in. So far, the Democrats have picked up a net gain of 2 in the Senate. We started the night with a 55-45 Republican edge in the Senate. The Democrats thus far have picked up Howard Baker's old Republican seat in Tennessee. Albert Gore gets that. Tom Harkin has beaten Roger Jepsen, the incumbent Republican in Iowa. So the Democrats have picked up 2 seats in the Senate. The Republicans still retaining control of the Senate, and they're expected to do that. The question still begs, is Ronald Reagan's coattail long enough, strong enough to pull in a working ideological majority in the House? The Democrats are assured of retaining actual control of the House, but if Ronald Reagan can pick up 26 or more Senate seats in the House of Representatives, there's reason to believe he'd have a working majority. Now, at our last look, the needle was sort of pointing in the direction of, well, maybe Ronald Reagan will not get enough House seats to give him a working majority in the House. We still don't know whether that will be the case or not. And if you want to watch and say to yourself, well, now, what's important from here on out in this election? Ronald Reagan is going to be our new president. No question is more important than that question of, does he get a working majority in the House of Representatives? Now, the polls remain open in a number of western states. Any place in the country where the polls are still open, if you're a registered voter, we urge you to go to the polls and vote. Your vote does matter. It matters in the presidential races. We've said before, it matters in this regard. President Reagan, his aides, the Democrats, the Senate and the House are all going to be looking at the size of the Reagan mandate. it does make a difference. If you believe Ronald Reagan, you want him to carry all 50 states and the polls are still open, you're registered to vote, go out and vote that way. If you don't want him to do that, if you want to get Democratic incumbents to retain their seats, then go out and vote that way. Point is, if you're eligible, the polls are still open in your area, vote. Then come back and watch our coverage. Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters in New York.
CBS News coverage of Campaign 84 Election Night continues. From CBS News Election Headquarters in New York, here again is Dan Rather.
10:30 p.m. in the East, and this is the way the national map looks at 427 electoral votes for Ronald Reagan, Walter Mondale with 3, winning so far only the District of Columbia. Now, with decisions in 2 more states, that is, when I say decisions, I don't mean the states reported this hour, but we at CBS News are now prepared to add 2 more states to the Ronald Reagan column. As his electoral margin grows, only the blinking District of Columbia up in the right-hand corner of your screen indicates Walter Mondale's only 3 electoral votes thus far. Ronald Reagan has 427 electoral votes. His hopes of a 50-state sweep, which no president has ever done, those hopes are still alive. He still has a chance to get more electoral votes than any president in history. Now, in the state of Iowa, our CBS News estimate is at this moment that President Reagan has carried the state of Iowa. And let me correct myself and say that this is on the basis of a CBS News exit poll, our interviews with actual voters as they came out of the polling places. CBS News puts the 8 electoral votes that Iowa has in the Ronald Reagan column. Now, this is a case of the president's coattails not extending to the Senate race because a Senate incumbent, Roger Jepsen, has been beaten in Iowa by the Democratic challenger Tom Harkin, but Reagan keeps Iowa in the presidential election column for himself. And in Wyoming, 3 electoral votes, Ronald Reagan, as expected, beats Walter Mondale in Wyoming. Now, the big story that remains to be decided is, does Ronald Reagan's coattails extend enough to give him a working majority in the House? And Leslie Stahl, we're now beginning to see enough results to get the answer to that question, aren't we?
We are, Dan. CBS News is ready to estimate, on the basis of tabulated votes, that Republicans will pick up around 14 seats. That's a little less than we had thought when the night started, given the enormity of the landslide, particularly in electoral votes. 14 is less than I think even the Republicans had thought originally. They were talking about 20 seats. But let's look at what this means. The current House is made up of 168 Republicans, 267 Democrats. According to our CBS News estimate, when the night's over, the Republicans will have 182, the Democrats 253, for a net gain of about 14. As I said, that's a little surprising. We have some reason, an explanation for it. A lot of key demographic groups are splitting their ticket. The majority of Catholics voting for Reagan, turning around voting Democratic for Congress. Working women, 51% of working women voting for Ronald Reagan, turning around voting Democratic. We have young voters voting overwhelmingly 2-1 for Ronald Reagan, voting 49% for a Democrat, and the same in the South. In the South, Ronald Reagan is beating Mondale 60 to 36%, but they are splitting their vote when it comes to the Democrat. Let me give you 2 examples of incumbent Democrats who are expected to lose, both extremely vulnerable. They have held on tonight. First, in Ohio, in Toledo, a woman, the incumbent Marcy Kaptur, class of '82, has defeated Frank Venner, the Republican. Dan, he's a TV anchorman. He's the Dan Rather of Toledo, Ohio.
Now, who is this?
This is Frank Venner, has been defeated by Marcy Kaptur. He is the Dan Rather of Toledo, Ohio.
Well, I hope you've
He's been defeated,
his
though,
approval,
Dan.
Been defeated. Well, I can relate to that. I'd like to say, Leslie, that he's the Dan Rather of Ohio.
Toledo, Ohio.
He may have been beaten, but not defeated.
I'll go with that. I endorse that. Can I tell you about another? Let's move quickly along. Please, let's move quickly along. In Indiana, in Muncie, the incumbent Phil Sharp has won re-election against a conservative Republican, Ken McKenzie, who latched on to Ronald Reagan's coattails and did not win. So, Dan, you see that the Democrats who ran ads urging voters who were going to vote for Ronald Reagan to vote for Democrats as an insurance policy against too much of a conservative tide in the Congress seem to have been successful with that approach. 14, as I say, is not that significant a victory.
Well, we need to say that this is our CBS News estimate. As we've tried to say many, many times before, that figuring out how the House is going to go is a very difficult and dangerous line of work. That's our estimate at the moment. Now, in fairness, President Reagan's people, the people who ran his campaign, the people who did his polling, had been saying for a long, long while that they thought they'd pick up somewhere between 12 and 16 or 17 seats. However, in the last week or 10 days, they began to say, well, we just think we might get 26 or 30, didn't they?
Well, a lot of the Republicans in Congress were saying 20. I always thought the White House was being a little conservative, so when we got to 20, we would say it was a major victory. I would say overall the Republicans thought they would do a little better because I think they did see the president's victory. But let me say something even about 14. The president had a lot of very close votes in the last Congress. MX missile, that only passed by one vote. 14 can make a big difference. School prayer, there was a vote on vocal school prayer, denying federal funds to districts that didn't allow vocal school prayer in the schools. That only lost by 21 votes. That's 11, just 11 more Republicans would have helped there.
No question, a pickup 14 would be helpful to the president, but it doesn't speak loudly to his mandate and a mandate for all of his policies. Correspondent Terry Drinkwater talked to Senator Gary Hart, who lost to Walter Mondale, of course, in the Democratic primaries, and Senator Hart told Drinkwater that this does not amount to a Reagan mandate.
Ronald Reagan, there was some discussion earlier this evening about a mandate. Ronald Reagan chose not to seek an issues mandate. He won a popularity contest. By being vague, by being general, he did not put forward an issues or vision for this country's future or issues platform. And so, at most, his victory is a triumph of personality and not of policy or program or direction.
You make it sound as if the Democratic Party were in pretty good health tonight. Now really, what aren't there problems? I understand.
For sure. I think there are problems in our party. I think there are problems in the Republican Party. Everyone agrees that about 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, the Republican Party is going to fly in about 18 different directions as the struggle begins for leadership in 1988. As of 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, Ronald Reagan is in effect a lame duck leader of his party, and everyone agrees there's going to be a tremendous scramble and a much, if I may say so, bitter scramble in the Republican Party for its future leadership than in the Democratic Party.
Our CBS News coverage of what Ronald Reagan's re-election will mean to you continues after these messages. Well, part of the story of the night is new faces for the Democrats. Some new Democratic senators have been elected. Gore in Tennessee, Harkin in Iowa. And Bruce Morton, the presence of Gary Hart just a moment ago in that interview with Terry Drinkwater reminds one that Gary Hart is up in Colorado in 1986, might decide not to run. He reminds us that the Democratic Party is changing.
Well, he said something about it's going off in 18 different directions tomorrow, Dan, and I think that may be about right. The old Democratic Party, the old New Deal coalition, died. It probably really died in the late 60s, and Watergate concealed that for a while. The most stunning political fact, I think, is that the last time the Democrats on a presidential level carried white voters in the United States was 20 years ago, in 1964. What happened since then, I think there have been what you might call three fault lines in that old coalition. One was when middle-class Americans turned against social welfare programs, spending programs. I think they were for them as long as they saw them as a way for people to get up the ladder into the middle class. But when they began to see them as permanent entitlement programs for the poor, they turned against them. That was one. The second was when the civil rights bills of the 60s pitted North against the South within the Democratic Party. And the third was when the Vietnam War pitted generations, one against the other, within the Democratic Party. All of those things have happened, concealed, as I said briefly, by Watergate. And I think it's not to say that these folks won't vote Democratic some other year if the issues change, but that old automatic, you can count on these groups coalition is gone.
And the greatest support for Ronald Reagan in a day in which he got tremendous support came from white males in this country.
White males, especially in the South, but all over the country.
Well, that brings us to Jesse Jackson, Democrat, who was a candidate for president during the primary campaign. And Jesse Jackson is with us this evening for an interview. Good evening, Reverend Jackson.
Good evening.
It is not a very good evening for the Democrats, and among other things, in virtually every state, working class whites have abandoned Walter Mondale. Are you one of the reasons they've done so?
Well, of course not. The fact is, this trend has been going on now for 20 years. It did not start this year. And there's a great body of poverty and pain amongst white people that's not been adequately addressed. Reagan somehow appealed to the white male macho and sense of security, whereas we obviously must address it more directly. The record-breaking black vote this time around is the reason why Heflin won in Alabama. He only got 44% of the white vote. The black vote got him over. It's the reason why Gore won in Tennessee. It's the reason why Hunter's put up a fairly good race in North Carolina. So we must build upon this record-breaking black vote. And blacks and whites in this country have converging economic interests. The fact is, in every poverty-stricken category, it's more white than black and brown and more female than male. We must step in that gap and give people a sense of hope and not just allow them to settle for prayer clause and flags.
Reverend Jackson, if a Democrat, someone who really wanted Walter Mondale, were to come up to you and say, Reverend Jackson, after all is said and done, what happened with you is more was said than done, that you didn't really turn out the black votes that you said that you could turn out, particularly in the South. How would you answer him?
It's not true. The fact of the matter is, the black vote is the largest and most consistent and loyal block of Democratic votes. Women said, in effect, if you do not put a woman on the ticket, we will, in fact, not support the ticket. A woman was on the ticket. They did not, in fact, support the ticket. The other members of the Democratic family, the women, the workers and labor, the Hispanics, the Jews, and the youth, in fact, stick with the Democratic coalition. We can win. We lost terribly in 1972. We bounced back by 1976. We have reason to know that much of Reagan's perception strength is going to give way to reality in just a matter of months. Tomorrow morning we should wake up, smile through our tears, start organizing for 86 and for 88.
Reverend Jackson, I want to approach this question with some sensitivity. I know you want to answer it with some sensitivity, but on the other hand, let's talk straight, as you always try to do. Does the result of today's election indicate a widening white-black split in this country?
Well, I do not think so. I think that blacks simply voted their best interest. Many whites did not vote their interests. After all, when you have 90,000 corporations making a profit and paying no taxes, and people making 2,000 below poverty paying taxes, that's not black-white. When one looks at 8 million more people in poverty 4 years later, with cheese and butter lines longer without meat and bread, that's not white-black. There are some other more basic problems that we must address. Among others, there are 10 million people unemployed, 12 million working part-time, and we did not tackle the jobs issues head-on. That must be addressed. But I think we must say that Fritz Mondale and Geraldine Ferraro ran a highly spirited campaign, one with great character and great integrity, and we simply must face the fact that we are now the down part of a cycle, wake up tomorrow morning moving toward regrouping, broadening the base of our party, and showing evidence of our strength in 86, moving on toward 88.
Thank you very much, Reverend Jesse Jackson. Thanks for being with us. Our CBS News coverage of Ronald Reagan's re-election will continue in a moment. United Press International reports that Wayne D. Huddleston, the incumbent Democratic senator in Kentucky, has conceded defeat. That's United Press International. He has not conceded defeat to us, and we have yet to make a CBS News exit poll call or estimate in that race. If the Democrats were to lose that seat in Kentucky, it would be the first Senate pickup of the night for the Republicans. But more about that later on. Let's talk about the House of Representatives. Leslie Stahl, we've been talking about the president's ability or lack of ability to get a so-called working or ideological majority in the House. With tonight's pickup of 14 seats in the House, which is what we now estimate at CBS News, a pickup of 14 seats, how will the president's programs fare in the coming year?
Well, Dan, I am going to turn right now and ask that very question of Jack Kemp. He's a congressman from the Buffalo area in New York. Congressman Kemp, congratulations. You have won re-election according to the tabulated vote as of now, 74%. But let me ask you this. Isn't the fact that we are estimating only a 14-seat pickup for the Republicans evidence that this election, shows that the American people like Ronald Reagan personally, but don't really like his issues that much?
Oh, it's pretty tough to make that decision or to make that conclusion, Leslie. Clearly, they like the president. They like his leadership, so it's a big victory for the Reagan-Bush ticket. Secondly, I would have hoped that there'd be more than 14 seats. I guess it's not totally in, but on that hypothesis that it is 14, it certainly is less than I wanted. But I'll say this to you, having been all over the country and campaigned in many different races all over the United States in about 40 or 50 House races, it was very difficult to tell the difference between many of the Republican and Democratic candidates because Democrats today are talking about tax rate coming down and tax reform, the Bradley Gebhardt bill and the Kemp-Kasten bill. So they didn't run away from what Ronald Reagan's agenda for America was, tax simplification, lower rates, more economic growth, more jobs. That's really what the mandate is, whether it's Democrat or Republican.
Jack Kemp, you're a leader of the supply-side Republicans. Let me tell you what Tip O'Neill's office has just told us. He says that unless the Republicans picked up 25, 26 seats, they have no way to even begin to control the agenda in the House. What can you really hope to do in this next term?
Well, irrespective of what Tip O'Neill said, Leslie, seems to me with the overwhelming popularity of the president, with the fact that he got this economy back on track again without inflation, that the economy needs to now be extended into the inner cities, to minorities, to that part of the Northeast that has been left aside, seems to me to be a mandate both for the Republican White House as well as in the Senate, as well as Republicans and Democrats in the House. And if the president, the White House, come up with an agenda, as I think some of the young Republicans and indeed some of the younger Democrats have done in terms of tax reform and simplification, enterprise zones, monetary reform, and liberalizing the trade climate for America, I think that type of a program, an agenda for economic growth, will go through the Congress.
You know, Jack Kemp, I must agree with you. A lot of the Democrats did run on the same pledge that they wouldn't raise taxes either as they tried to run away from Walter Mondale. You're right on that one. Thank you very much, and again, congratulations for winning re-election. Jack Kemp.
Thank you.
Dan?
Well, Leslie, you're looking at a man who'd like to think that he'd be a face card player for the Republicans next time they want to talk about the presidential candidate. Some races have been decided in the state of Montana Senate race. Senator Max Baucus, the first-term incumbent, the former congressman and a Democrat, holds on to a Democratic seat for the Senate in the state of Montana. In Missouri, the gospel, this is Montana, Baucus beats and hangs on to the Senate seat for the Democrats there. Missouri governor's race, the gospel-singing Missouri Attorney General John Ashcroft wins the Missouri governorship. That is a Republican hold on to a state to House in Missouri. In the state of Delaware, for the seat of the retiring Governor Pierre DuPont, Lieutenant Governor Michael Castle beats William Bill Quillen in Delaware. The Republicans hold on to the governorship in Delaware. In Rhode Island, Edward DePreet, the mayor of Cranston and a Republican, has beaten Anthony Solomon, the general treasurer of the state in Rhode Island. That's for the seat of the governorship of the retiring Joe Garrity. And Governor Ted Schwinden has been reelected in Montana. In terms of the national presidential election, Ronald Reagan has, on our CBS News estimate, been reelected with well over the 270 votes that he needs for his reelection. This is Dan Rather, CBS News, election headquarters in New York. We'll be back with you soon.
CBS News coverage of Campaign 84 Election Night continues. This portion is sponsored by General Motors. Extra time, extra effort, and attention to every detail. GM is committed to excellence. By Sun Company, where there's sun, there's energy. And by AT&T, we're reaching out in new directions. And now from CBS News election headquarters in New York, here again is Dan Rather.
Good evening again. Time and tide running wide for Ronald Reagan tonight, but not, apparently, at least not yet, running deep or deep enough in terms of washing away Democratic policy control of the House of Representatives. Still, a so far unbroken streak of popularity for President Reagan personally. It is 11 p.m. in the East now. Not a single state so far tonight in the Mondale column. He has only the District of Columbia. The polls just now closing in 4 states out west, including the single largest electoral vote block state of California, so the electoral vote total is growing. Ronald Reagan's own home state, California, where Walter Mondale put in a lot of time, money, and effort. Our CBS News exit polling indicates that Ronald Reagan has carried the state of California, which increases his electoral vote total to 474 electoral votes and leaves Walter Mondale still carrying thus far only the District of Columbia with 3 electoral votes. Of the 4 states where the polls have closed at this hour, 68 electoral votes in these states out west alone. 1 state has gone to Ronald Reagan, that's the state of California. The others remain undecided as of now. 3 states out there still undecided. Also undecided, 2 states where Walter Mondale has a chance to stop Ronald Reagan's effort for a 50-state sweep. So far, Mondale has blinking there, the District of Columbia up in the middle right-hand corner of your screen. But let's take a look at Massachusetts and Minnesota, 2 states that have not yet been colored on our map for Ronald Reagan. Here are the tabulated votes in those 2 states. Perhaps the last gasp chance Walter Mondale has of preventing a 50-state sweep. In Massachusetts, 13 electoral votes. This is the way the tabulated vote looks in Massachusetts at this moment. Well, apparently we can't get the tabulated vote up, but at our last report, Walter Mondale was leading in Massachusetts. Now, mark well, that's not to say that Mondale has carried Massachusetts, but at our last count, Walter Mondale was leading in Massachusetts, so he has a chance to carry the Bay State's 13 electoral votes. And in Minnesota, Walter Mondale's home state, with 12% of the precincts reporting, these are actual ballots in and counted. Walter Mondale is also leading in Minnesota. It's still very early out there. So, while Ronald Reagan has carried every state thus far that has been decided, it is not yet assured that Ronald Reagan will get an unprecedented 50-state sweep. Walter Mondale has a chance to carry Massachusetts. He has a chance to carry Minnesota, and he still has a chance. That's all of the chance he has in the Midwestern and Eastern part of the country. He still has a chance to carry Washington, Oregon, possibly Hawaii, not considered much of a chance to carry Alaska at all. In Oregon, while we don't have a final result in Oregon in terms of how it's going to go in the presidential election, 3-term incumbent Republican Senator Mark Hatfield, CBS News feels comfortable in saying that Hatfield has won the Senate race in Oregon. That's a hold on to a Senate seat for the Republicans. Hatfield beating Margie Hendrickson, the state senator in Oregon. Now, the picture at this hour, in terms of the presidential race, an absolute avalanche for Ronald Reagan, and the only question seems to be whether or not he's going to get a 50-state sweep. In the Senate, mixed signals, a pickup thus far of 2 Democratic seats, Gore in Tennessee, Harkin in Iowa, unseating a Republican incumbent senator out there, but the Republicans look to be retaining control of the Senate. In the House of Representatives, our latest CBS News estimate is that Ronald Reagan and the Republicans will pick up about 14 seats in the House. That would not, in most people's estimate, give the president a working majority in the House of Representatives. Now, in the state of Nebraska, a state that long ago was put in the Reagan column for the presidential vote, the Democrats hold on to a Senate seat in Nebraska on the basis of our CBS News exit polling, that is, interviewing people actually left the polling places. Senator James J.J. Exxon, the former governor, holds on to a Democratic seat, beating back the challenge of Nancy Hoke, the University of Nebraska Board of Regents member. So the Democrats hold on to their Senate seat in Nebraska, another place where the president's coattails weren't long enough to bring in a Republican victory. In Wyoming, the incumbent Republican Senator Alan Simpson, as was expected, beats the Democratic challenger Victor Ryan, the chemistry professor from the University of Wyoming. So the Republicans hold on to their Senate seat in Wyoming. Bob Schieffer, how well is the president doing in the Senate races tonight? And double check me, so far we have a net gain of 2 for the Democrats.
I did a little arithmetic, Dan, and mind you, somebody said the reason people go into journalism is because they're not very good at arithmetic. In fact, I think you said that.
It's certainly true in my case.
But listen to this. If the Democrats lose Kentucky and they don't take Illinois, both of those races are still too close, the worst they can do is wind up with a net gain of 1 tonight, and you'd have a Senate that is 54 Republicans and 45 Democrats. If they win those seats, they would wind up with a 2-seat loss for the Republicans. The Republicans would wind up with 53 seats, the Democrats 47. A couple of other little things that come under the adding and subtracting category. As of now, Leslie was talking a while ago about the working majority that they were trying to get in the House. As of now, the Senate is going to be a little more liberal no matter what happens the rest of the night. We did some addition on some of the important issues. On MX, as of now, there are 2 fewer votes in the Senate for MX than there were at the start of the evening. Now, that's based on public positions that people who have been elected to the Senate tonight and people who are already in the Senate have taken. There are 2 less votes for MX there now. On the balanced budget amendment, that's one of Ronald Reagan's pet issues. You notice we middle-aged men have to hold these way out so we can see them. 2 fewer votes for the balanced budget amendment in the Senate now, and on school prayer, 2 fewer votes for that.
Well, the only thing about you're saying middle-aged men, I don't know very many people who are 100. Back at our CBS News election headquarters in New York. Bob,
you notice I didn't have any comeback for that either.
No, that 5-second pause was for some of our local stations. But Bob, I do want, particularly those people who perhaps haven't been riding with us on our coverage all night long, the picture is a complete blowout for Ronald Reagan personally in the presidential campaign. You can see it on the map. We've been showing people the map all evening long, but there's no more graphic way to put it. All the states in red have been carried by Ronald Reagan. He has 474 electoral votes. Walter Mondale, on the other hand, has only 3 in the District of Columbia. Thus far, Mondale has not carried a single state. And Mondale failed to carry California. You see California is colored in red for Ronald Reagan. And Bruce Morton, Mondale spent a tremendous amount of time and money in the state of California.
Surely did, Dan. We've got a little list here of everybody's travels over this thing, and it turns out that Walter Mondale, from Labor Day on, went to California, spent all or part of 11 days in the state of California. And he also spent, by Democratic standards, they didn't have all the money in the world, but he spent a ton of money out there. And you can say, well, wasn't that foolish? Ronald Reagan has never lost an election in California, and he never has. But, California, Texas, Florida are your big money states. The Democrats knew they had no shot in Texas, knew they had no shot in Florida. They rolled the dice in California, which was not an unreasonable thing to do, but they lost.
Well, they rolled the dice and they lost. Now, the states where Walter Mondale has a chance to prevent a 50-state sweep. Massachusetts, Mondale is leading in Massachusetts, hasn't carried that state. Mondale leading in Minnesota, he hasn't carried that state. Washington and Oregon remain out. Hawaii, which voted for Carter the last time, Carter Mondale in 1980, is still out. Alaska is considered almost a certainty for Ronald Reagan, although the polls have not yet closed in Alaska and we do not have any reports there. Now, the picture is Ronald Reagan getting a tremendous personal victory in the presidential campaign. The Senate, the Democrats have picked up 2 seats. The Republicans seem assured of holding on to control of the Senate, perhaps with a slightly reduced Senate majority. In the House, where the magic number was 26, President Reagan needed to pick up an additional 26 plus 26 Republican seats in the House. Our CBS News estimate is that it will turn out to be more like about 14 seats picked up by the Republicans in the House. Leslie, there's been no change in that estimate.
No change.
Which is well below the 26 to 30 they thought they'd need for an ideological working majority in the House.
It is, but it's enough, I think, to sway some key votes, as we've mentioned already. Aid to the Contras, for example, that was something that was a very close vote. MX missile,
aid to the
prayer.
Nicaraguan rebels.
Correct. Ronald Reagan could pick up enough to make a difference on some key issues, not on others.
What about issues on the social agenda? For example, picking up 14 additional new Republican seats in the House with the so-called National New Right, the social agenda of, say, the Reverend Jerry Falwell, the Roman Catholic bishops who sided with President Reagan, would it be enough to carry their social agenda?
Unlikely, Dan. This is exactly what we were talking about. If he was able to get the 26, he could have controlled that kind of situation where whatever issues the president wanted to bring up, he could have. And there was some talk that he would want to bring up the abortion issue, balanced budget amendment, school prayer, these social issues that he's been campaigning on all along. Now, according to Tip O'Neill's office, we had a phone call from them before, they do not believe these issues can even come up because the Democrats will remain so much in control.
Excuse me, Leslie. Sure. Walter Mondale is just coming out from his headquarters in St. Paul, Minnesota. There's been some talk of a possible concession statement by Walter Mondale. Let's see if we can pick up any of the sound. Doesn't look like or sound like there's going to be any concession statement, at least not just yet. Walter Mondale getting into an automobile, clearly, and perhaps headed out to his home. Mondale may be going to the convention center in St. Paul. As a matter of fact, as I hear the latest word from our correspondent, Susan Spencer, who's done such a terrific job of covering the whole Mondale campaign, is that he's probably on his way to the convention center in Minneapolis, St. Paul, and that we may hear a Mondale concession statement somewhere fairly soon. Now, for those at our local stations who are monitoring this, we'll try to give you a signal when that's about to happen, but we can't be assured that's going to happen. Now, Leslie, having seen Walter Mondale head for the convention center, we think you were making the point that in the House of Representatives, while the president may get a net pickup of 14 Republican seats, and this doesn't give him a working or ideological majority, on the other hand, it will be a help.
It will be a help. I don't think that the Republicans will be able to get a lot of the social issues up, but in a lot of these districts, Dan, where the incumbent Democrat is winning, Ronald Reagan is also winning by huge margins. And the White House has apparently identified 70 Democratic districts where the president is winning by such a wide mile that they believe that that will have an effect. It will pressure the Democrat not to go against Ronald Reagan on the really major items that he's interested in, on economics and on the other issues I was telling you about, MX, and aid to the Nicaraguan Contras and things like that.
Leslie, as you know, our regional correspondents have been watching how various groups put together this Reagan avalanche. First, let's go to Bob Simon at our CBS News election headquarters for the East in Boston. Bob?
Dan, within the crumbling Democratic fortress, the strongholds have always been the ethnic neighborhoods in the Northeast. The Democratic Party has never, ever this century won a presidential election without them, and the Democratic Party has not won them this time. Tip O'Neill talked recently about how the Democratic Party took these poor ethnics and made them middle class, and many of them have now moved out of the old neighborhoods, and according to Tip, they've moved out of the Democratic Party. Kevin White, the Democratic mayor of Boston for 16 years, told me yesterday how last week he went to a football game. It was Boston University against Holy Cross, and one of his old Irish constituents came up to him wearing a Reagan button and said in a very self-conscious way, "Mayor, can you imagine me, a Boston Irishman, wearing a Reagan button?" White's point was that this man had made the switch, but it had not been an easy thing. He felt somehow that it was a betrayal. And since it had been a difficult defection, White's point was that it will not be easy for the Democratic Party to get these people back. Paul Tsongas, the retiring Democratic senator, said that when he went to vote, one of his old constituents came up to him and said, "I just cannot vote the Democratic Party anymore. The Republican Party is for the rich, and that's what I want to be, rich." And Dan, that's where many of the ethnics in the Northeast are right now. They may still sip cappuccino and turn out for St. Patrick's Day parades, but they're upwardly mobile. And Ronald Reagan is speaking to the upwardly mobile. Bernie Goldberg is in Atlanta.
Thanks, Bob. You know, despite the fact that the South has gone solidly for Ronald Reagan, there is no coattail effect to speak of. Our CBS News estimates indicate few changes in this part of the country. And that's because it isn't the Democratic Party that's unpopular in the South. It's the National Democratic Party that's so unpopular. So it doesn't appear as though all those disenchanted Democrats who voted for Ronald Reagan were prepared to create a new alignment, a new Republican majority, if you will. I spoke tonight with one of the South's leading pollsters, Claiborne Darden, about coattails.
The president's coattails barely touched the ground. they admit to 2.6% help on the coattail effect.
That's all.
Well, you and I both know where that figure came from, out of the thin air. But the point is well taken. It's very small. So in a very close race, it can take it over. If a race is not already close on the merits of the two individual candidates, the coattail effect is immaterial.
The conclusion I think that the Democrats are going to have to face sooner or later as they look into the future is that as long as the National Party is perceived as the party of various liberal factions, it is not going to win the South, and without the South, it may not win, period. And now, Meredith Vieira in the Midwest.
Bernie, the Midwest is America's heartland, and if you were to check its pulse tonight, you might just find a mood of optimism here that Ronald Reagan spoke about, and it is coming from the youth. Our CBS News New York Times exit poll shows the youth here went to Reagan by better than 3-1. 72% of those young Midwestern people voting for Ronald Reagan say they are better off than they were 4 years ago. The young here are feeling better about themselves than is the nation as a whole, and they are feeling better about themselves and their parents and youths in other parts of the country. Ronald Reagan had preached a better tomorrow, and it appears that the youth here believe him. We spoke with some students earlier today from Northwestern University.
I voted for Reagan-Bush because I think they've done a good job in the past, and I want to see it continue.
Well, I look at personalities a lot and leadership, and any person with strong leadership is Ronald Reagan.
There's a spirit of optimism in the country. I think economically people are benefiting. Inflation is down. I haven't seen prices going up and up every time I'm in the store.
Are we seeing a potential realignment? Well, it is quite hard to tell. The polls prior to the election showed that for the first time in about 30 years, one age group was identifying itself more with Republicans than Democrats, and that was the youth. But you have to keep in mind now that young voters are volatile. They are the most likely group of voters to change their allegiance to a particular party. Terry Drinkwater joins us now from the West.
Meredith, the biggest and the fastest growing minority here in the West, were wooed as never before by both Democrats and Republicans, the Hispanics. They traditionally voted Democratic, and the GOP thought it could make some inroads, and may have in some areas. But overall, Hispanics in the western states went for Mondale over Reagan 2-1. In California, we asked a sampling for whom they voted and why.
Mondale cares about people a lot.
Reagan, he's a good background, good in foreign affairs. Real strong, very strong.
I like Mondale, but I like for Reagan more for president.
Mr. Reagan, you voted for him? Yes.
Mondale cares more about the people.
Mondale.
Presidente Ronald Reagan es un buen hombre.
Translation, Reagan's a good man. Another intriguing exit poll result in the West, 61% of the young voters, voters 18 to 24, say they cast their ballots for Reagan. Just 37% of these mostly first-time voters were for Mondale. That's the West overall, but in California, young voters went for Mondale, 50% of them. Dan?
Walter Mondale is appearing at the Convention Center in Minneapolis-St. Paul. We expect his concession statement momentarily. Massachusetts has gone to Ronald Reagan. Maryland has gone to Ronald Reagan. We'll tell you more about that later. We wanted to jump on that information like bugs on a light because it's indicative it's getting tougher and tougher for Walter Mondale to believe that he can stop a 50-state sweep by Ronald Reagan. However, Mondale's home state of Minnesota has not yet been decided. That may be his last hope, the last wall to keep Ronald Reagan from getting a 50-state sweep. CBS News estimates, by the way, that about 91 million Americans will have cast ballots in the 1984 presidential election. That's close to 1980's level of turnout, which was only 52.6% of the voting age population. Walter Mondale, the picture you're seeing here live from Minnesota is Walter Mondale, who was at his headquarters in St. Paul, has driven over to the convention center in Minneapolis-St. Paul and is about to make an appearance before his gathered supporters there. And it's probably as good a time as any to say, Bill Moyers, that in a losing campaign, it is very, very tough, not only for the candidates, but for those who poured heart and soul and in some cases, years of their life into supporting the candidate.
Can you imagine running 4 years hard for the presidency as Walter Mondale and his staff have to come up and lose possibly 50 states. That has to be a very bitter blow. Somebody once said to Alf Landon after he lost the all but 2 states to Franklin Roosevelt in 1936, said, "How's it feel?" He said, "Well, it feels like a farmer looking at his house burning down." "What do you mean by that?" He said, "Well, it's just the completeness of it."
Susan Spencer, our correspondent who's been traveling with the Mondale campaign, is at this scene in Minnesota. Susan, Vice President Mondale, as he walked into the hall, was smiling from ear to ear. Not sure that Susan Spencer can hear us over the din. Mrs. Mondale following just behind her husband. Walter Mondale, Mrs. Mondale, his daughter at his side, about to address the question, perhaps, of whether this is the death of the industrial strength Cold War liberalism that has marked the Democratic Party over the last half century.
Thank you. Thank you.
Through the length and breadth of this campaign, nobody, not even his opponents, have accused Walter Mondale of running a cheap or negative campaign.
He was very much attractive, decent, and effective man in his first debate, and that was the true Mondale, but it never got beyond that first debate. You know, Dan, the establishment, the Democratic Party establishment.
Thank you very much.
We'll come back to that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. A few minutes ago, I called the President of the United States and congratulated him on his victory for re-election as President of the United States. Please. He has won. We are all Americans. He is our President, and we honor him tonight. Again tonight, the American people, in town halls, in homes, in firehouses, in libraries, chose the occupant of the most powerful office on earth. Their choice was made peacefully, with dignity, and with majesty. And although I would have rather won, Tonight we rejoice in our democracy. We rejoice in the freedom of a wonderful people, and we accept their verdict. I thank the people of America for hearing my case. I have traveled this nation, I believe, more than any living American. And wherever I've gone, the American people have heard me out. They've listened to me. They've treated me fairly. They've lifted my spirits, and they've added to my strength. And if there's one thing I'm certain of, it is that this is a magnificent nation with the finest people on earth. I thank above all my family. How lucky I am. Joan has campaigned with class all over this nation. Where are you? And we're very, very proud of our kids, Ted and Eleanor Jane and William. Everywhere they went, they got us support. And I thank Geraldine Ferraro. We're very proud of Jerry. We're very proud of Jerry. We didn't win, but we made history, and that fight has just begun. And once again, here I am in Minnesota. In over 24 years, never once have the people of Minnesota turned me down, including tonight. Minnesotans, this is a special state, a remarkable state with a special spirit. And time again in the past, Minnesota has led the way for our nation, and I think you did it again tonight. And I want to especially thank my staff, Jim Johnson and the whole crew, my workers and my volunteers all over this country. What a special group of Americans they are. I know what you've sacrificed for me and for my country. And I want to say a special word to my young supporters this evening. I know how you feel because I've been there myself. Do not despair. This fight didn't end tonight. It begins tonight. I've been around for a while, and I have noticed that in the seeds of every victory are to be found the seeds of defeat, and in every defeat are to be found the seeds of victory. Let us fight on. Let us fight on. My loss tonight does not in any way diminish the worth or the importance of our struggle. The America we want to build is just as important tomorrow as it was yesterday. Let us continue to seek an America that is just and fair. Tonight especially, I think of the poor, the unemployed, the elderly, the handicapped, the helpless, and the sad, and they need us more than ever tonight. Let us fight for jobs and fairness. Let us fight for these kids and make certain they have the best education that any generation ever had. Let us fight for our environment and protect our air, our water, and our land. And while we keep America strong, let's use that strength to keep the peace. to reflect our values, and to control these weapons before they destroy us all. That has been my fight. That has been our fight in this campaign. And we must fight for those goals with all of our heart in the future. I am honored by Minnesota, by all the people of this country that have permitted me to wage this fight. What an honor it is. And I'm at peace with the knowledge that I gave it everything I've got. I am confident that history will judge us honorably. So tonight, let us be determined to fight on. Good night, and God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Walter Mondale in Minnesota. Walter Mondale with a face that shows the seasons as well as the marks of today's election results. It's no disrespect to Ronald Reagan or his tremendous victory today to say that here's a portrait.
Thank you and good night. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
A portrait in class and character. Walter Mondale.
I hear nothing.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Live from Minnesota, Walter Mondale conceding defeat to Ronald Reagan. Still unclear whether Walter Mondale will wind up carrying only the District of Columbia. Let's take a look at the tabulated vote from 3 states that normally go Democratic, and tonight did not. In Massachusetts, you'll recall Massachusetts was the only state in the Union that stuck with George McGovern and the Democrats in 1972. Ronald Reagan wins its 13 electoral votes this time. In Maryland, a state that went for Jimmy Carter last time, one of only 6 states plus the District of Columbia to do so, Maryland falls into the Reagan column as well. And in Rhode Island, which is kind of the Democrats' Utah, which is to say the same way Utah usually gives the Republicans such big margins, Rhode Island, the most heavily Roman Catholic state in the Union, Rhode Island goes for Ronald Reagan. As things stand at the moment, Ronald Reagan has carried every state where a decision has been made Walter Mondale has carried only the District of Columbia. Dan Rather at CBS News election headquarters in New York.
CBS News coverage of Campaign 84 election night continues. From CBS News election headquarters in New York, here again is Dan Rather.
Good evening, and if the children are still up, let them stay up a while longer because we may have a historic evening. For the first time in history, a president may carry all 50 states in an election. If a 50-state sweep for Ronald Reagan is to be stopped, if it's to be stopped, it may have to be Walter Mondale's own home state of Minnesota that will have to stop it. Minnesota's still too close to call. But the Mount St. Helens of a landslide for Reagan tonight does seem to have some limits. He has 501 electoral votes at the moment. Mondale has only the 3 electoral votes out of the District of Columbia. However, the president's, and we've just been told that the state of Oregon is falling into the column for Ronald Reagan. Oregon, a state where the Mondale people thought that, again, that they might just have a chance to beat Ronald Reagan. Oregon's 7 electoral votes go the other way. Ronald Reagan, our CBS News estimate is that when all the votes are in and tabulated from the Beaver State, that Reagan will win that by about 55%. Now, I also want to say very quickly, big Senate race upset in the bluegrass state of Kentucky. The judge, Mitch McConnell, apparently has beaten, our CBS News estimate is that he has unseated the incumbent Democratic Senator Dee Huddleston by about 51 to 49%. That's the first pickup of the evening for the Republicans. Now, Bob Schieffer, a big Senate turnover. For the first time tonight, the Republicans have unseated a Democratic incumbent. Now, we had 2 Democratic pickups earlier, so as of right now, the Republican majority in the Senate would be what?
Well, let's see. The worst case now for the Democrats, Dan, would be if Paul Simon loses to Charles Percy in Illinois.
And we don't know yet that he would.
We don't know yet. That one's still too close to call. We'd wind up with a Senate that had 54 Republicans and 46 Democrats. That would be a net gain of 1 for the Democrats in the Senate. Of course, if Simon wins, then it would be 53-47, net gain of 2 for the Democrats. So we talk about Ronald Reagan's mandate. We talk about this landslide victory. You know, most of what Ronald Reagan was able to do in his first term had a lot to do with the fact that he had a Republican majority in the Senate. This time he's going to have 2 fewer, possibly 2 fewer, possibly 1 fewer senators on his side. We're going to have a very interesting development up on the Hill next year.
Upset, coattail Ronald Reagan win for the Republicans in Kentucky. The Republicans pick up a Senate seat there. We'll discuss more about this in a moment. But right now we pause in our 1984 presidential election coverage for these messages.
Thank you. Thank you.
Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman to be a candidate for president or vice president on a major party ticket, is making her concession speech here in New York. Let's pick it up.
You're very nice. Thank you. Thank you. You're great. I want to thank you all. Thank you so much. I want, first of all, to congratulate President Reagan, and I have just telephoned Vice President Bush to convey my best wishes to him as well. They ran a skillful, I thought I finished with hecklers last night. They ran a skillful, spirited campaign, and today they have achieved an impressive victory. Tonight, the campaign ends. The race is over. This is not a moment for partisan statements. It is a moment to celebrate our democracy and to think of our country. The American people have put their trust in President Reagan. And in the interest of the nation, with hope for the future, I ask all Americans to join together, work together, and pledge our support for our President in the search for a more just society, a strong America, and a world at peace. Tonight, I would also like to thank my running mate and my friend, Walter Mondale. For more than 2 decades, he has forsaken personal gain to promote the public good. He has fought for people who need our help. He has stood up for every decent cause in the last 25 years. And even though he did not win this race for the presidency, in 1984 he waged another battle, a battle for equal opportunity, and that battle Walter Mondale won. For 2 centuries, candidates have run for president. Not one from a major party ever asked a woman to be his running mate until Walter Mondale. When he asked me to be campaign by his side, he opened a door which will never be closed again. That is a victory of which every American can be proud. Campaigns, even if you lose them, do serve a purpose. My candidacy has said the days of discrimination are numbered. American women will never again be second-class citizens. Elections also focus the nation's attention on the things that truly matter. In this campaign, Americans have all been made more aware of the danger of the nuclear arms race. We have all recognized the needs of our changing economy. We have all been reminded of the millions of Americans who have been counted out before their talents have been added up, and we can all take pride in those accomplishments. We live in a time of exciting change. This country built the space shuttle, the most sophisticated machine ever to fly, and a black and a woman were among the first to fly in it. From Argentina to the Philippines, there's a new awakening of freedom. And all over the world, people are calling for the opportunity to choose their own destinies. I think America can be the vanguard of change. I have faith in the American people, and I believe in this country. Our society is the fairest on earth, but we can work even harder for fairness. Our nation is at peace, but we can do even more to reduce the risk of war. America is a great nation. America is a great nation, but if there's one thing that our campaign has stood for, it is that our country can be even greater. That cause, our country's cause, is never finished, and I, for one, will continue to work for it. Tonight brings an end to a long campaign. This is a moment to rejoice in our democracy. It is also a moment for us to be proud. All of us can go to sleep tonight confident that we did everything we could to win this election. So let me say to our supporters throughout the country, to my staff, my family, and my friends, We fought hard, we gave it our best, and we made a difference. I ask you to be proud of what we have done. I am, and I thank you very, very much. Thank you.
And Geraldine Ferraro, who, although this is not based on talking with her or interviewing her, clearly thinks that she possibly has a future to run for president or vice president on the Democratic ticket at some future time. Our CBS News coverage of the 1984 presidential election will continue in a moment.
CBS News coverage of Campaign 84 election night continues. This portion is sponsored by Manufacturers Hanover, the financial source worldwide. By IBM typewriters. No matter how you look at typing, we're your type. And by General Motors. Extra time, extra effort, and attention to every detail. GM is committed to excellence. And now from CBS News election headquarters in New York, here again is Dan Rather.
Good evening again, or good morning. It's midnight in the east, poll closing time in one last state of Alaska, which, if it freezes out Fritz Mondale, may make it even more likely that Ronald Reagan tonight will achieve a legendary, never-before-happened 50-state sweep. Hasn't happened yet, but Walter Mondale's chances of holding off a 50-state sweep by Ronald Reagan are at this moment slender as a riding crop. Reagan's personal triumph is not the whole message of the voters tonight, apparently. We're going to talk about coattails as we go along, but again, we want to show you on the map because this, if Minnesota doesn't go for Walter Mondale, it leaves only the District of Columbia, that little flashing dot there. Mondale has the 3 electoral votes of the District of Columbia. If Minnesota doesn't go for Walter Mondale, you may be looking at an election in which we'll be talking about in the history books for years to come, because while Hawaii and Alaska have not yet been decided that Ronald Reagan led in the public opinion polls in both of those states, it may be a 50-state sweep for Ronald Reagan unless Minnesota comes down in the Mondale column. Reagan has 521 electoral votes. Now, when it comes to the coattail question, a mixed message about the Senate races. Thus far, the Democrats have picked up 2 Senate seats in Tennessee and Iowa. The Republicans have unseated 1 Democratic incumbent in the Senate in Kentucky. Indications very strong the Republicans will continue to control the Senate, perhaps with a somewhat shorter majority than they had going in. And in terms of the House, the Democrats still hold the keys to the House of Representatives. Republicans, as of our latest CBS News estimate, picking up 16 seats so far tonight in the House, below the cusp of what is considered to be what they need, what the president needs for effective policy control in the House. Remember that the Democrats started tonight with a very wide actual control lead in the House. The question was whether President Reagan could pick up maybe 26 additional House seats to give himself a working majority in the House. As of right now, it looks like it's going to be more like a 16-seat pickup. That would not give him a working ideological majority in the House. Bill Moyers, a tremendous victory for Ronald Reagan. It's no good saying, listen, he's just an actor who sort of amateur politician. This man is one hell of a politician to get this kind of election victory. Now, the Democrats can argue that they got somewhat of a split, but isn't there some danger that they'll misread what's happened tonight if they make that argument?
Well, if you've lost 4 of the last 5 elections nationwide and 6 of the last 9 presidential elections and you're about to lose possibly all 50 states, there's a message in that, and it's not simply that a feather has been hitting you. That's a pretty significant message. You know, the Democrats are at the end of an era. I mean, I don't think this is premature to say. The New Deal has run out of steam. You've got to have if you're going to help the poor and the unemployed and the working class, you've got to have a coalition to do it, and they don't have a coalition. FDR put together a coalition of the working man, the poor, the black, the farmer. That's really gone now. It's diminished so much that they just can't do it on their own. There's a message for the Democrats in the fact that this was not purely a personal defeat for Walter Mondale. The Democratic establishment supported Walter Mondale at every step of the game. He was Mr. Inside, Mr. Washington, Mr. Candidate of the lobbyists, Mr. Candidate of the lawyers, Mr. Candidate of the national group. You know, 2 years ago, they put together this formula so that the members of Congress would have so many delegates to the Democratic National Convention just to make sure that somebody like Walter Mondale got elected. So this is a defeat for the Democratic establishment in Washington, which has backed Walter Mondale right down the line. It's a defeat for the idea that's incarnated in the Democratic establishment and Walter Mondale. And if they don't get that message, then you may have here the same kind of situation that happened when between 1861 and 1933, the Democrats were in power only 17 out of those years.
Well, Bill, it's clear, and we've said it 3 or 4 times tonight, and certainly one doesn't have to be a political philosopher to see it in the returns, that the old Democratic coalition, the New Deal coalition that stood for the better part of half a century is gone. But are we talking about an immediate realignment? In other words, it's one thing to say the old alignment is gone. It's another to say that a new alignment's in place. Seems to me, and this is an early opinion clearly labeled, that while the old alignment is gone, that a new alignment is not, at least not yet clearly in place.
Well, not if the returns hold up as they do tonight, and they'll be very comparable, except for the total electoral sweep. They'll be very comparable to what Richard Nixon won in 1972, when he didn't pick up but as many House seats as Reagan is picking up tonight. Wasn't enough to do him a great deal of good in the Congress. You have to have a big sweep in the state legislatures, a big sweep in the governorships, a big sweep in the Senate, and a big sweep in the House in order to really have a new fundamental political alignment. You could have the beginning of one tonight, but that will depend upon how well Ronald Reagan does in his first 10 months of the 1985 year. How well they do in 88, in 86?
Could it also depend on what Ronald Reagan chooses to push in the early part of his term? When I remember, I was just out of college when most of the Eisenhower years were taking place, and there was a lot of talk about the Republicans building on President Eisenhower's popularity. But they didn't do that. They didn't turn and develop power in the voting blocks in black wards around the country. In many cases, the Republicans resisted the civil rights drive of the late 50s and early 60s. It didn't happen then. It doesn't depend on whether President Reagan chooses to push, for example, this so-called new social agenda.
I think the next 2 years are going to be a very tough time for Ronald Reagan's presidency. There'll be a fight between the moderate, fiscally conservative Republicans and the social conservatives. There'll be a fight between the Senate Democrats, the Senate Republicans, and the House Republicans. They have 2 different sets of agenda. Most presidents who are elected by landslides in their second term have a very tough time in the second administration, in the second 4 years, and I suspect Ronald Reagan will too. But an alignment can still take place if the fundamental shift of gravity in the country has moved to the right, and it has. The Republicans are a much more unified party ideologically than the Democrats because they have shifted to the right. The Democrats are in disarray. They lost a lot of young people this year because they just don't remember the Depression, much less the 1960s. And the Republicans, if they move in and build on this, have a good chance to keep the Democrats on the defensive. It's a big message for the Democrats tonight. I don't know what it means yet.
Bob Schieffer, the Senate seems to me the place where the action is going to be, at least as much as the White House over the next 2 years, because the moderates in the Senate now may hold the key, both moderate to progressive Republicans as well as moderate Democrats. Let's assume, as it now appears, that the Republicans retain control in the United States Senate, perhaps with somewhat diminished control, but control. Now, what is the outlook in the Senate for President Reagan's program? Once he gets specific about it and tries to get it pushing it through, what's the outlook for it in the Senate?
Well, you have one less vote for the MX, one less vote for a balanced budget amendment, one less vote for school prayer as it breaks down. Now, that's based on public positions that people who were either elected tonight or already in the Senate have taken. But you hit it right on the head, Dan, when you talk about the moderates holding the key. We've done a little adding and subtracting here. 17 of the 53 Republicans, if it comes out the way we think it's going to, still that one race to be decided in Illinois. 17 of those 53 are moderates or liberals, and 6 of them are liberals. Now, Norman Orenstein, who is a political consultant to CBS News and is a political scientist, and you know, you give these political scientists a computer and they can figure out anything. He says that the Senate is going to be 1.5 senators more liberal the next time than it is now. Now, I have to explain how we get there. Howard Baker's seat, Howard Baker is a conservative, goes to Albert Gore. That's a conservative to liberal, plus 1 liberal. Tower to Graham down in Texas, conservative to conservative. No change there. Paul Tsongas in Massachusetts to Kerry in Massachusetts, liberal to liberal. No change there. Jennings Randolph, who retired in West Virginia, to Rockefeller, that's a liberal to a liberal. Out in Iowa, he says then the Jepson to Harkin shift, that's a conservative to a liberal, so that gives you plus another liberal. We're up two liberal gain here. But he says down in Kentucky, when Huddleston is replaced by McConnell, you're going from a moderate to a conservative, so he gives you only half a conservative there. So he says that adds up to 1.5 liberals.
Well, I'll tell you, Bob, I never could work one of those Rubik's Cubes, and I certainly can't work that out. But I believe I follow you in the sense that if things go as it now appears they will, the Republicans retain control of the Senate with a somewhat diminished margin. Yes. The Democrats have picked up, we know, 2 Senate seats, and the Republicans have picked up the one in Kentucky. The Democrats will retain control in the House, probably having 17 fewer votes in the way of a majority than they had before. So you have a somewhat standoff in the Senate. But Bob, I do want to call attention to some of these governor's races. I want to get back to the Senate in a moment, but we have a very, very close race in Vermont. And it's important, among other reasons, because it's a chance for not only for the Democrats to pick up a governorship, but also for the women. There's only one woman governor in the state now, Martha Lane in the United States, Martha Lane Collins in Kentucky. But in the state of Vermont, look at this if you will. Madeline Kunin, the woman bidding to become the first woman governor ever of Vermont, in a white-hot race with John Easton. You can see it with 73% of the precincts in and reporting in Vermont. This is for the seat of the retiring Republican Governor Richard Snelling. In Vermont, it's virtually a dead heat. Now, this could get to be more interesting than even it might appear because there are some minority party candidates in this race. And if neither one of these people get a clear majority, which they might not with the race being this close, we have only the names of the 2 candidates, Madeline Kunin and John Easton there, but with the minority candidates figured in, this race could go into the Vermont legislature to be decided, and the Republicans would have some advantage. They do have some advantage in the Vermont legislature, and that could get to be an extremely interesting situation as Madeline Kunin bids to become the second woman governor in these United States. Now, other governor's races in West Virginia, one that's been hanging for a good part of the night, former West Virginia Governor Arch Moore, a former 2-term governor who lost to Jay Rockefeller in 1980. Jay Rockefeller won the Senate race tonight, keeping a Democratic Senate seat in West Virginia, but the Democratic State House in West Virginia now turns over and goes to the Republicans. Arch Moore beat Clyde See, the Democrat in West Virginia. In Utah, 2-term Speaker of the Utah House, Norm Bangerter, has beaten walking Wayne Owens, the former U.S. Congressman who walked all over Utah in an effort to win this election, but didn't. This, of course, is for a governorship that had been Republican. The Republican governor in Utah retiring out there. Norm Bangerter, a Republican, will be the new governor in Utah. In North Dakota, a Republican governor is upset in North Dakota. Now, if you can believe this, North Dakota has gone Republican in the presidential election. This race was considered a runaway win by many for Republican Governor Alan Olson, at least many outside of North Dakota. But George Sinner, a member of the North Dakota House, a farmer and a businessman, George Sinner, the Democrat, takes over the State House in North Dakota next year, so that's a net loss for the Republicans in the terms of the gubernatorial races as the Democrats win in North Dakota. In the state of Washington, another Republican governor bites the dust as Booth Gardner, the county executive, Pierce County, that's around the Tacoma area, unseats Republican Governor John Spellman, a first-term Republican incumbent. So while Ronald Reagan carries the state of Washington, the incumbent Republican governor does not, and the Democrats are picking up some governorships as we go along tonight. So again, we get this sort of split message. The presidential race, a complete wipeout, maybe a 50-state sweep for Ronald Reagan. That may depend on whether Walter Mondale can carry his home state of Minnesota. We still don't know how the Minnesota race will turn out. Washington State, Oregon, California have all gone to Ronald Reagan. It's Minnesota, Hawaii, and Alaska, the only 3 states still to be decided. So stay with us to see whether Ronald Reagan gets his 50-state sweep. Our CBS News coverage will continue after these messages. Back at our CBS News election headquarters in New York, I have made at least one minor error, probably a great deal more than that as we went along tonight. Alaska is already firmly in the line for President Reagan. Alaska's electoral votes go to President Reagan. The only 2 states that by our CBS News estimates and exit polling that have not been decided are the states of Minnesota and Hawaii. In Alaska, 3 electoral votes. It clearly goes to Ronald Reagan. I believe we mentioned that before, but I can't be sure. I want to make sure that you understand that you see Alaska down on the sort of the left-hand side of your screen. You have Alaska and Hawaii put together underneath there because our screen wasn't large enough to have them out where they belong. Ronald Reagan has 521 electoral votes. He's carried every state. The only place where he hasn't carried, little blinking dot up there in the District of Columbia, that's the only place where Walter Mondale has 3 electoral votes. And Mondale's only hopes of preventing a 50-state sweep are in his home state of Minnesota and possibly in Hawaii. Hawaii has never voted Republican before, but all of the public opinion polls before the election indicated that Ronald Reagan might indeed carry it. So those are the 2 places to watch as to whether Ronald Reagan will indeed get the historic 50-state sweep. A historic nationwide electoral landslide, the kind to build a political future on. Charles Kuralt looks at the reality of a political dream. Charlie?
Dan, there have been other earthquake election nights, a little bit like this one. The president has said he needs another term to finish the work he began 4 years ago. He has proposed sweeping economic changes, and he wants to continue, and I'm not talking about Reaganomics. I'm talking about the New Deal. The year is 1936, and the president is Franklin Roosevelt.
4 years ago, FDR pieced together a coalition of the hurt and helpless. For the first time, blacks abandoned the party of Lincoln. This coalition will constitute the Democratic base for 50 years. The country has never known such misery, nor has it ever seen such remedies. America was shaken to its roots by the collapse of the economy a few short years ago, and then shaken again by FDR's proposals for shoring up the ruins. In his acceptance speech at the Democratic Convention, FDR has promised,
"This generation of Americans has a rendezvous with destiny."
It's Roosevelt in a landslide. The counting is over. But the debate is not. This election promises to cast its shadow over the rest of the century. We will argue the issues of this night over and over again.
I voted for President Roosevelt in 1936 for Social Security.
I did not vote for him because I perceived in him a man of great ability and undoubtedly a man of sincerity of purpose, but
a savior,
a virtual dictator in the White House.
Before that landslide, they used to say, "As Maine goes, so goes the nation," Dan. Of course, it was Alf Landon of Kansas who was beaten so badly by Roosevelt in 36. Roosevelt carried every state but Maine and Vermont. And Governor Landon is able to chuckle about that beating all these years later. He says that was the election that changed the saying to "As Maine goes, so goes Vermont."
Charles, one tends to forget what a master of radio Franklin Delano Roosevelt was. In the days before television, people spoke of him as a master of radio, much in the same way they speak of Ronald Reagan being a master of television these days.
Governor Landon has told me in the course of chats on that front porch of his in Topeka that radio was one of the things that beat him. FDR was just so much better speaker than he was.
FDR, the first radio president, I suppose they said at the time. Thanks, Charles. One of the big election night questions continues to be how the 15 or so, we don't quite know what the number will be, but it looks like it might be 15 or 16, Republican seats gained in the House of Representatives may affect or not affect the working control of the House of Representatives. And to discuss that with us now, the leader of the Democratic opposition, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Thomas O'Neill in Washington. Good evening, Mr. Speaker.
How are you? Nice to hear from you.
Just fine. I think the question is, how are you? You come out of a typical working class, heavily Roman Catholic district in Massachusetts, and yet tonight, those very people seem to be deserting the Democratic Party in droves for Ronald Reagan. Why did they do that?
Well, that's very interesting. They did that across the nation, I guess, except in my home area. It looks as though we're carrying the state for Mondale, and we elected a new United States Senator up there. The truth of the matter is that it was the tremendous popularity of the President of the United States. We've never seen his equal, and I have watched them all from Al Smith until this time, and including the great radio man, Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, we need to pause just one moment for some of our stations to say this is Dan Rather, CBS News, election headquarters in New York. Now, after taking that pause, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much for understanding why we had to do that, I wanted you to continue on with your point if you hadn't ended it.
Well, the point is that the President had tremendous popularity. I don't think that there's any mandate out there whatsoever. I'm so proud of my own Democratic members of the Congress. Earlier in the evening, they were showing me lists where we're going to lose 15, 18, as high as 30, they were saying earlier in the evening. Now the list is down to 3 of our members, as far as we can see, have been defeated, and we've lost about 3 or 4 open seats. So it's down to about 9, and on the Republican side, we've defeated, I think, 2 or 3 of them, and we have a couple of open seats. It appears before the night that we won't have lost more than 10 seats. Now, I think that there's no mandate out there. I think that with the tremendous popularity of the President, that the American people looked at the Democratic Party, both in the House and the Senate, and said, we want you there to protect the safety net of America and protect decency from America, and don't let the meat axe cut away at the programs that help develop America. Now, we're going to give to the President every opportunity that he has. We'll allow him to keep his word with his pledges and things of that nature. And any legislation that he can get out of a committee, we'll be happy to bring it to the floor. The power of the Speaker is the power of recognition and the power of scheduling. We'll schedule anything the President wants, which is concerning the defense of the economy and the environment of this nation.
Well, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, when you say that there's no mandate out there, isn't that whistling through the graveyard? You see, Ronald Reagan is right on the verge of possibly a 50-state sweep. Doesn't that say something to you as an American, not as a Democrat, but as an American?
It says to me that Ronald Reagan is the greatest television artist that we've ever had in the political field. It tells me that he's an extremely popular man and a well-liked man, and also tells me that the American people send a message to all of America. With their popularity and their liking of the President, they send the Democrats to the Congress, both in the House and the Senate, as a mandate to them, as a safety net for the American public.
Don't you think, Mr. Speaker, or do you think that it is also saying to every elected public official, we don't want any more taxes, we indeed want tax cuts?
Well, we don't have any intention of having any taxes. If there's going to be any tax program that will come out, it'll be asked for by the White House. We'll help him keep that part of his program and that part of his promise to the American public.
Now, Mr. Speaker, you speak in terms of President Reagan and the Republicans perhaps winding up with a net gain of 10 seats.
Right.
Our estimate is maybe as many as 15 or 16. But whatever that gain is that going to result in close votes, it seems to me, such things as school prayer, for example, abortion, that even that might be enough to carry the day for the
Well, the interesting thing about those, you're talking about those religious issues again, which have been defeated by a Republican Senate and which have difficulty in getting them out of the committee. As Speaker of the House, I just can't bring any piece of legislation to the floor that I see fit. We have a democratic process here, and the democratic process is they must be reported by committee. And that's hogwash when they say I can bring the prayer bill up or I can bring the abortion bill or the amendment for either one of those things. You, Dan, know that better. The system says that they must be reported out of committee first. And if they're reported out of committee, I've never denied the president anything that was ever reported out of a committee, and I'll go the same route.
Mr. Speaker, you've been a fighting champion of the Franklin Roosevelt, John Kennedy, Lyndon Johnson, New Deal era. Is it over now? Is it all gone and over, busted?
Well, I think it's been gone for some time, as a matter of fact. I think it's been gone from the 80s. We developed in Middle America, and we brought the poverty rate down from the 30s, from 50 point to about 11%. We've seen it go up to 16%. The 80s was going to be an era of no new programs. We were going to reassess the programs that we had done through the years. We wouldn't have gone the defense route that the president had, but there would have been an increase in defense. We would have had an increase, a decrease in taxes, but not the way the president had, and we wouldn't have had these wild deficits. The days of the wild spending programs, and they weren't the wild spending programs, they were the programs that developed America, like the GI Bill of Rights, like the Social Security Act, like the environmental bills, and like the health bills and nutrition bills and things like that. But the time had come when you reassessed, you had developed your nation. The 80s was going to be a period of whether the Democrats won or the Republicans won. That we were going to pull in our belt and there was going to be less government. But we wouldn't have done it in the Medak style that the President of the United States did it in.
Thank you very much, Speaker of the House, Thomas O'Neill. Appreciate you being with us. Hawaii and Minnesota, the only barriers now standing between Ronald Reagan and a 50-vote sweep. The tabulated votes in both of those states very close. Ronald Reagan stands now with 521 electoral votes. This is Dan Rather at CBS News election headquarters in New York. Dan Rather at CBS News election headquarters in New York. Ronald Reagan at the Century Plaza Hotel in California.
I think that's just been arranged. Well, thank you all very much. It seems we did this 4 years ago, and let me just say, well, you know, good habits are hard to break. Just a short time ago, Walter Mondale phoned me, and he conceded. No, and he told me that the people had made their decision, and therefore we were all Americans. We'd go forward together. But Nancy and I would like to express they're yelling for you. They're yelling for you. Nancy, thank you. You know, we could spend the rest of the next 4 years thanking all of those who have made this night possible. But there are a few I'd like to mention this evening. First, Nancy and I want to express our warmth and our deep gratitude to George and Barbara Bush. George, yes. And George, if you're watching down there in Texas, thank you for campaigning so magnificently all across this country. believe me, I'm very proud to have you as my partner for this next term. As far as I'm concerned, there has never been a finer vice president. And a thank you, and a thank you, too, to Paul Laxalt, our campaign chairman. Paul is in Washington, and I understand he's there watching in a room like this with people like yourself who are there for the same reason. And there is no better personal friend than I've ever had, and there's no better ally to have at your side when you're in a campaign. And Paul, we're grateful for all that you've done over the years. And all of you there in the Shoreham Hotel ballroom, a deep thanks for all that you have done. And Paul would be the first to say how much help he had and what an outstanding job was done by Ed Rollins, our campaign director. And Ed, please know how grateful I am for the way you put together the finest campaign organization, I think, in the history of American politics. Our thanks, too, to Mayor Margaret Hance, our deputy campaign chairwoman. She gave of her time so generously. Back in Washington, we owe so much to the great work of the Republican National Committee and its chairman, Frank Fahrenkopf. Frank and all those dedicated people who worked with him they give politics a good name. We wouldn't have enjoyed this victory tonight without them. And now I have a special thank you for something that began here in this state almost 20 years ago. First by the dozens, and then by the hundreds, and finally by the thousands, we've seen our friends, all of you volunteers and workers who came to our side to help. From California, then across the United States, you have each given selflessly of yourselves. And I have no words to properly thank you for all that you've done. We set out, I remember, back those almost 20 years ago, and said that we could start a prairie fire here in California, one that would capture the intensity of our devotion to freedom and the strength of our commitment to American ideals. Well, we began to carry a message to every corner of the nation, a simple message. The message is, here in America, the people are in charge. And that's really why we're here tonight. This electoral victory belongs to you and the principles that you cling to, principles struck by the brilliance and bravery of patriots more than 200 years ago. They set forth the course of liberty and hope that makes our country special in the world. To the extent that what has happened today reaffirms those principles, we are part of that prairie fire that we still think defines America, a fire of hope that will keep alive the promise of opportunity as we head into the next century. 4 years ago, when we celebrated victory in this same room, our country was faced by some deep and serious problems. But instead of complaining together, we rolled up our sleeves and began working together. We said we would get inflation under control, and we did. We said we would get America working again, and we've created more than 6.5 million new jobs. We said that we would work to restore traditional values in our society, and we have begun. And we said we would slow down the growth of government and the rate of its spending increases, and we did. We said we'd get interest rates down, and we did. We said we would rebuild our defenses and make America prepared for peace, and we have. Now, I wish I could take credit for this, but the credit belongs to the American people, to each of you. But our work isn't finished. There's much more to be done. We want to make every family more secure, to help those in our inner cities, on our farms, and in some of our older industries which are not yet back on their feet. And the recovery will not be complete until it's complete for everyone. By rebuilding our strength, we can bring ourselves closer to the day when all nations can begin to reduce nuclear weapons and ultimately banish them from the earth entirely. You know, so many people act as if this election means the end of something. But the vision we outlined in 1980, indeed the passion of the fire that we kept burning for 2 decades, doesn't die just because 4 years have passed. To each one of you I say, tonight is the end of nothing, it's the beginning of everything. What we've done only prepares us for what we're going to do. We must continue not only into those next 4 years, but into the next decade and the next century to meet our goal of sustained economic growth without inflation and to keep America strong. Our society is a society of unlimited opportunity which will reach out to every American and includes lifting the weak and nurturing the less fortunate. We've fought many years for our principles. Now we'll work to keep those principles in practice. That's what we have to leave to our children and to their children, and they are what this campaign was all about. We've come together again, we're united again, and now let's start building together and keep that prairie fire alive, and let's never stop shaping that society which lets each person's dreams unfold into a life of unending hope. America's best days lie ahead. And you know, you'll forgive me, I'm gonna do it just one more time. You ain't seen nothing yet. God bless you. Thank you all very much.
Ronald Reagan, live from the Century Plaza Hotel in Los Angeles, with Mrs. Reagan on his arm. Mrs. Reagan, who had a balance problem a day or two ago, was assured by the White House something quite natural and nothing to be concerned about. Ronald Reagan saying, and I quote him, "You ain't seen nothing yet." The first California resident to be elected president. When Richard Nixon was first elected in 1968, he was a resident of New York. He's the first native son of Illinois to be elected. Abraham Lincoln, you recall, was born in Kentucky. At age 69, Ronald Reagan was the oldest man to be elected to his first term. He's now 73, the oldest man ever to serve as President of the United States. First former union president to be elected. You recall he was president of the Screen Actors Guild when he was a Democrat. First former actor to be president, first divorced man to serve as president of these United States, first former governor of California. And what a job he has done in winning and fashioning this tremendous election victory. Whether it'll be a 50-state sweep or not, we'll take a look at it after we pause for these messages. We'll continue with more CBS News Election Night coverage in a moment. election headquarters in Houston, Texas. The newly re-elected Vice President of the United States, George Bush.
Thank you so very much.
George Bush, a native of Connecticut, who now calls Texas home, although he has his place of residence on which he pays taxes in the state of Maine. But Bush has made it clear he wants to be considered a Texan.
Thank you so much.
George Bush, who certainly would like to consider himself a possibility for a presidential nomination in 1988.
Thank you very much. You know, 4 years ago here in Houston, right here, 4 years ago, we celebrated a great victory, a new beginning. And I remember saying to many of you here tonight that with Ronald Reagan as president, our country would soon be on the road to economic recovery at home and to peace overseas. And that was the promise of the new beginning in 1980. And it's because that promise was kept that we're here again celebrating a magnificent victory in 1984. To our friends and neighbors here in Houston and across Texas and across this country, Barbara and I and the entire Bush family, thank you for the help you've given us, not just in this campaign, not just these past 4 years, but for all the years we worked together for community, state, and country. And to all the dedicated workers at the Reagan-Bush Committee in Texas and in Washington and all across this country, and the thousands of volunteers, this is your victory. You made it possible. And in the coming 4 years, as in the past 4 years, and you just heard this president, you just heard our great president, he and I will dedicate our efforts to making your vision of America a reality. And to those who supported our opponents, let me say that we recognize the outcome of this election as a mandate to represent not just those who supported the Reagan-Bush ticket, but to represent all Americans. For in this hour of victory, this wonderful hour of victory, let's not forget that the strength of our free system lies not only in the right of the majority to express its will, but in the right of all Americans to have their voices heard and their interests served. And this has been a long, hard-fought campaign, a historic campaign. And a little while ago, I had a most gracious phone call from Geraldine Ferraro. She campaigned hard. She was a strong opponent. No, she worked very, very hard. A strong opponent. Barbara and I both talked to her and thanked her and sent our best wishes to her and to her family. And now, in the great American tradition, after every election, let's come together as one people, united and indivisible, to share a common purpose, to realize the dream held by all Americans, regardless of party, the universal goal of peace and prosperity and opportunity for all. Thank you all, and God bless you. Thank you for this fantastic support. Thank you very much.
Vice President of the United States, George Bush, in Houston, Texas, with his arm around Barbara Bush, his wife. George Bush, who was at one time the youngest fighter pilot in World War II, a Navy fighter pilot.
Hal and Nancy, thank you.
George Bush, who's taken some criticism and a lot of kidding through the campaign for what was described as his cheerleading support of President Ronald Reagan. One wonders what anybody expected a vice president on the ticket to do during the campaign. This is Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters in New York. A little pause for some of our affiliated stations to do what they have to do. Now, back to business at hand. Johnny Cash used to sing a song that went, how high is the water, mama? 6 feet high and rising. Well, for Walter Mondale, it must be about 12 feet high and rising right now, because Ronald Reagan is right on the lip of having a historic 50-state sweep. Walter Mondale has carried the District of Columbia.
CBS News coverage of Campaign 84 election night continues. This portion is sponsored by Epson, a leader in computers and computer printers. By AT&T, we're reaching out in new directions. And by Manufacturers Hanover, the financial source worldwide. Now from CBS News election headquarters in New York, here again is Dan Rather.
And hello again. Good morning to those of you in the East. Good evening to those of you in the West, in our wonderful United States of America, where we're celebrating, and it is a celebration, the re-election of a president, President Ronald Reagan. The magical, mythical, never-before-achieved 50-state sweep, still looming tonight as a live working possibility for Ronald Reagan. Still eluding Ronald Reagan tonight, though, effective policy control of Congress. Ronald Reagan now has 521 electoral votes. Walter Mondale carries only the District of Columbia so far with 3. Minnesota and Hawaii are the 2 states that have not yet at least, fallen into Ronald Reagan's column. We'll be showing you some in Minnesota. 53% of the precincts reporting. Mondale leads Reagan in Minnesota. This is 53% of the precincts in Minnesota. Mondale holds out some hope that he can carry his home state and prevent the 50-state sweep. In Hawaii, the Aloha state, which has never gone to a Republican presidential candidate, only 11% of the precincts reporting thus far. Ronald Reagan is out front of Walter Mondale in Hawaii. Now, we're talking about effective control of the Congress, even in this tremendous personal triumph for Ronald Reagan. Eluding him, effective control of the Congress thus far. When we say the whole Congress, the Republicans holding on to control of the Senate. But in the U.S. Senate tonight, it's the night of the incumbent. So far this evening, 26 of 29 incumbents running made it to another term in office. Much the same as was the case in 1982, when 28 of 30 incumbents, no matter what party, won re-election. Still unfinished business tonight. The case of one incumbent still locked in a hot, tight, too close to call contest in Illinois. Take a look at this board, if we can get it up, from Illinois. This, the race between incumbent Republican Senator Charles Chuck Percy, trying to stand off the challenge of longtime Democratic Congressman Paul Simon from downstate Illinois. 74% of the precincts reporting in Illinois. Simon leads Percy 51% to 48%. Keep in mind that Senator Percy is the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, the ranking Republican there, and if Charles Percy is beaten in this race, that would mean that Jesse Helms, who has won re-election in North Carolina, if Helms chooses to do so, would take over as head of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Now, Jesse Helms, seen as the leader of the National New Right in the Senate, has said that he would stay as chairman of the head of the Agriculture Committee. He said that during the campaign. But, of course, politicians, as with the rest of us, can change their minds. And if Percy should lose in Illinois, Senator Jesse Helms of North Carolina could become the new head of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. And now in Los Angeles tonight, Terry Drinkwater has been looking at the returns coming in from one of Walter Mondale's last hopes, Hawaii. Terry, Hawaii has never gone for a Republican presidential candidate.
Dan, we've just been talking out there to some people are looking very closely at the figures. The exit polling is not all that sophisticated. In fact, it's virtually non-existent out there. But the hunch is that it's going for Ronald Reagan. And late figures, even later than the ones that you just reported about 2 minutes ago, now with 17% of the vote counted in Hawaii, it's 52% of it for Ronald Reagan and trailing Walter Mondale 48%. And that more or less jives with the latest poll that was taken. This was last week before the election by the Honolulu Advertiser, which showed Reagan leading 49% to 39%. So it could indeed be Hawaii later on this evening going for sure for Ronald Reagan, that 50th state. Some interesting figures here in California, Dan. The gender gap. In this state, this biggest of all electoral states, which gave 47 of its electoral votes to the president, 59% of the men who voted for Ronald Reagan. 38% of the men who voted for Mondale. Of women, the Mondale-Ferraro ticket in California got 47% of the women's vote. The Reagan-Bush ticket, 51%. And a return of interest to those of us in this state and across the nation, the lottery, the most hotly contested issue on the California ballot, appears to be leading, Dan.
Terry, one thing I want to correct right away. We've said a couple of times this evening, partly because I was told that Hawaii's never voted for a Republican presidential candidate, but didn't Richard Nixon carry Hawaii in 1972? I think I stand corrected on that. I think they did go for Nixon in 72.
I'm sure that's right.
Well, I'm going to paraphrase something Mark Twain once said, which is, suppose you were an idiot and suppose you were an anchorman. But then I repeat myself. Meredith Vieira is at our CBS News election headquarters in Chicago. Meredith, good evening and good morning to you. In the Midwest, Ronald Reagan, the only state, and perhaps the last state standing between Ronald Reagan and a complete sweep of the states, is Minnesota. Otherwise, it was all Ronald Reagan in the Midwest, with every group, with the possible exception of blacks. Is that true?
And the blue-collar union group, which went to Mondale handily. The economy was the key issue here, Dan, among the voters. And when it came to the economy, the majority felt that Ronald Reagan was doing a pretty good job, and they showed it at the polls. About half the voters said they were better off. And among the young voters who chose Reagan, the figure was even higher. Mondale had hopes early on in his campaign that he could capture the Midwest farmers who were struggling, that they would do for him what the blue-collar voters had done for Reagan in 1980. In other words, switch over. But no, the farmers did not do that. In fact, 3/4 of them went to Ronald Reagan, according to our CBS News New York Times exit poll. Why Ronald Reagan should take the Midwest when it is still trying to recover from the recession is a question that probably a lot of Democrats are asking themselves tonight. They can take some solace, however, in that blue-collar union vote, which, as I said, did go handily to Mondale. And I'm sure some of the labor leaders who were out in the Midwest in 1983 saying we're behind Walter Mondale, the earliest they've ever come out for a candidate, are quite pleased tonight, probably breathing a sigh of relief. We are still sitting, of course, on two cliffhangers here in Minnesota and the Percy Simon race, the Senate race here in Illinois, which will probably not be decided for several more hours. Some votes are slow and trickling in. Final words here. I think back to something Governor Celeste of Ohio, who was running the Mondale campaign here, said a while back when talking about the campaign. He said he was optimistic, but you can't swim totally against the national tide. Well, the Democrats could not do that in the Midwest. Ronald Reagan took it. He took it easily. Bernard Goldberg is in the South.
Thanks, Meredith. A lot of Southern Democrats are breathing easy tonight, not because Walter Mondale got trounced, but because they didn't. What we saw in the South is a very popular president shutting out the opposition, but that popularity did not extend to fellow Republicans. There is no new Republican South because there were no coattails to speak of. As for the future of the National Democratic Party, the feeling in the South is that the old liberalism isn't going to make it anymore, that it's simply a prescription for defeat. And one race we didn't get around to earlier, Tommy Burnett won re-election to the state Senate in Tennessee. He did it without campaigning much. In fact, he didn't campaign at all. That's because Tommy Burnett is in federal prison on federal tax charges. And now let's go up north to Bob Simon in Boston.
From what Bernard is saying, it sounds like the Civil War is finally over, Dan, that there seems to be, in fact, very little between the South and the North, and in one very important respect, when Walter Mondale said a short while ago that in every defeat can be found the seeds of victory, you can begin to see those new seeds already, and I see them in the East. You can begin to see the shape of the new Democratic Party, which is arising from the ashes of Walter Mondale's Democratic Party. Look, first of all, at 4 Democratic candidates from the Senate, who won in the East today. Bradley in New Jersey, Biden in Delaware, Rockefeller in West Virginia. and Kerry in Massachusetts, these are, first of all, no Mondales. They are young, they are hungry, they are lean, they are mean, they are unsentimental. They are very well groomed, in the words of one old Boston pal. They're a little bit too well groomed. They are, above all, children of television. Have a look at John Kerry.
To quote one of our great philosophers, Jackie Gleason, how sweet it is!
Dan, these candidates are, above all, post-New Deal. They're not associated with unions or dying industry or big government or special interests or any of the stigmas which Walter Mondale just couldn't shake off. What's interesting is how everything about these candidates exudes the high tech that the East, as other parts of the nation, is moving to. They are entrepreneurs. They believe in independence, in individualism, in risk-taking. The sky's the limit, and there are no soft landings. They're different from the Democrats, and they don't believe from the old Democrats, in that they don't believe in big government. They're different from the Republicans, in that they don't want the government getting involved in any social issues. Dan, if the Martians were to land tomorrow and go to the Democratic Party and say, "Take me to your leader," I have no idea who they'd be taken to, but I think they'd begin walking east.
Thank you, Bob Simon, and our other correspondents in our regional CBS News election headquarters. Hawaii goes to Ronald Reagan. 4 electoral votes from the Aloha State, and for the second time in Hawaii's history at least, it went for Richard Nixon in 1972. It goes for Ronald Reagan this time. Our CBS News estimate is that when all the votes are in and counted, Ronald Reagan's margin in Hawaii will be on the order of 54% to 46%. Now look at the map. The only thing standing between Ronald Reagan and an absolute historic 50-state sweep is the state of Minnesota. You can see on the map Ronald Reagan has 525 electoral votes. That's the most electoral votes of any president in history. FDR got 523 once. Richard Nixon got 520. Ronald Reagan has 525 electoral votes. Walter Mondale has only that little blinking dot at the District of Columbia, 3 electoral votes. It boils down to Minnesota. If Walter Mondale winds up carrying Minnesota, at last look he was leading in Minnesota, then it means that this election will go down much as the 1972 election when George McGovern carried only Massachusetts and the District of Columbia. A 50-state sweep for Ronald Reagan is up to Minnesota. Our CBS News coverage of this historic election night continues after these messages. Let's take a look at the National Vote Board back at our CBS News election headquarters in New York. Now, these are actual votes in and tabulated. 71% of the precincts from around the nation are reporting now. Ronald Reagan's percentage lead over Walter Mondale, 59% to 41%. Remember that the all-time high in terms of a percentage for any president, Lyndon Johnson in 1964 with 61+%. Ronald Reagan has 38.5 million votes to Walter Mondale's 26.5 million plus votes. That's the way the national vote stands at the moment. And Leslie Stahl, our last CBS News estimate of the 435 seats in the House of Representatives, we figured the Republicans pick up, what, 15 or 16?
15.
15.
We're now at 15. It'll fluctuate 1 or 2 seats, but right now it's 15.
Not to be considered a working or ideological majority for the president, you
No,
think?
in fact, we've taken a look at the new makeup of the House, and CBS is assuming that the ideological makeup will be almost identical to the one that it was in this current Congress. Almost identical.
Well, with 435 Congressmen, one thing that always strikes me as a reporter, you have 435 people who love politics, love this country, love to talk. A lot of well-known names in the House. Let's go over the winners and losers among them.
We have a lot of leaders who have won. Tip O'Neill, whom you interviewed before, was unopposed. He's won re-election. Jim Wright, the majority leader of the House from Texas, he was unopposed. He's won re-election. Bob Michael, the minority leader from Peoria, Illinois, has won easily. And so has Trent Lott, the minority whip from Mississippi. But we do have some leaders who are in trouble, and at least one who has lost. From the state of Maryland, Clarence Doc Long, the chairman of the Subcommittee on Foreign Aid, has lost his seat in Maryland. He was in the Congress for 11 terms. He has lost to a woman, Helen Bentley, a former journalist at the Baltimore Sun. This was her third run against him. Doc Long defeated. He was a thorn in the side of the Reagan administration, a big critic of President Reagan's Central America policy.
Excuse me, Leslie, Bentley loses that race in Maryland.
Doc Long loses the race.
Bentley wins.
Bentley wins.
Now, George Bush campaigned for Bentley in that race.
George Bush went into Maryland to campaign for, you know, the big issue was age. She tried to make Bentley's age, 75, only 2 years older than Ronald Reagan, a major issue. She said he seemed confused sometime, and that seemed to have tipped the scales against Doc Long. Another leader who is in trouble, the race is too close to call, is Jim Jones of Oklahoma, the chairman of the House Budget Committee. That race is at the moment, as we can see, according to the tabulated vote, with 80% of the precincts reported. We are showing Jones with 52%, but we still assume that it is too close to call. He is another person that the Reagan administration would dearly love to be defeated. He has been a point man on the Budget Committee against Ronald Reagan's economic programs.
Leslie, I don't mean to keep interrupting, but that comes as bulletin material, certainly a lightning flash, that Jones was widely considered to be virtually unbeatable in that race. For one thing, he got a lot of money from special interest groups to make that race, and if he were to lose that, that'd have to go down as the biggest upset in the House, wouldn't you think?
Well, this would be a major upset for the leadership, but Dan, this is a very Republican district around Tulsa, Oklahoma, a lot of oil men, and he has been representing this district since 1972 against a lot of odds. He did get a lot of money, raised $1 million from business PACs, but he's really fighting the tide in that district, and really it's not that much of a surprise in such a conservative part of the country that a man who has been the point man against Ronald Reagan on the budget would be in such trouble. It's not that much of a surprise, but he hasn't lost yet. We also have some other winners up in Massachusetts. Gary Studs has won re-election. You remember that he was censured by the House for having a homosexual affair with a congressional page. He has won that seat in Massachusetts with 58% of the vote. There he is, Gary Studs, winning despite his homosexual affair. In New York City, the most expensive House campaign in all of history, more than $2 million worth. This is the Silk Stocking District in Manhattan. Bill Green, the Republican, has won re-election with about 56% of the vote against Andy Stein. They each spent about $1 million. Bill Green winning re-election in New York. We also have one of only two new blacks who are running for election this time in the state of Mississippi losing. Robert Clark has lost his race against the Republican incumbent Webb Franklin. Webb Franklin is one of about 6 Southern Democrats who switched parties this time and ran as a Republican, and he won. Ronald Reagan coattails and the fact that so many white Democrats voted for a Republican against a black candidate.
Leslie, it's still true, is it not, that there isn't a single congressman from the South, from anywhere in the states of the old Confederacy, who is black?
As of right now, that's true. If Robert Franklin had won, he would have been the first black representing Mississippi in the House since Reconstruction, and there isn't a black from the South as of right now. We can tell you a little bit more about the South in general. The 15 seats that the Republicans are picking up, a great many of them are in the South. We have 2 Republican pickups in Texas. Kent Hance, who ran for Senate, his seat has gone to a Republican. Jack Hightower, a Democratic independent, has lost to a Republican. And we also have 5 very close races in North Carolina. We have a lot of close races that we're still watching in the House, Dan.
Well, we'll certainly continue to keep an eye on that Jim Jones race in Oklahoma, perhaps the biggest upset of the night in terms of a House race in the making. Our CBS News coverage of Election Night 1984 will continue after these messages. Getting ready to talk to CBS News correspondent Diane Sawyer. This is Dan Rather at CBS News election headquarters in New York. Now, welcome back to those of you who are joining us, those of you who are sticking right straight with us and scratching your head saying, what's going on in there? Suffice to say, we have some business to do with our affiliated stations. Some go, some come back, some stay straight way through. That's what all that was about. Diane Sawyer. Ronald Reagan, a tremendous victory for him tonight. Whether you like him, don't like him, whether you agree with him or don't agree with him, a tremendous victory. He's right on the verge of possibly having a 50-state sweep. He strengthened his assault on the traditional Democratic strongholds while consolidating his support from groups that backed him strongly in 1980. Let's take another look at the interest groups and how they voted tonight, according to our CBS News New York Times poll.
All right, Dan, we've had a chance to hear some of the regional analyses, but we'll stand back now and give you what we promised you earlier, namely a snapshot of the national faces so you can put them in the campaign scrapbook. We'll take a look again at some of the faces we mentioned before, and we'll start now with the women voters. On a national basis, the gender gap is back. Women are still less likely to vote for Ronald Reagan than men, and it's about the same margin that it was 4 years ago. But Ronald Reagan did substantially better with women than he did 4 years ago. He has captured a majority of the female vote, so even though the gap is back, it's hard to see in his terms this time how it mattered. The union gap, well, it stayed about the same too. Ronald Reagan kept his hold on nearly half of the union voters, despite the fact that union leaders put everything on the line for Walter Mondale. And Ronald Reagan held his own with Catholic voters, despite Geraldine Ferraro. One area where there was no erosion for the Democrats, by the way, the Hispanic vote. It's a bit of a surprise given all of the effort the GOP put into registering Hispanic voters. The Hispanics appear to be resisting the blandishments of the GOP. And of course, black voters are even more solidly for Walter Mondale than they were for Jimmy Carter 4 years ago. Equally fervent on the Republican side, though, the conservative Christians who are supporting Ronald Reagan. And also supporting Ronald Reagan in a big way, as you've heard, the nation's youngest voters. The youngest voters, of course, went slightly for Jimmy Carter 4 years ago. And Dan, you and I earlier talked about the enthusiasm of white males for Ronald Reagan and the Republican ticket. Well, now the results are in, and here it is. Our poll says that white Protestant males nationally in this country went for Ronald Reagan 78%. Our computer wizard also punched up Italian-American women to see what the Ferraro factor would mean there, and we discovered that 54% of Italian-American women went for Ronald Reagan. And speaking of computers, a little known but important and growing interest group in this country, people who use computers at home or at the office. They voted almost 2 to 1 for Ronald Reagan. So the hackers have spoken, whatever it means.
Diane, what would be your guess? That's all anyone can do. Given the fact that the Mondale-Ferraro ticket lost so overwhelmingly, and that Geraldine Ferraro, for all of her effort, and she tried mightily, wasn't able to carry even women of Italian heritage in the country, will either party put a woman on the ticket next time? Chances stronger or less strong as a result of what happened today?
Everyone you talk to argues that in this case it's not a referendum on gender. In this case it is a referendum on that ticket and on that woman. And so that the Republicans are still talking about their own women. They're still talking about women like Jean Kirkpatrick with the possibility of adding them to the ticket. I think it's all going to be in what the polls show. It's all going to be in where the women's registration stands. It's all going to be in the demographics by the time you get there in '88. I don't think that this election is conclusive on the issue of a woman on the ticket yet. And you can certainly look at it the other way. And every woman that you talk to in an official capacity on the Democratic side pulls you aside and says, one thing I want to make sure you know, you can't blame Geraldine Ferraro for what happened here.
We have only a few seconds left, but if you had to point to one thing more than any other, what hurt Geraldine Ferraro the most, other than the fact that she was running on second place on a ticket that didn't stand much of a chance?
Oh, I think probably coming out of the bat, the problem with her taxes, which everyone says immediately detracted from the enthusiasm that she could have brought to the ticket. And then again, you have to remember, it's the first time in a long time that you have had both members of the ticket from roughly the same region of the country, that is to say the north and the middle north part of this country. You don't have a vice presidential candidate from the south, and when all is told, that may be the defining factor.
Thank you, Diane Sawyer. Our CBS News coverage of Election Night 1984 continues in a moment.
CBS News coverage of Campaign 84, Election Night, continues. From CBS News election headquarters in New York, here again is Dan Rather.
Good evening or good morning, depending on where you live. For Ronald Reagan, good day in each and every time zone. And then there was one. Just one state left standing in the way of Ronald Reagan's stake on the claim to the one and only ever in U.S. history 50-state sweep. The one state between Ronald Reagan and history, the still too close to call Walter Mondale home state of Minnesota. Now, if possible, we're going to shoot with 270 electoral votes needed to win. Ronald Reagan has 525, the most electoral votes any president in history has ever achieved already. Walter Mondale has carried only the District of Columbia, marked by that little blink on the right-hand side. He has only 3 electoral votes. Only Minnesota has yet to be decided. Every other state has been decided in favor of Ronald Reagan. Now, if we can take a look at the national vote totals, and I'm not sure that we have those national vote totals up. Yes, we do. With 74% of the precincts reporting now nationwide, Ronald Reagan with 59% of the national vote. These are ballots actually counted. Walter Mondale, 41%. Reagan with almost 40 million votes now. Walter Mondale with nearing soon 28 million votes. Ronald Reagan already is the first president in history to have 525 electoral votes. He may be the first president in history to sweep all 50 states. We'll know when we know about Minnesota. He, at the moment, is not running in record proportions in terms of his percentage of the national vote. It's a terrific, tremendous lead for him in terms of the percentage, but a number of presidents, at least 3 and possibly 4, I'll have to double check this, have run higher percentages than 59% of the total national vote. With us now in Washington are 2 political analysts and commentators that we haven't had a chance to talk with tonight, and we want to. Democratic strategist Mark Shields, Republican strategist Kevin Phillips. Gentlemen, the end of the New Deal coalition, the beginning of a new alignment, is it, isn't it? Where do we stand? First, Mark Shields.
I'd certainly say, Dan, any party, as the Democrats have, that has sustained 3 blowout elections in the last 4, have to be looking at their whole card. They could explain easily and conveniently the past defeats on Jimmy Carter as an outsider, George McGovern as an insurgent anti-war candidate. But Fritz Mondale was and is the distilled essence of the Democratic Party. The first choice of organized labor, of the teachers, of environmentalists, of feminists, of the Speaker of the House, and most Democrats in the Congress who made a choice. So their defeat it is tonight, as well as Fritz Mondale's.
Kevin Phillips.
Yes, I think it clearly is the end of the New Deal coalition, but of course this isn't something that just started happening yesterday. We're not looking at the beginning of a new conservative trend. The Republicans have won 4 out of the last 5 presidential elections now. When Ronald Reagan's term is over in January 1989, they will have had Republican presidents in the White House for 16 of the previous 20 years. I think we're really, we're not seeing the springtime of the conservatives so much as really we may be seeing the Indian summer. I suspect that the conservative trend will start yielding to a different sort of trend in the next 4 or 8 years, and the Democrats will have perhaps another chance, but they're going to have to come back with something that in no sense is the old New Deal coalition.
Kevin Phillips, you wrote an extremely interesting piece, I thought, for the Christian Science Monitor, in which you made the point that Ronald Reagan, even if he gets an avalanche win in the election, had better be careful because the history of second-term presidents elected by wide margins is not all that encouraging.
Yes, there are 2 problems that the Republicans face. The first is something that we call in American politics the 6-year itch. And that's when you're 6 years into a regime like either the Eisenhower presidency or FDR or Nixon and the Nixon-Ford combination, you lose a lot in the midterm elections, and that would be 1986. The second ingredient here, which the Republicans face, is they've almost always had recessions in time for the midterm elections. And if we have a recession by 1986, which a lot of people think we may, that would add to the Republican problem. So I think from the perspective of the ways the Republicans have suffered at the polls before in the midterm election of a second term of a Republican president, there's a lot to be nervous about.
Mark Shields, what do the Democrats have to do to win a presidential election, and what are their chances for the rest of this century of winning one?
Well, I think Fritz Mondale and Geraldine Ferraro both be commended for at least touching tonight And in their campaigns, on one theme that's been missing from Democratic campaigns basically for the past 10 years, they spoke about what a wonderful country America is, and they spoke rather comfortably about, unself-consciously, about patriotism. That's something the Democrats have not been able to do. They've not been comfortable with optimism either. Both of those kind of national characteristics and traditional American values have been forfeited to Ronald Reagan. And he's run away with them, quite frankly, become the king of optimism and sort of the prince of patriotism. So I think that those are two elements. The other thing is the Democrats have to rethink, very frankly, what the role of the federal government should be in the last 20 years of this century, as well as what the definition of fairness ought to be in our society. And we obviously need some new ideas. There's no two ways about it, and I think nothing goes through American politics any quicker than a set of new ideas, and Bradley Gephardt's modified flat tax strikes me as one whose time has come. I think Kevin is right. There are great danger signals for the president. Basically, the Republicans have bought the Democratic welfare state, Dan. They've simply refused to pay for it.
Thank you very much, Mark. I hate to cut you off. It's been a pleasure working with both you and Kevin Phillips. Look forward to doing it again. Right now, we want to go to our veteran White House correspondent, Bill Plant, who's in California with the jubilant as an unfurled flag Reagan campaign. And why wouldn't they be jubilant? But, Bill, I think the question may be, there's a mandate here for Ronald Reagan. The question is what he feels the mandate is and what he wants to do with it in, let's say, the first 90 to 125 days of his second term.
Dan, there's no question that the Reagan people will try to interpret this as a mandate. And the utmost urgent priority on their list is protecting the economic expansion, and that means dealing with the deficit. Now, arms control is certainly high on the list, too, but you say in the first 90 or 100 days of this administration, well, that's the legislative window they have. They've got maybe 8 or 9 months. They would say a little longer, but we think probably just until the Congress goes home for its first summer recess to get an economic program through the Congress. Well, what does that mean? Well, it means cutting spending, because they don't think that the last dollar has been wrung out of the spending towel. And they will go for programs, any program that the president hasn't specifically pledged not to cut. Now, he's pledged not to cut Social Security, but he didn't say anything about Medicare and Medicaid. They could go into that. They could go into retirement funds for government workers and veterans. There are a lot of places still to look. Now, of course, David Stockman, the budget director, said, and you'll remember this, that there were no places left to cut. I asked an administration official about that today, and he said, yes, Stockman said that, but he said that with an awareness of the political situation in the third and fourth years of the first term. Translation, now that we don't have politics to worry about, we can cut more. Raise taxes, that's a possibility. At least broaden the tax base. That's high on the agenda, too.
But excuse me, Bill, I thought President Reagan said in Arkansas that any tax raises have to come over his dead body.
Well, he did say that. And then he later explained, of course, that he meant that raising taxes for individual income earners was not on his agenda, but he did talk about the flat tax, broadening the base, raising more money that way. And other times, of course, he said it would be only a last resort. So it's the last thing they'll look at, but they may well have to look at it.
You talked about cuts, Bill. What are the chances that he will agree to slow down the rate of increase for defense spending? There is a school of thought that the underreported story is the direction in which Ronald Reagan has taken our economy toward the military during his first term.
I think there's a good chance that they'll slow down defense spending, particularly if there's a sense that Congress wants it, and it'll depend on what turns out in the House and the Senate. But there's every expectation among Ronald Reagan's aides that defense spending will get slowed down the way it did in 1983 when they held the increase to, say, 3%. So they don't say that, but it's an understood, a given, that they're not going to be able to grow as fast as they would like to. So that's another place they can get some money.
Bill, you talked about the possibility of some arms control agreement. How can a president who prides himself on keeping his word and who over the years has said time and time again, you can't deal with the Soviets because they don't deal honestly, how can he expect to strike any arms control deal with them?
Well, the president believes that the military buildup that he's put into place in his first term will allow the United States to safely negotiate an arms control agreement, but you can bet that he'll deal with the Russians at arm's length, very, very cautiously. just as you've suggested from all of his public statements. But he wants to do it, and I think that's the key, Dan. He wants to go down as a president of peace, and he's going to have most of this last term to work on that, because he's not going to be, as a lame duck, able to get much legislation through after the first 8 or 9 months.
Bill, congratulations to you on a terrific job, and I think you have some work to do, so let's get to it.
Thank you, Dan, and I believe that we're going now to Susan Spencer in St. Paul.
Well, I was asked to sort of reflect on this campaign, and actually, if you look behind us here, this is the scene where Walter Mondale had his rally compared to the scene that Bill was standing in front of, and that's sort of the way that this campaign ends. There's a lot of question in many people's minds as to whether or not this was futile to begin with the economy roaring along like it was, with the country at peace. It seemed as if everything Walter Mondale did that should have been right turned sour, went wrong. He organized early, he was criticized for that. He tried to build the old coalition, he was criticized for that. He picked a woman, that almost backfired on him. Every time he seemed to get some momentum, something went wrong. And it seems strange now to think of it, but as it turned out, his standing in the polls against President Reagan yesterday, the day before the election, was practically identical to that when he announced in January of 1983. And you really do get a sense that not very much happened, try as he would. And the other impression that I am left with, I guess, is that is sort of a personal one, which was that here is a person who, in adversity, always seemed to get better. And when the rougher things got, the better he seemed to get, but it never seemed to do him very much good. Dan?
Well, Susan, again, congratulations to you for a terrific job covering the Mondale campaign through these long, long months. Thanks a lot for all your hard work. Let's take a look at the Illinois Senate race. This is the outstanding Senate race. Look at this, bonfire hot, 78% of the precincts reporting in Illinois. Incumbent Republican Senator Charles Chuck Percy trying to desperately hold on to Ronald Reagan's coattails and remain as the Senate Foreign Relations Committee chairman. Paul Simon, the Democratic congressman, leads Percy right now with 78% of the precincts reporting, 51% to 48%. Our CBS News election night coverage will continue in a moment. Now we're going to try to run our version of Tumbleweed Thompson's famous no-huddle offense. Gentlemen, 2 minutes, final thoughts about this election 1984 day. Bruce?
Well, Dan, I think a lot of change is coming from both parties. You probably hit me in the head for reminding people that the '88 season is now underway, but it is. Cliff White, the old Republican strategist, architect of the Goldwater nomination, who's no kid anymore, was just jumping up and down a couple of months ago saying, boy, '88 is going to be more fun. And the reason is that both parties have some thinking to do. The Democrats have lost touch with the middle class, lost touch with white voters. They've got to find some positions that appeal to the mass of American people. But they're not the only ones with a problem. The Republicans could all get together this time because of Ronald Reagan's enormous personal popularity, but they too are going to face a choice down the road between kind of laissez-faire conservatism, government leaves you alone, or the new right's more religious conservatism, the government leaves business alone but tells you how to live your personal life in a number of areas like abortion and school prayer. The younger voters the Republicans got this year, the younger voters they want to keep next time, are not likely to want to go along with that more religious kind of conservatism. So new thoughts for both parties and some new voices. Some of the new senators we've talked about tonight, some of the Democratic governors in the West, Babbitt in Arizona, Lamb in Colorado. Lots of new people, I think, on the political scene.
Bob Schieffer, your time to run the down and out pattern.
And I think we ought to say one thing that we haven't talked, in my view, enough about tonight, and that is, let us not forget when we talk about coalitions falling apart, when we talk about realignment, let us not forget that the economy in this country looks in pretty good shape, and Americans are generally very reluctant to vote against an incumbent president when the economy looks like it's in good shape and when the country's at peace. Having said that, the Democrats simply have to find some way to run a national campaign. This was not a national campaign. It was a campaign aimed at the Northeast, and it did not work. And that's why so many Southerners were worried about Geraldine Ferraro being on the ticket. Not because she was a woman, but because she came from the same part of the country and had the same ideological beliefs as Walter Mondale. Let me tell you, there's something going on out there that we may not know about yet, and that is what has happened to these tickets below the governor and the congressional level. I called home a while ago and found that a Republican is leading in the sheriff's race in Fort Worth, Texas. They have never had an elected Republican win a county-wide office in Fort Worth. So there may be something going on there that we haven't known about yet.
Now, I knew you were going to talk about Fort Worth. If you start talking about the TCU Horned Frogs, it's finished for you, my friend. Leslie Stahl, final thoughts about this election night, 1984, and what happened in the House and elsewhere.
Well, all I keep thinking of right now is Bob Dylan's line, which is something is happening here, but you don't know what it is, do you, Mr. Jones? Ronald Reagan wins by a big landslide, but in the House, we see something different. Only 15 seats change. That is considered not a very impressive move for the Republicans. We have some exit polls that show that while the president won by a wide margin, a plurality of the voters don't want to see spending cut for the poor. They like the nuclear freeze, and only 24% say they want to see abortion illegal. So I think we have two different things, and I might propose that what the voters said tonight is that they like the status quo. They like Ronald Reagan in the White House, but they like to see Democrats in Congress sort of checking that so that the Ronald Reagan revolution doesn't go too far. Let me just tell you where the Democrats were able to stop this Republican drive. Two Democrats won in Pennsylvania who were considered very, very vulnerable. Bob Edgar won around the Philadelphia suburbs, and Peter Kosmaier won also around Philadelphia. Those are pretty Republican areas. They are bringing Democratic incumbents back. 3 Democrats have won against the odds in Ohio. Ed Feighan has won in Cleveland. A Republican has been defeated around Youngstown. Lyle Williams went down to a sheriff trafficant. You just see something going on where the public is saying, we like the way it's been for the last 2 years. Let's leave it the way it is.
Thank you, Leslie. Bill?
Well, Dana, Bob Orban says that we have to have elections to find out if the polls were correct, and we did tonight. We also have to have an election in order to elect those people who decide the issues. And the issues that we face in this country over the next 4 years are very, very dangerous, disturbing, and important issues. The deficits, they have to be faced. Military spending has to be faced. What are we going to do about Medicare? Has to be faced. What are we going to do about this moral drive that's pushing for the abortion issue? Has to be faced. Very divisive potentially. A lot of big issues that have been shaped in the last 4 years but not resolved. So it's going to be, as Bruce said, a fascinating time, a great time to be in the process and a great time to be watching the process as journalists. This country is changing profoundly. A popular conservative president has won another 4 years. His version of reality has triumphed, at least for now. The other version of reality, as embraced so long by the Democratic New Deal, New Frontier, Great Society vision, has lost for the moment. But the problems and the issues that were seen by the Mondale campaign are still there. And we face in the next 4 years perhaps one of the most contentious, cantankerous, and important periods in the life of this country, because this campaign has raised far more issues than it has showed us how it's going to resolve. And we face in the next 4 years perhaps one of the most volatile and controversial periods in American life. Stay tuned, as they say.
Thank you very much, Bill Moyers, Leslie Stahl, Bob Schieffer, and Bruce Morton. And so tonight, the first, last, and every dance in the ballroom this evening to Ronald Reagan. A glittering, glowing personal victory. 1 state away in this last campaign for Ronald Reagan. 1 state away from a national historic first, the 50-state sweep. The only holdup on staking that claim, the still too close to call Walter Mondale home state of Minnesota. But, and it's a big but, whatever the personal popularity of Ronald Reagan or the success so far of Reaganomics in the public mind, there is no such clear mandate tonight for the overall whole total Reagan program. No wide, deep Reagan coattails tripping up the Democratic working majority in the House, a net 1 vote gain for Democrats in the U.S. Senate, with one Republican Senate veteran, Senate Foreign Relations Committee Chairman Charles Chuck Percy, still locked in a too-close-to-call contest in Illinois. Percy trailing in that contest at the moment, it appears. Still, the Democrats have some hard thinking to do. The new reality seems to be that the old New Deal coalition doesn't work. The upshot, the new coalition is still being formed and fought over by you, the voters of the United States of America. Dan Rather, CBS News Election Headquarters in New York. Thank you very much for being with us tonight. We enjoyed it. Hope you did. Good night. Stay tuned now for Night Watch. They'll be having some of the additional returns for you.
This is CBS.